Okay, it is 10 o'clock, and I'd like to call this May 9th Board of County Commission meeting to order. And we will start with the salute to the flag. And I'm wondering if Ernst & Winton would want to lead us in the salute to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll?
Of course. Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Michael Clark.
Present.
Mariluz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Gallisini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Before we, well, I'd like to go into item 3 and make an announcement. So I'll have the manager go into item 3. I'll start with an announcement, and then I'll go to my fellow board members and the manager. Mr. Manager.
Item 3 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. DA Edwards, I was wondering if you could just help me set the stage for the day and kind of allow for our audience to understand the role of the chair in conducting the meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair. I've prepared some comments on this, reviewing the open meeting law and the open meeting law manual published by the Nevada Attorney General's office, and I'll just read through that now.
Thank you.
Nevada's open meeting law is codified in NRS Chapter 241. That chapter gives the Attorney General's office authority in enforcing the open meeting law, and to that end, the Attorney General's office has published the Nevada Open Meeting Law Manual for guidance on applying the open meeting law throughout the state. Section 7.05 of the manual is entitled Reasonable Time, Place, and Manner Restrictions Apply to Open Meetings. This does not mean the First Amendment is inapplicable to public comment. It is applicable. However, except during the public comment period required by NRS Chapter 241, the open meeting law does not mandate that members of the public be allowed to speak during meetings. When members of the public do speak during designated public comment periods, their speech is generally protected by the First Amendment. It is settled law that reasonable rules and regulations during public comment meetings or during public meetings ensure orderly conduct of a public meeting and ensure orderly behavior on the part of those persons attending the meeting. Public bodies may adopt reasonable restrictions, including time limits on individual comment, as long as they are expressed clearly on the agenda. Restrictions must be neutral as to viewpoint expressed, but the public body may prohibit if the content of the comment may prohibit public comment if the content of the comments is not relevant to or within the authority of the public body, or if the content of the comments is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. The chair enforces those restrictions. They are stated on the agenda in similar fashion for the meeting today, and those are the parameters around public comment that the chair is empowered to enforce. When public comment is allowed during the consideration of a specific topic, the chair may require public comment to be relevant to that topic, provided the restriction is viewpoint neutral. If a person willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that its orderly conduct is made impractical, the person may be removed from the meeting. The chair of the public body may, without a vote of the public body, declare a recess to remove a person who is disrupting a meeting. Those are the parameters, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. D.A. Edwards. And we had a really intense Board of County Commission meeting, our last meeting, and sadly, folks resorted to personal attacks. They were very disruptive. And I know that we as a community can express our viewpoints. We want to hear you. I know you want to be heard, but we can do it in a respectful manner. And I don't want to remove anyone from the chambers today, but we will be taking recesses if folks cannot remain on topic on the particular agenda items or keep your comments to items that this board can act on and not resort to personal attacks or inappropriate language. So looking forward to hearing from my fellow board members. Commissioners, do you have any announcements that you want to make? And I'm seeing Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've got several things that I'd like to go over. It'll probably take me a few moments. But, you know, as I brought up our meeting 2 weeks ago, we've got 8 billion people on planet Earth as of several months ago, I guess during, it was reported in National Geographic magazine, front page of the front cover story, 8 billion people on the planet. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, we have one person and one person only that's taken away public comment here in our county. This wasn't agendized. It wasn't talked over with the other commissioners. It wasn't talked over about this at all. It was a unilateral decision. You know, we've got a situation here where one person, you know, and let me back up a little bit. I went to the Sparks City Council meeting yesterday. Absolutely fabulous. Hats off to Sparks. There was no metal detector. There was no great Washoe wall in between the people. Everything was conducted properly, and everyone had a say that wanted to have a say respectfully, and they all had public comment at the start of the meeting. If they can do it in Sparks, we certainly can learn a lesson and do it here. It isn't being done here, and I'm opposed to it. I'd like to see this be on an agenda item, and I'd like to have a vote amongst the commissioners about this. You know, you've got to remember, if you know somebody doesn't like something and you continue to do that to them, in my world, that's bullying. It's tone deaf on the commissioners, or at least the commissioner who decides that we're not going to have public comment. It's tone deaf, and you realize that my predecessor was heavily involved in this. She's taking lessons from him. But you got to look at the record. If a mutt like me can beat my predecessor because I stand up for the people and he didn't, that's the problem. When somebody's irritated, you don't dig in your heels and do it to them more. I've had it happen myself here at the county, and it's not fun. I've asked that my door be left open or closed when I wasn't there, and it was left open continuously, 10, 15, 20 times. Then when they finally got the message to close my door, they locked my door, and I didn't have a key. It took me several times to get a key. So either my door was left open when I didn't want it open, or locked when I didn't want it locked. So those are the kind of things that irritate people. And the commissioners need to understand when you irritate people that you get pushback. Nice calm meeting yesterday, no problems. But here in this county for the last year or so, it's been a policy to try and stifle the people's opinion. You have to listen to the people, whether you like what they have to say, whether you agree with what they have to say, you have to hear what the people have to say so you understand that. You know, we go on about, we don't want people to show their ID because that disenfranchises them. We don't want to have, we want to have mail-in ballots because it disenfranchises people. All of these things that disenfranchise people. Well, I'll tell you right now, 80% of the county is disenfranchised because they can't come up here and talk. One commissioner and one commissioner only took the voice away from at least 80% of the population, if not 100%. We've got approximately 33% of the folks are Republicans, equal number probably Democrats, equal number probably independents. This doesn't help anybody. You know, I can't do my job if I don't know what's concerning the public. How can any commissioner do their job if they don't know what the concerns of the public are? So taking this away is outrageous. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it one bit. I think we need to have a meeting about this and discuss this and vote amongst the commissioners. And I think that there could be a potential of a lawsuit pending out there. And I'd like to have an attorney-client privilege meeting with our DA and have all the commissioners there and talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. It looks like Mr. DA Edwards has signed in.
Yeah, I just want to say on the record, and we always make ourselves available to to go over legal issues. But I just want to say for the board, during this period, and what I heard, Commissioner Clark, is that you'd like to have that item on an agenda in the future.
That's correct. Thank you.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And I would just ask the board when you're speaking in this period that you limit it to reports, announcements, updates, and requests for information or items on future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, I see you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few here. I just wanted to suggest number one. Pardon? No, I got the mic on and it's right by my teeth. Leslie Mix, she is with Job Corps, and they do an outstanding job over there. They've got kids coming out of that school that can go and work because they have a trade, and it's amazing. And it would be nice to have her here to let us know, let the public know, because that's what these meetings do, is to let the public know what's going on in our county. So, and I'm the number two one is public comment back on the agenda. That was just, I'd want to repeat that. Okay, so I was going to ask our DA, would it have to be at the state level regarding land ownership or property ownership in America? Or does it have to go to Congress? Or can we do something here to make sure that we don't have foreigners buying property that is, like, for instance, close to a military base? Just a question. So if you don't have to answer it right now, but think about it and let me know. I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll do that. And it would help me if you could follow that up in an email, just so I can have the question framed for me and I can respond to you with that.
I certainly will.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then the next thing is I've had a lot of people talk to me about the contract with the election group, and I just think that maybe I could answer their questions better if I had a copy of the signed agreement or contract, and so I'd appreciate that. And then there's a gentleman named Carlos Archuleta, and he's been having quite a bit of problem through the spring with the project across the street from him, Golden Mesa, because he's been getting flooded on a regular basis. It's starting to ease up now, but I think it's something that our engineering department might want to go check. Silver Knolls Park got hit really hard this winter. They're almost destroyed by winter flooding, and I would like to have someone from the parks go out and check it and see what we need to do, and we'll get that started, because their park is totally unusable right now. Recently, it was brought to my attention, this is kind of upsetting, that we had this meeting, and I just heard about this and read the information on it. And it was the investment committee that had the meeting. And so let me give some background. In NRS 355.175, it states that the commissioners have the fiduciary duty to the commissioners actually have that duty to protect the taxpayers' money. And in NRS 355-170, they were mandated to understand the portfolios and where they were, where it's illegal to have losses on investments exceed the income generated from the portfolio. And then we find out that there was like almost $40 million shown to be a loss at that meeting. So that's something that I wanted to bring forward, because I don't understand, why we're doing that. And then we have a problem in Palomino Valley with our GID members. The newly elected ones need some help with open meeting law. And I was wondering if maybe we could arrange a little coaching, because I could sure use that help to keep our GID alive, because they just about killed it last meeting. So any help you can give me. So with the waste management problem, it's been a horror story, and I guess we're going to start working on that. I'm getting confident about that. I just talked to our assistant manager upstairs that handles that, and she said that they are definitely getting tough with them. All right, I'm going to skip that one, but I agree with our commissioner at the other end of the table on our open talking or public speaking. Okay, so I'm getting close to the end here. Regarding the cabs, we really need to consider having development projects back on the cab agendas. When we had the ORMAT people here, we could have prevented that by having the development on that meeting, on a meeting previous to all that big toss-up. So we need to really think seriously about that. That is an important item. It was always on it, and was one of the most important parts of our cab. And then, last but not least, Roger Edwards has been left off of the Golden Valley water mailing list, so I'd like to make sure he gets back on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a lighter note, Mother's Day is here. And in Mexico, it's actually celebrated tomorrow. And in the U.S., it's on Sunday. And I wanted to acknowledge that we, as a body, made history this year, having 4 female county commissioners, all of which are mothers. And we each have our own unique stories of how we became mothers, but together we have a total of 9 children, ranging from 66 years of age down to 1.5. And I think this body beautifully represents the different stages of motherhood as we range in age from 40 years of age all the way to 80 plus. Commissioner Herman has like a whole basketball team of grandchildren too. I thought I'd throw that in there. But as policymakers and leaders, I personally believe that seeing things through the lens of a mother, whether young or old, helps us advocate for the delivery of services that our county provides. And over the course of the last 5 months, we've been sitting here in chambers and we've heard many, many stories of concerned mothers who had children struggling from addiction, struggling or facing incarceration, and even those who were lost to suicide. And so maybe it's not a coincidence that Mother's Day falls during the month of May, and May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. But I wanted to call our attention to that as we kick off the month of May. We can call 988 if we know somebody is in need and wants to get on the phone. It's a hotline that's available. And for our school district families, some of you may not be aware, but the school district invested in a program, an online platform that is accessible and free to all children and family members of the households of Washoe County School District students. And that program is called Care Solace. It's an amazing online platform, never seen anything of its kind, where you can hop on the online portal, enter what you're looking for, and it'll connect you with an available mental health provider. Helps you connect to the mental health providers that are available and ready and willing to accept the type of insurance that you have to meet the needs that your family has. So again, Mental Health Awareness Month is May. 988 is a number we can all utilize, and for school district families, Care Solace, which can be found on the school district website.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements for us?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. I would like to ask, before we get into the meat of the consent agenda,
Some more comments.
Commissioner Clark, okay, I didn't see you signed in.
Push the button. Maybe it's not working. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got three more items that I'd like to get into. Got off on the tangent of the open meeting, but I got a letter from a constituent. Hello, Mike. Thanks for sharing my story. This is a mother as well, so I'll share my mother's story here. Thank you for sharing my story. I'd like to share it with you myself during the public comment portion at the start of the commission meeting today, but it seems it's changed. At 97, it's difficult to wait till the end of the meeting when you don't know when the end will be. Sort of unfair to the elderly, but nothing new. The government really doesn't serve the people any longer. The government just serves itself. I'll get to the meat of the story. As you know, I'm 97 years old. At 97, there's not a lot left to me. I have my yard, TV news programs, internet, Netflix, Amazon, my books to read online, plus I enjoy a good deal on eBay. 2 weeks ago, Waste Management took down my Spectrum cable line coming to the house. Same thing happened last year in March. So twice now. This is the second time without cable for several days until it can be repaired. So no news. The garbage trucks are too high for the lines in my neighborhood. Chair, this is about 2 blocks away from your house. The lines are very low in that neighborhood, Spectrum lines, and then the trash trucks are very high, so they seem to snag it on a regular basis there. The waste management drivers don't stop. They just keep going and care little about whose life they've affected today. The Spectrum repair people pointed out as they repaired my cable on April 11th that my internet ATT line is low and that should be raised up because waste management trucks are so high and touch the cable lines. I've called waste management to alert them, and they have a 45 to 55 minute wait online, so I leave my number to be called back. If I miss their call, I have to start the process over again. I've called Washoe 311, and they told me to call Waste Management. I called 311 to contact my commissioner, who lives 3 blocks up the street from me on Brown, and was informed I should call Waste Management. I've called Waste Management. They have made a notation to their records and will get back to me. So far, nothing. This has taken over 15 hours of my time to make these calls. All right, this goes on and on, but the idea is Waste Management and the cable company need to get together and figure out a way to make this lady's life easier. I've been out there to look at it, and the lines are low, and the trucks are high, and it just continues to happen. So I wish somebody at staff could contact this person and figure out how to get that fixed. My next item I wanted to talk about, I wanted to address some rumblings I've heard regarding my leadership style and questions I've asked on the dais. County Manager Brown sent me an email on Wednesday, April 26th, outlining that employees of the county are feeling demoralized by my comments at these commission meetings. Yeah, calm down. I believe leadership comes from the top down, and the employees question that I question at the county or at the top. Let me be clear. I see my job as a commissioner to be the voice of my district, the citizens of Washoe County, and an advocate for county employees. Please do not mistake my pointed questions during the commission as a slam on county employees or some critique of your work. I don't think we can do anything around here without the county employees. I'm highly in favor of the rank and file workers here. As somebody who's actually run a county department here, I know the hard work that people do. If I have any issue, it's with the leadership here. I'll address it through appropriate channels, the manager and human resources director. To date, what I have seen are not issues with employees, it's issues with transparency at the highest levels of management and apparent inability to keep the entire board appraised of issues that impact the county. The county manager sent me another email asking me not to go to county buildings, county rental office space, without giving him or assistant county managers a heads up. County Manager Brown again indicated I upset the county staff. It's the last thing I want to do, but I do want to see what we're tasked with managing. If I show up at your office space, you shouldn't feel uncomfortable. I know most of you were used to my predecessor's lack of concerns unless it came to wealthy developers. I, however, am a man of the people, and sometimes I need to hear and see firsthand what's really happening at the county. As a voice for the people of Washoe County, I will also be a voice for all of you, the county employees. Doing the right thing is an easy thing to do. It's a bureaucracy that seems to get in the way. If I can cut through that by being visible, approachable, and accountable, that's what I'll do. The reason I'm making this statement today is to say to any county employee, if you share County Manager Brown's feelings that I have demoralized or upset you or someone else you know at the county or county employee, you can contact me, reach out to me. I'll be happy to have coffee with you, dialogue, and I'm here for you as I am for the constituents regarding Washoe County. So if anybody feels, I'm not intentionally picking on anybody, I'm picking on the style of management that might be taking place and the failure to give answers. Lastly, I've got one more email from a county employee who wishes to remain anonymous. The printing is very bad here, but in light of the up-and-coming budget proposal, I want to reach out to you on behalf of my county employees regarding the frustration over the handling of the salary increases as a result of the Corn Ferry studies. Should you choose to mention this email on the record, I would appreciate it if I could remain anonymous. On December 13th, 2022, the board approved agenda item 9E1, recommending the approval of a change of pay grade for the county manager, direct reports. These salary increases were going into effect January 2nd. Many department heads were kept in the dark about the process and results of the second Corn Ferry study that would apply to the remaining 2,500 plus county employees. In fact, none of us even knew the results of the study, or were any employees would, geez, I can't even read this, so light, would fail even at the time of the presentation. On February 14th, the board approved the agenda item 5, recommending ratify the results of the action. This just goes on and on. I just cut to the chase on this. There's a lot of folks that work for the county who feel that they've been overlooked and dismissed and not been taken care of by this Corn Ferry study and the fact that the manager's office got their raise. Many of the folks that work here at the county, the rank and file folks, are not going to see their raise until sometime in August. They're very unhappy about it. If this is an incorrect assessment on their part, maybe we should have another meeting here. I'm going to get it on the agenda and explain to the workers what exactly is taking place with their raises and when they'll be getting those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Andriola.
I just wanted to recognize May is also Senior Citizens Month, and I had the amazing pleasure of attending the Washoe County Senior Celebration. It was a record number of vendors there and attendees, and certainly I fall into that category. So I think we all should be celebrating all of our seniors, and I think May is a great time to do that, let alone the other 11 months as well. So thank you. It was wonderful. Thanks to Washoe County for putting on a great opportunity for seniors to look at resources that may be available to them, get lots of information that was super helpful, and really have our community represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will go into consent, but before we open up the full consent agenda, I'd like to pull 4D1. Commissioner Mariluz Garcia, she did some donations to some great organizations that I think are here for public comment. And have they signed in? Do you have any sign-ins for public comment?
I have one person signed in
Okay.
for 41.
For 4D1? Okay. Mr. Manager, can you please read that item into the record?
Item 4D1 is a recommendation to approve pursuant to NRS 244.1905, Commission District Special Fund disbursement in the amount of $15,000 for fiscal year 2022-2023 for District 3 Commissioner Mariluz Garcia recommends a $5,000 grant in Soulful Seeds, a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, and educational purposes, to support costs associated with the construction of community garden at our place, and a $5,000 grant to Shades of Queening, a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, and educational purposes, to support the upcoming community workshops that will promote mental health awareness and generational dialogue, and a $5,000 grant to Upstate Nevada, a nonprofit organization created for religious and charitable educational purposes, to support the adaptive fitness program designed for adults and children with physical or cognitive disabilities and their family members, approve resolutions necessary for same, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary disbursements of funds.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I think that this is a great idea for us to highlight these wonderful nonprofits that the commissioners support. So the next time we have commissioner donations, I want to make sure we pull these out and show the community these great organizations and people who run them who really care about our community. So, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Erston Witten.
First of all, thank you so much for bringing this agenda item forward and for the support that Washoe County has provided us since we became a nonprofit in 2018. Our purpose is to help individuals learn how to grow, cultivate, harvest, and actually cook what is grown at that site. And we are able to do that with the support of Washoe County. For example, we've had Commissioner Fund contributions in addition to the one announced this morning from Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Hartung. One of the things that you did also was to install a fence around the property. And it really wasn't to necessarily keep people out, but really to protect them. We've had a lot of construction going on over there with trenches, et cetera, and we have an issue with safety with regard to someone coming into that space and hurting themselves. Our goal is to have healthy food that can be consumed by people, and we do not want to have it. We do not want to have issues with it because of individuals coming in and making it unsafe. This past year, we planted 80 fruit trees. If you drive down Glendale, you can see the cherry trees actually blooming. If you come into the site, we have a section for apples, pears, etc., a section for stone fruit like cherries, peaches, etc. These are going to be very critical to adding healthy food choices in our community. We have 32 garden beds, and we have about a 1 acre row crop area that we have been diligently working on. Fortunately, we had a volunteer teacher who is connected with Pepe Rental They are allowing us to use a very powerful skid steer for 2 weeks in order to remove the rocks from the soil and make that soil tillable. The garden has already had a tremendous impact. Almost 5,500 pounds of food was distributed last year. And I can personally tell you that as I have delivered food to Sparks, for example, there are double lines of individuals trying to get fresh food. And so the items that we produced, according to the staff there, really it was not available in a consistent manner. We've also had 870 hours of volunteer time, almost 1/4 of that from the individuals on campus. So far, that was last year. This year, we have 193 so far. Every Tuesday, members from the Women's Crossroad come down and work in the garden, and they are happy to get out of their situation and contribute to the community. We want to give those neighbors 5 days of access to the garden in this upcoming year. That's only going to be possible.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't extend it, but you're doing great work.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have an
you.
opportunity to visit the garden, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Next
Madam
up, we
Clerk.
have Tom Jamison.
How's it going? So I'm Tom Jamison. I'm a board member for Upstate Nevada, and first of all, I can't thank you guys enough for even honoring us or even recommending us for a donation of this amount. I myself, as Reno Police Department officer, and like I said, a board member with Upstate, kind of one of the founders that kind of had the vision to open it and help people out. So our vision here is Upstate Nevada is a nonprofit CrossFit gym that provides free and reduced gym memberships for everyday heroes. And everyday heroes is defined as first responders, police, fire, EMS, military, both active and retired, nurses, teachers, and any child or adult with a cognitive or physical impairment, and also their families. We offer free memberships for the family members as well. We currently have group classes for everyday heroes and a free VA program that works with the Veterans Addiction Department, where they can come and work out 3+ times a week for free. We also have a Washoe County School District program that offers weekly free CrossFit classes for 20 to 25 students with cognitive and physical impairments. We have between 15 to 25 various free adaptive athlete memberships who participate in the group classes. Our adaptive athletes range from spinal cord injuries, amputees, or kids and adults with various diagnosed impairments, both cognitive and physical. So like I said, I'm part of a board of this and want to help everything. And ultimately, nobody makes any money with this. All of our nonprofit goes right back into the community. And that's kind of what we're about. And I'll give you one example that I know of that we are proud of is we had a young gentleman come in with a physical impairment. Basically, his leg can only get so strong is what the physical therapist said. And so we brought him in, we started working with him, and just through exercise, doing little things, CrossFit related as far as function, full functioning movement, stepping up on boxes, anything like that. Basically, as time went on, his physical therapist said, hey, you will only get 5% of your strength back, and that's it. And ultimately, working with us through over months and months and a lot of hard work, he went back to physical therapy, and ultimately his strength tripled. And the people were like, well, what have you been doing? Oh, I've just been going to Upstate Nevada and working out. So those are examples that we want to provide and help out. So thank you again. I can't thank you guys enough. And happy Mother's Day, because my 1.5-year-old kept me up all night and my wife was there to take charge. So thank you guys.
Caprice Young.
Hello, everyone. To all of your commissioners, thank you for your time. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your consideration. I am Caprice Young, and I'm the co-founder of Shades of Queening Women's Empowerment Group. And our focus is to uplift, empower, and support Black girls and women from ages young to wise, so our babies to our grandmother figures in Northern Nevada. We have been around since 2018, and within our time of being around, we host annual Mother's Day events. We focus on literature, so we have a program called Books, Brains, and Tiaras, where we do nighttime readings and book clubs for girls and women of different ages. We also focus on mental health, which is what we call our Crown to Slipper Fitness, where we allow girls and women to come not just to work on their physical things, but also to talk about the mental health disparities that happen with Black women, with Black girls, so that we can empower each other to use our voice, to gather in numbers, and then to support one another in whatever endeavors we are doing. We also have a mentoring program called Queens in the Making, which is in 4 of our middle schools currently. We are at Mendive, Dilworth, Sparks, and Trainer Middle School, where we work with girls from grades 6 to 8, and we help them with academics, we help them with social supports, and we help them to find different volunteer opportunities that they can get involved in. This program has grown tremendously as we started just in 1 middle school, and now we're at more middle schools. And this money is going to help us to continue to expand, to reach more people, because we know that there are inequities, there are disparities, and there is a need for a community for our Black women and girls. And so coming together to support everyone, me being born and raised in Reno, I know the importance of having these spaces, and now I get the chance to turn around and create spaces for girls that look like me, for women who have the same struggles as me, and so that we can come together and make Reno a better place. So as we continue to grow and expand, we would love to see more efforts put towards mental health awareness for these intergenerational conversations, and just to be visible and seen in the greater Nevada community, because we know it's important. We can only touch so many people, but if we spread the word, more people will know about us, they will support, and they will gather and rally in troops. So thank you for your time and your consideration. Again, my name is Caprice Young, and I'm the co-founder of Shades of Queening Women's Empowerment Group.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, I was going to address this after the agenda item before that, because that's how my comments kind of flowed, but so these are all worthy projects, granted. I don't know why these nonprofits don't go to the church community and draw in the church community to help. Churches, Christians are very giving people. I don't know why our tax money is becoming like a nonprofit. I know at the investment committee minutes, the county manager said that the county commission should adopt an investment portfolio for mission-based investing. When you look at mission-based investing, it doesn't flow that that's what our taxpayer money should be going for. My concern with this is in the agenda item before, there will be a presentation by the treasurer. It looks like our budget is $122 million in debt. We as taxpayers, we have our personal budgets. We have to adhere to our budget. So therefore, based on the fact that our budget is in trouble, I don't see how we can afford to give to projects like this. We need to cut back. We heard Mr. and Mr. Armstrong in April. What were they, 85, 95 years old, imploring you to help because they can't pay their tax bill. Shouldn't they come first? They were hardworking, patriotic Americans. Where are they in the mix of all this? Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca.
The only one of these, Valerie Fianaca for the record, the only one of these that I tend to agree with is Soulful Seeds. Teaching people how to feed themselves is a great thing. But our prior commissioner gave them, I believe, $50,000 to build a fence. $5,000 is a lot of money. I could do a lot of gardening for $5,000. I have a lot of property. I could do the whole property for $5,000. One of these groups is an activist group. I want y'all to consider that. The other group is a gymnasium. I admire the fact that they're going to help some disabled people. I own a business. I also host disabled people in my business. I don't get paid for it. I don't want recognition for it. I train them on how to get jobs. I don't come and ask the county commission to pay me for it. I don't expect, and the people that were mentioned for this other business are high earners, firefighters, nurses, police officers. Police officers may not be high earners. I'll back up on that one. People that we respect a lot, people that we need, but they're also government employees that have pensions, that have insurance. They aren't people that exactly need a free gym to work out in. There are people who can afford to pay a gym membership. I don't think that's the sort of thing that we need to be subsidizing. I think you need to rethink about that. I really do. And Penny's point about going to churches for some of this funding is an excellent one. And I'll talk about the budget thing later on because I have a whole lot to say about that one.
Nicholas St. John.
Good morning again. This is Nicholas St. John for the record. And on this particular item, while I agree with the idea that they're probably worthwhile organizations that need funding, I'm not sure that funding that comes from the county is appropriate and a good use of our funds. I agree with the previous two speakers where they talked about getting that from the public. We know that funding that comes from the government is almost never spent well. And I don't know, you can hand out this to any organization you want, but my question is, do you ever follow up to see what they did with it? And the answer to that's almost no, ever no. So I'm not sure that, again, while these are probably worthwhile organizations, I run an organization that also is worthwhile, and we're completely self-funded and comes from the donations of the people that are involved with us. So I think that when you start looking at what you're going to fund, and Valerie was right, for $5,000 for seed, that would buy a great deal of seed and plant a lot of things. So when we start looking at, again, and without going through the charter or anything of Washoe County, I'm not sure, I may be somewhere, maybe Nate, you would know, what in the charter gives the board the authority to give away tax money from the citizens for basically whatever they want. We elected most of you. Clara, congratulations on your appointment. And of course, Alexis, you know that you were selected. Well, actually, you probably don't know, but you were selected instead of elected. But when you look at the charter, I'd like to know what gives them the authority to do that. I know I didn't vote for any of these organizations for you to give tax funds to. And so, I would do this. I don't know, under scrutiny, we talk about transparency. And so when they get it, maybe in a year, we should get a report from Mayor Luz on how they used that and whether they used it effectively A lot of times we can give out money that's not ours and it's easy to do. Well, $15,000 isn't much. When we looked at the CARES campus, that was a lot of money, and you'll be seeing some pictures of not the results that are very good from that kind of money being thrown around. It was a
Elise Weatherly.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly. I would just like to say I'm opposed to this. Do you want to know why? First of all, well, Ayrton Witten, very good presentation, and I noticed that he has a belt. I would like to afford a belt, but I can't afford a belt. Where's my $5,000? I will say that a lot of this stuff is going to go to my daughter. She's a user. Here's the deal. I think you guys already know this. I need $5,000 because raising your grandson for 8 years after losing everything because of your terminal brain tumor, it has an effect. Where's my $5,000? I don't have $5,000. I'm also not black, but you know, I always kind of want to be black. I want to be American Indian. I want to be a Jew. You know, I want to be all these things, but genetics say I'm not. Genetics does say I'm a female. Where's my $5,000? I sure could use it. I would also like to say that we have struggles. We do have struggles. I would love this board to take a look at individuals and not global nebulous, you know, help systems, because there's going to be rotten people that sneak into those health systems, right? We're going to help out the bad guys. We're going to do the Mars attack thing. We're going to help out the Martians so that we can all get along together. Well, the problem is that I could use $5,000. And the churches, I went back to them when I gave and go, gosh, I could use some help now. Oh, I got ignored. So let's don't factor in the churches to the political system. I don't think it's going to work. Maybe if those churches gave me back my $5,000, $10,000, $11,000, I could get a belt. That'd be so cool. I am trying to lose weight, by the way. And what Penny and Valerie had to say, I totally agree with it. What Nicholas St. John had to say, I totally agree with it. You know what I want? Oh, by the way, I'm not part of an audience. I'm part of a group of people that want to be heard, all right? And it has to do with money, it has to do with morals, and it has to do with $5,000 in belts. So if you guys could please stop spending our money on things that seem like they're good and do the follow-up thing. You might want to, you know, when I was like the big boss, I would tell people to do things, but I wouldn't just go, well, they're going to do it. I have to go back and look and see, has it been done? And that's unfortunate because that adds to your, you know, your responsibilities. We have fiduciary responsibilities, by the way. We have fiduciary responsibilities to the community. And also, did you know that the state of Nevada says that board members of HOAs have fiduciary responsibility? And if you try to exercise that responsibility, what do you get? Persecution. So can I have $5,000 to fight that? Thank you.
Renee Resentis. Renee Resentis.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Renee Resentis, for the record. I agree with Penny and the people who spoke against this. We have so many things in our county that needs fixing that affect all of us, and I don't hear you talking about it. I don't. And you know, like I've mentioned at several meetings about the lines on the roads that you can't see. You have a hard time seeing them during the day, let alone at night. Our schools needs fixing. I mean, we need to get serious about that. And you, I'm sure, can help. Swan Lake, what's happening with Swan Lake and the people's water over there, the problems that they're having. The GID group, I didn't see much enthusiasm when Commissioner Herman brought that up, but that's something, you know, I live out there, and that's important to me and the people out there. Let's get something done. And I'm tired of the seniors being pushed aside. We need help too. And it's about time that you guys step up and help us. And as far as Mother's Day, I'm a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. And I care about feeding people. I care about all of those things. I'm not for one gender or the other or one race or the other. Everybody could use a hand up. But for Mother's Day, it isn't about kudos to mothers for me. It is about my kids. It's about my family. It's about fixing things so that they are safe here, so that they have an opportunity to excel here, for their education here. And this sounds like an activist thing, I'm sorry, and it's really easy to be an activist for fluffy things. And that's not what I, as a mother, want. I want to see activism to get things done that we have been talking about here for weeks and months. So that's what I have to say. And I would say Happy Mother's Day, but I would prefer to hear you talking about fixing things. Thank you.
Val White. Val White.
I'd like the projector, please.
It's on.
Talking about this agenda item, it brings to mind that commissioners, with this money that they're allowed to distribute, are buying votes and favors. I think it would be a really interesting research project to look into which commissioners support which nonprofits. Take a look at the politics of the nonprofits and see if the politics of the commissioner aligns with the politics of the nonprofits. I think you'll find 100% alignment. Nonprofits are political. They went through the trouble of getting the nonprofit status because they have a mission. The queening, whatever, is a perfect example of political activism of nonprofits. If they're going into the school, you can bet that they're teaching their politics to the students they're supposedly serving. It's a political mission. The fact that taxpayer money, commissioners, are distributing that for political missions. I don't understand how commissioners have any money to give at all. It's buying votes and favors. I'm certain when election time comes around, a friendly reminder to those nonprofits is delivered. It's absolutely crooked. I do want to do a shout out to some organizations that uncover the activities of so-called nonprofits and the corruption that occurs through them and with them. Please take a look at Education Crusade and Operation Sunlight to get an idea of what's really happening with this commission, the money that they're distributing, and the corruption that they participate in. Thank you.
Victoria Meyer.
Somebody's phone?
Oh, that's me. Cross the block, please. Get your sit there.
She didn't say a word. Reset the clock.
Thank you, Victoria Meyer. I'd like my comments to be on the record, entered in the record. So I'm a longtime resident in Washoe County, 45 plus years, voter, taxpayer. I think I voted in every election from the beginning since I moved here in the 70s. And I've just learned of something regarding the budget here and a deficit, a loss or something of our tax dollars. I can't remember the figure now. I think it's a large sum of money. It's a lot more than I'll ever see in my lifetime. 290 million or 29 million, some huge number, I guess.
Ms. Meyer, are you going
yes,
to
it's
go back to 4D1?
Yes, this is directly related because we're talking about the expenditure of our tax dollars when we have this going on in our city with hundreds of millions of dollars, 70 million or something for CARES Campus. I can't remember the numbers very well right now. Just got back to town after a long absence. Spending money, these all sound like great organizations, and I can privately donate, and I may do so. Also, my church is very philanthropic and can consider these, which I might bring these organizations before them to consider money. However, I don't think, given our state here in Washoe County, of all this money lost and all this money going places, it's a huge budget, incredible numbers. I'd like to know where the money's going. And I'd like some transparency, monthly budget report or something, and then we might be better in a position to say, yeah, this is good to spend, this charitable organization. It would be great to spend money here. But until we have fiscal responsibility and we know where our money's going, our money, not yours, although I assume you pay taxes too, but it's all of us here. I think we need to pause in Washoe County and start addressing real issues that are affecting people like this and like the gal that Mr. Clark was speaking about, and other people that have come up here and talked about losses and issues and things like that. So that's really, I just want to see transparency and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, I bring it back to the board, and I will first go to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, thank you so much for highlighting these wonderful nonprofits, and I don't know if you have any things to say or if you are ready for a motion.
I just wanted to say thank you to Ersten, Caprice, and Tom for coming today and being co-founders and ideas that really do make a big impact in our community and serve our population well. It takes a lot of courage to come into chambers and share what you do, and I just want to acknowledge that courage today. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve 4D1.
And I will second that. I know that Commissioner Andriola also has something that she'd like to say.
I actually have a question. I am wondering, in terms of reporting, I have years of nonprofit experience, and there are a lot of regulatory requirements that every nonprofit who's approved has to go through. But in terms of the funding, whether it be this funding or any funding that falls within this category, for instance, does Washoe County actually receive a report of expenditures, much like the requirement of a grant that then shows how the money was expended? That's my first question. My second question is, when the funding does go out, are there parameters to which the funding must be restricted to adhere to? So those are my two questions, if I may.
For the record, Eric Brown, County Manager. Under the disbursement program, there are no reporting requirements at this time. If that's something that the commission would like to consider going forward, we could do that. I would point out that in, for instance, our community reinvestment programs, there are very specific reporting requirements, and we do work with nonprofits to make sure that the reports come forward. A lot of that is in conjunction with the Treasury requirements around the use of ARPA funds.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
I would absolutely like to have a discussion by the commission to look at having reporting requirements for dispensing funds in this nature. So I don't know the protocol. I think I've already skipped the item to request agenda items, so I'm not sure of the actual protocol here, but I would absolutely like to actually bring that policy to the commission for future consideration, discussion, review, and possible approval.
Great. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table to approve the Commissioner Garcia's special district funds in a total of $15,000. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it looks like that motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Now we are on to the full consent calendar. We've got 4A1 through 4F1, obviously excluding 4D1, which we already voted on. Let's see, we've got some public comment on the consent. Do any commissioners wish to pull any items? Not seeing any, so Madam Clerk, will you please go to public comment?
Yes, and I would ask when you come up, this is a consent, and so it could include many items, so please be specific on what you're speaking on. First up, we have Penny Brock.
Now I can talk about, I'm Penny Brock for the record. Now I can talk about 4C1. This has to do with the budget. So this is just a 9-month report. It looks like we have a deficit of $122 million year to date. I was hoping there would have been a report by the staff before there was public comment, but I don't understand, number one, why there are not monthly reports from the treasurer, the CFO, or whomever. I also am concerned that the investment committee portfolio is hidden. I had to dig to find it. That is very, very serious. What I find is, may I have the overhead, please? That for the investment portfolio, in the month of February, we had a loss of over $44 million. For the month of March, we had a loss of almost $35 million. I've not been able yet to get the reports from 2022. So we need to get that. The other concern I have is the report from Clark County. Clark County even posts on their website their financial information. I would like to know why we in Washoe County, we the people, cannot find this information on the Washoe County website. I would ask that the county commissioners consider this. This is very important because your number one responsibility is the safety and preservation of taxpayer money. We have a right as taxpayers for that accountability. Why can we not get it? Why doesn't the treasurer or the CFO or someone come to you every month to give reports? For we the people, us the taxpayers, it's our right to know. You have that fiduciary duty. According to the NRS, that is your number one duty. If there is, and you should be concerned because if there is misappropriation of funds, The buck stops with the 5 elected county commissioners. This is very serious. I was the past president of the second largest HOA. Same applies to the elected HOA officers. I took that very seriously, and I wasn't going to be putting on an orange jumpsuit for our HOA, a misappropriation of funds. And you should have that same concern too. So I would ask you to look closely at whatever this report is going to be about. I don't know. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I just realized I'm wearing my table tipper t-shirt. You guys probably would be interested in what that's all about later. But what I will say is 4B1, intent. I think you guys have to make decisions based on intent, right? I remember when I first started speaking here, nobody wanted to pay attention. It was very hurtful, very hurtful. All I will say is it's your intent is going to be judged by God. Right? Nobody wants to hear that. Motive and intent, it's going to be judged. It's very scary. Also, 4C1, fiduciary responsibility, unaudited intern financial report. Can I trust the person that's auditing that? Did you know back in my old days, I used to work with internal audit managers and I actually liked them and they still kind of like me? We have to take a close look at things. We have a fiduciary responsibility. We have to follow up. We have to have the right motives and the right intent, or we are serious trouble. What about 4E1? I oppose things. Do you know why I oppose drug trafficking expenditures? Years ago, when I first started coming here, I used to tell the board, I go, my ex-husband is transporting drugs between Phoenix and Nevada. Do we care? And then my daughter's on drugs, and all these drugs. We can't stop people from taking drugs. Am I boring you? We can't stop people from taking drugs by spending money on it. It's not the way it works. How about 4F1, recommendation to accept treasurer's status report for the period ending, blah, 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 of payments of refunds and interest. Can I trust the treasurer? How do I know that he's going to do, or he or she is going to do the right thing? It's motive and intent, right? What I've noticed, and this is going to shock the you-know-what out of you, is a lot of people just want to hang on to their jobs. They don't do what's right, because if they do what's wrong, they could lose their jobs. Did you know? I think I told you this before. I had to make a decision decades ago. Do I tell my employer that they're breaking a law? That could cost me my job. Fiduciary responsibility. I think it's pretty generic. Fiduciary responsibility covers so many areas and so many options. I'm asking you guys, there are certain people that I trust, and there are certain people that I don't. And we need to make decisions based on motive and intent on whose report we can trust. And I like the fact that we should take a look at these things. And I'm not the audience. I'm like a bookkeeper galore, okay? I'm the accountant of the worst accountants. Thanks, you guys.
Valerie Fianacca.
Valerie Fianacca for the record. There are a couple names I'd like to point out to the audience, more than you all. You probably know them. Abby Jacobin, and I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that. She's the CFO for the county. Kathy Hill is our county comptroller. As Penny pointed out to y'all, we lost $29.6 million lost on our investment account. And the investment firm that we paid them $3.4 million to lose that money for us.
What item are you speaking on?
The one that's appointed for me to speak on, 4C1. I'm wondering why these people still have jobs, actually. And
we will not do personal attacks of staff. I'm going to ask you not to do that.
Good.
Ms.
You should be
Fianacca.
asking that question of your staff. That's not an attack. I'm just asking myself. I'm questioning that. I also would like to know why we aren't investing in secure bonds, CDs. Even if we had done that, we would have stayed even though they don't pay anything, we wouldn't have lost anything. Questions y'all should be asking. According to a letter written by our county manager to our Congressman Amadei, $41 million is also missing in COVID funds. Are any of y'all concerned about that? If we had a decent bookkeeper or comptroller or whoever looks after our funds, we'd know where that $41 million is. In my business, if I'm missing $2,000, I'm searching for it and I find out where it is. I don't miss anything. I search it down. I find that extremely troubling. $41 million missing? Are you kidding me? And it's memorialized.
How does this have to do with 4C1, Ms. Vianna?
Money. It has to do with money.
We are talking about this interim financial report.
Well, yeah, that has to do with your finances, honey. That has to do a big deal with your finances and our finances. I want to know, where's the money? Where's the money? I want it followed down like a bloodhound. I don't care how you have to follow it down. I don't care who you have to use to follow it down. I want to know where it is and where it went, where it ended up. And you are the chair of that audit committee. You need to be the one leading that charge. And Ms. Herman will help you, I'm sure. She'll be your right-hand man. I can count on that. Somebody needs to be following the money here because it's going out right and left, and it needs to be brought back home.
Nicholas St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record, again. Good to see you guys. I know when I was looking this over, I was trying to figure out how I could waste 3 more minutes of your time. Again, I apologize to Mr. Clark and Ms. Herman. But there is one here in particular that I've brought up a number of times. The issue is on 4E1, and it says a recommendation to approve acceptance of 2022 North HIDTA, whatever that is, blah, 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 not to exceed $82,000. And then I was looking further down here, and the grant period is January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2023. My question is, we're about 17 months into this grant period, and finally in May of 2023, it gets put on the agenda. Is this retroactive? I mean, yeah, is this retroactive, Chair Hill? Maybe you need to advise these guys to maybe answer yes and no questions, because I've read the NRS code and I know you have too. They can answer yes and no questions, and every time you don't, that will be one more violation of your oath. So if you're not going to take this seriously, we're going to come up here and ask you yes and no questions every time we get a chance to, and every time you don't answer us, there will be consequences. So I'm going to ask that again. Is this retroactive?
I'd love to hear your thoughts on the item, Mr. St. John.
That's not much of an answer. Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. You're hearing my thoughts. My thoughts are, I wonder if this is yes or no, if this is a retroactive thing. This board has done retroactive after retroactive after retroactive. Is this yet one more of these issues that's retroactive? I know you hate this, so welcome to our world.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I am looking for a motion on the rest of the consent items.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion on the table to approve all of the consent items before you with Commissioner Garcia and Vice Chair Herman. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And just waiting on the screen, but maybe.
It already popped out.
Okay.
It was 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, we will now go into item 5, Mr. Manager.
Item 5 is a recommendation to terminate the declaration of covenants and conditions by and between Lemon Valley Land Company and the County of Washoe, State of Nevada, which were entered into on December 8th, 1998, and recorded on July 1st, 1999, as document number 2357639, as this agreement is no longer valid. The declaration concerns land use and development standards for 47 parcels owned by the Lemon Valley Land Company, Inc., as of December 8th, 1998, which have been subsumed or mooted by regional plan or master plan amendments, regulatory zone amendments, annexations by the City of Reno, and changes to the Washoe County Development Code since the declaration adoption over 24 years ago. That's community services.
Thank you. We have a staff presentation. Would the board like to see the staff presentation? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. This request before you tonight, Okay, thank you. This staff is asking the County Commission to terminate the declaration of covenants and conditions by and between the Lemon Valley Land Company and Washoe County. This declaration was entered into in 1998 and recorded in 1999. The Lemon Valley Land Company is no longer an entity, and this agreement is no longer valid. The declaration was recorded in order to effectuate the Lemon Valley Visioning Study, which included 47 parcels, all owned by the Lemon Valley Land Company, totaling over 2,000 acres of unincorporated Washoe County land within the Lemon Valley area. The declaration was adopted by the County Commission in 1998, along with the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA 98-NV-1. The visioning study was used to assist in the adoption of this comprehensive plan amendment. The declaration incorporates the development standards of the Final Development Standards Handbook from the Lemon Valley Visioning Study. The declaration can be terminated by the BCC as stated in that handbook. Over the years, numerous changes have taken place within the visioning study and rendering enforcement of this declaration impossible. There are a number of reasons for the termination. I'd like to go through those quickly if I could. First, it creates a barrier for certain landowners who have entitlements that have been granted by Washoe County. It creates the barriers for necessary financing for these entitlements. Over the past 24 years, many of the subject properties have been annexed into the city. Keep in mind that the city was never a party to this declaration and therefore does not honor this declaration. Many of the standards of the handbook are now obsolete. There's very little protections found in the Development Standards Handbook that are not already provided in Washoe County Code. And in most cases, the Development Code standards are more stringent than the standards found in the handbook. The original party, the declaration, the Lemon Valley Land Company, no longer exists. So those parcels have been sold off to individual property owners. Finally, the master plan is a dynamic document. It was never intended to, or was intended to evolve over time as the community needs and development patterns change. The annexations and land use changes that have occurred since the adoption have made the enforcement of this declaration impossible. So with that, staff offers two motions. Staff offers the following motion for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there commissioner comments, or do we want to hear from the public comment first? Okay, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Tammy Holt still.
Good morning, Tammy Hill still for the record. I thank you for my opportunity to have my First Amendment rights, considering I didn't for the open general public. As you see before you, this is a document that is Washoe County's. It comes from your recorder's office. This is a deed. It states right on this deed that the purchasers of the properties in question agreed to any covenant, which is what the document is that you are trying to now terminate. However, in that document that this gentleman had just stated, he said that it states that you guys can terminate. It says you can amend. Nowhere does it say that you have the availability and the right to terminate. So if you terminate this based upon what you have been just told by your staff, you are opening yourself up for a lawsuit. Because in this document, it states that you are to protect the existing homes, and doing so by certain recommendations and following certain procedures by FEMA and your own development codes. So if you guys want to go ahead and proceed with this and listen to your staff without finding out all the truths first, which I have showed you, that the company who purchased those properties know there's a covenant, they knew it when they purchased it, and you want to be shysters and have your pockets filled with money from the carpetbaggers that come in from other states, then you are looking for a fight.
George Still.
Good morning, Commission. I'm just going to read a couple things about Lemon Valley. Lemon Valley out there where they want to do this big project, that is all floodplain. And we have been flooded in 17. And I'll just read, one excerpt. Lemon Valley will not permit construction of any homes within a 100-year flood FEMA zone on the property unless they obtain a FEMA letter of map revision, removing affected property from the 100-year flood zone, and only such home construction would adversely affect existing homeowners. And existing homeowners the last speaker touched on. And anything they do out there is going to affect us in the construction, because they're playing around with a floodplain. They've got a lake out there full of effluent that's contaminated at this point, and it's just really scary in what we're seeing. The county claims it's made some mitigation measures out there. Well, all they've done is move a lot of dirt around with bulldozers. There's nothing done permanently and in a professional, good way. And that is the kind of thing Lemon Valley is seeing, and we don't like it as residents. Thank you very much.
Penny Brock.
I didn't know I'd filled out a card, but sitting there, I thought, I wished I had filled out a card, so I'm glad to know I did. So I am in agreement with these folks that have spoken on this issue. I live in District 2 out in the southeast. We are facing a similar situation. Veterans Parkway and the corner of Veterans Parkway and South Meadows Parkway is a designated floodplain for the 100-year flood that has come through that area and will come again. So we are facing the same thing that these people are. So what I learned from this gentleman, I didn't know there was this FEMA or whatever. So how the county approved that developer, and they have approved a developer to develop that. I don't know how the Planning Commission gentleman that spoke at that joint meeting between the city and the county, he said, well, you know, my professor from when I went to school in college, university in Colorado, he told us don't ever allow development on a floodplain. Well, that's what we're going to be facing and are facing in District 2. So I wholeheartedly support these people who have brought their comments forward. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I just wanted to say I am confused. I remember when I used to go to managers' meetings over and over again, boring, and I would not question if somebody said something that didn't make sense, because that's political assassination almost. So the only question I would ask this group is recommendation to terminate the declaration as this agreement is no longer valid. How does an agreement become invalid? How do you decide? How do you take a look at things and say, well, it is no longer valid, so we can put it on the agenda? I would be like the scratching, clawing person going, I have to know all the details. I can't make a decision if I don't know all the details. What makes it no longer valid? I know that the presenter said that there was some, the entity didn't exist any longer, and generally speaking, it seems like you transfers from one entity to another if you keep an agreement going. So why is this no longer valid? Is anybody else curious besides me? I'm pretty curious. All right, thanks.
Danny Cleus.
Danny Cletus for the record. This is all about protecting the homeowners out there in Lemon Valley. If you guys look at everything from DRI reports, Quad and Knopf reports, what you guys did and what the city of Reno has done to that valley is inexcusable. There's even older regional master plans that say do not do what they did. This actually protects us because it doesn't allow a developer to come in and do high density building like he wants in a floodplain zone. We have a really big problem, and it's all over. You can Google it. This meeting that the staffers had about a month ago now, we have the most polluted body of water in the area. This protects us from that. The city of Reno's already done it. Washoe County has already done it, polluted the hell out of that thing. This protects us from it getting worse. Tomorrow, I go take blood test to see if this pollution is in me. This protects us. This DRI report should protect us. Quad and Knopf should have protected us. I've read about a dozen of these reports. I know more about that valley than him or Dwayne Smith or Dave Solero or anybody in here. I lived in that valley for 50 years. I grew up there. And what you guys have done, taken everything away from the residents, this is one thing that stays with the residents. Lansing knew when he bought that property that this went with it. It needs to stay with it because it protects us. Thank you.
Nicholas St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record. On this particular one, I'm glad to hear residents coming out and speaking up. I kind of wonder how many more residents would be here if this wasn't held at 11:35 during the day. Have any of you been out, again, another question, have any of you been out and held a town hall with the people out in that region to really see what their feedback is? Now, I don't know about GIDs and cabs and all that stuff, and maybe that's answered the question, but these guys are making a really good point. One of the things I've not seen here is, and understanding, is how many people need to show up that get your attention. Is it 2? Is it 5? Is it 50? If 500 people came in here, would that get your attention? Or would you just continue to do whatever it is that you wanted according to your bias and your agenda? I'm really excited to see the citizens come in and say, this was here to protect us. And now there's an opportunity to have some discussion among the commissioners to discuss whether you're going to terminate something that was put in place to protect the citizens. I've been coming in here now for 30 months now, 2.5 years. I can't think back on one time when we have brought you concern after concern after concern of lockdowns, of
Please
social
direct your
distancing.
comments back to item 5, Mr. St. John.
It has everything to do with item 5 because it's about the people coming in and giving you our opinion.
On the termination of the declaration of covenants and conditions by and between Lemon Valley Company and the County of Washoe. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Actually, when you say I would like to hear your thoughts, you should stop lying because you really don't. That's what I'm saying. I've come in here now for 2.5 years. How many people does it take to come in here for you to finally do your job? I hope there's a lively discussion when it comes up to talking about this among the commissioners, and that you do what's right for the people. If that was put in place to protect the people, then you need to vote to protect the people and not line your pockets, as someone said, because there's a developer helping you and maybe even contributing to your campaign.
Victoria Meyer. Victoria Meyer.
Victoria Meyer, please put my comments on the record about this declaration of covenants and conditions by and between the Lemon Valley Land Company and the County of Washoe. 1998 recorded, as this agreement is no longer
Please do not read the item, Ms. Meyer.
valid.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Okay. this item there's been residents here talking about this. I didn't know about this covenant, but wow, you've had some impressive people come up here. Somebody pulled up a legal document from the county recorder's office, which I think you need to pay attention to. It has to do with the fact that the verbiage in it says amend, not you can't terminate. You can't decide for the people of Lemon Valley that the agreement is no longer valid. Agreements under law are agreements, and it says you can only amend it. Danny Kleaus seems to, a longtime resident out there, have a whole lot of information about it, and I trust him. I don't know if you've ever been to Lemon Valley even, but I bet he knows a lot more about it. And it seems to me that your jobs, although some of you are new here, are to protect the citizens of Washoe County, not developers and land grant people that want to come in and change things up. Oh yeah, I just like that picture. I would like you to seriously consider the legal ramifications. And I know you guys say you like to hear from us. Some of you do, I think. I'm not sure about all of you. I think that I'm really getting frustrated with government, and this is my county, and I'm a taxpayer here for many, many, many years.
Please let me know your thoughts on item 5.
My thoughts are that you guys ought to listen and have a serious discussion about your fiduciary responsibilities to protect the citizens of Washoe County, in particular right now, Lemon Valley. The people need to speak, and if these meetings were held at an hour where these working class people could come and voice their own opinion about this, I think you would be surprised. Yes, how many people would it take? Because we can get them here. But at this hour, I think they're all working.
Val White.
I've been coming to these meetings off and on since 2018 when I first landed in this valley. And one of the first things I remember reading about was the problems in Lemon Valley with the houses. Commissioner Hill and Garcia, are you listening? It's been a repeated topic over and over again. And what I've come to realize is that the inaction, the ineptitude, the failure to address the problem, it's not accidental. It's intentional. I believe the county, for developers or whomever, are intentionally trying to drive those residents out of their own properties by making it so inhospitable, uninhabitable almost, hurting them with property values that you just want them gone. I'd like to know what the purpose is that you have for that portion of Washoe Valley. What is it? Lithium? Because you're pushing those people out. You know you're doing it. Uh-oh. Garcia and Hill again.
Please address the board as a whole.
I am. Are you on the board? Are you on the board?
The board as a whole.
Are you on the board? You're on the board.
I would like to hear you address the board as a whole.
I am addressing the board, including Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Garcia, who won't look at me when I'm speaking.
Please address the board as a whole.
I'm addressing the entire board. Thank you, Commissioner Clark, for listening. Thank you, Commissioner Andriella. Thank you, Commissioner Herman. I'd appreciate the same manners from those two commissioners. Stop pushing those people out. You're harming them. You know you're harming them. And I wonder what it's going to take before you stop. Where are the payoffs coming from? What are the promises from the developers? It would take a conscience for you to stop harming that community. Some of you don't have one.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. I'd like to start with Vice Chair Herman, who signed in. Hear your thoughts on this item.
Madam Chair, I think I got it now. This is just unbelievable that we're actually considering doing this, because the minute I read through the agenda, which I do every time we have a meeting, and I came to that one, and I thought, haven't the people of Lemon Valley been through hell for long enough? They're sitting on edge right now, waiting to see how bad the flooding's going to be. PTSD, yeah, they got it. It's tough. It's horrible. But I immediately read that and I said to myself, no way am I voting for that. I try and look at both sides of everything. And if I'm going to cause harm for someone, I will vote against it. My conscience won't let me vote for this. 2017, Lemon Valley flooded the first time that I was around to pay attention to it, because I wasn't a commissioner, before that. And I went over to Lemon Valley, and it was like, really nobody really much cared a lot about what was going on there. Except for the firemen that come through there asking if anybody needed any help, passing out some sandbags. We had the Governor Sandoval at the time, and he actually got teary-eyed when we were standing there on Tupelo, close to Danny's house. And it was heartbreaking to see that. In fact, the governor said to us all, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen happen to Nevada." And I think he really, truly meant that. Truly heartbreaking. I don't think any of us had dry eyes, because we couldn't believe that it was allowed to happen. But there was so many things that led up to it that if I mentioned them all here, I'd be sitting here for another half an hour. I won't do that, but there's a lot of people that are to blame for this, and a lack of planning was an amazingly large part of it. The people in our county are not dispensable. Their homes are not dispensable. Our job here is to protect and serve the people. And it's driven me up the wall here for the last few years. I went to Washington, D.C., and we managed to get the barriers there. Afterthought, right? It's already flooded. So that got done. But it's just continuously been hell for the people of Lemon Valley. And now you expect them to give up the only insurance they've got? Absolutely not. Not on my watch.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to listen to the most senior person on the dais here. This is Jeannie Herman's district. I think we need to defer to her. I think she's the subject matter expert. She's been through this with her constituents, and I think we need to support her and her whatever decision she makes. I think she's made that a little bit clear, but I'm going to support Commissioner Herman and the folks in Lemon Valley. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola.
So I think there's been just amazing information that has been shared, specifically from Tammy Holt Still and George Still. Again, not to discount the other comments. So I have some questions. May I, Madam Chair?
Go for it.
Thank you. My first question is actually based on legal clarification, and it would be directed to Mr. Edwards. I would like to actually be really clear and have the record really reflect what the legal requirements are in terms of pertaining to the points that were made to the deed with the language of amendment versus termination. And I'm wondering if you would be so kind to clarify that, please. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll clarify it as much as I can. I'm working off the same documents that everybody else is working off here. The point about amend versus terminate is in reference to paragraph 6 in the substantive statements of the document. It says this declaration and the use and development of the property may not be amended without the consent after notice and hearing of the Washington County Commissioners. But that's not the only provision that I think is relevant to the analysis. Also in paragraph 1 of those same statements, it says unless and until, this is the very first sentence, by the way, of the substantive statements of the document, development standards, unless and until the Board of County Commissioners of Washoe County may approve otherwise after notice and hearing, Lemon Valley agrees to develop the property in accordance with the development standards that are provided throughout these documents. So sentence 1 says, unless and until the county commission approves otherwise. This is going to be the framework. At the end, it adds the additional statement about cannot be amended without consent. I read those two provisions together to mean that the county has the authority to decide whether or not it's going to continue being a party to this provision or to these provisions. I also look at another fact in the document, which I've looked over quite a few times. And Lemon Valley Land Company, as far as I understand it, is no longer in existence, and Mr. Lloyd can correct me on that if I'm wrong. The agreement is between the county and Lemon Valley Land Company, which no longer exists. That means the property has been transferred out to other entities, or it has been annexed by the city of Reno, also not a party to this agreement. There's nothing in the document that says that the agreement runs to the successors of the Lemon Valley Land Company. That's a significant fact. Is that the be-all, end-all of the analysis? Maybe not, but it's pretty important. It tells us that the document on its face did not contemplate succession to anybody that came after the Lemon Valley Land Company. And I want to make one more point. The enforcement of this declaration is paragraph 5, Commissioner, and that says, as a party to this declaration, Washoe County, to ensure compliance with the development standards, may enforce the terms and conditions of this declaration. So that again is a statement of conditionality on the county's continued participation or level of participation in the document. Those are the provisions that stand out to me in the agreement that lead me to conclude that the county can, if it wants, step out of this and terminate it, or stay in it if it wants. I don't know what the exact legal effect of that's going to be, because we're 24, 25 years down the road. I jokingly sometimes when talking about planning, I talk about, we're 5 presidents in, like on this document, and it's kind of like a 5 presidents rule, when you start looking at, well, what's happened in the meantime. There's been multiple iterations of county master plan amendments There have been multiple iterations of the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. There have been a dozen legislative sessions, and all of these have brought about changes in the use and development of land in the community. And the Supreme Court has said many times in its opinions that master planning type documents are not straitjackets. So in other words, they're supposed to be plans, they're supposed to guide the way that you develop property, but they are not supposed to be documents that lock communities in to the point that they are not able to adapt or address changing needs of the community or things of that nature over time, because as we all know, that's the way it works, and especially here where growth has been so significant. So that's my opinion on whether or not you have the ability to do this item. And then that brings me to the last point, which is that's up to you as a board. Whether you stay in, whether you don't stay in, whether you find the comments here today to be compelling enough for you to say, no, I think we should stay in this, or not, that's a decision for the board to make.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up,
Yes.
please? I'd actually like to ask staff a few questions, if I may, please. Thank you. So I've actually read all of these documents, and it's really compelling information in terms of, even prior to hearing some of the comments today, that the original declarations and covenants actually covered various provisions. So my question is directly related to the evolution of the original to the current master plan. And my question is, does the master plan, I believe you said this, but I want to make sure I understand this. The master plan supersedes the covenants and declarations. Is that correct?
In a nutshell, that is correct.
Okay. I also, go ahead.
Oh, no, that was the answer.
Okay. I really want to make sure I'm asking this question as clear as possible, so bear with me. The master plan, as it stands right now, those provisions I'm hearing supersede the declarations and covenants. That was my first question. So as a follow-up, the provisions in the declarations and covenants document, does the master plan address those covenants and declarations, and to what extent? Is it more stringent on the outline of those provisions, or is it less stringent as defined in the original declarations and covenants?
I'll do my best to answer that question, because it is a little challenging of a question. I will say that the handbook and the declaration were used as a guide to adopt the master plan back in 1998. And so at that point, it stayed very true to the policies and the provisions that you find in the handbook. And so they were very, very compatible with one another. Now, the issue is, what does the master plan look like today, and is it how consistent is it with the original handbook and the original master plan from '98? And I would say it's still relatively consistent, although there have been a number of changes over the years. A number of master plan amendments have occurred, and as legal counsel mentioned, a number of regional plans have also taken place since that time. But I would point that the biggest change to this overall area, the overall document, is the fact that the city of Reno has annexed about half of the 2,000 acres that you find in that study area. And so getting to the second part of your question, is it more stringent or less? It really depends on what we're looking at. In many cases, such as flood control, right, and grading, even signage standards. Many of the standards now in our development code are significantly more stringent than what you find in the provisions of this handbook. However, there are other issues with the total number of lots, for example, allowed within this study area. That's going to be probably more stringent if you follow the guidelines of the declaration than of the current master plan.
So what I'm hearing are a few things. One, that the company itself doesn't even exist. The original agreement and the deed that is that we're talking about, that company doesn't even exist today. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so the annexation by the city of Reno to the acres that you just spoke about, is that the city of Reno or is Washoe County? Who's responsible then for that?
That is all City of Reno
Okay.
for those areas that have been annexed.
So does the master plan align with the city of Reno? And how does that regionally, because regionally there's a regional master plan.
Right.
And so I'm just trying to understand the alignment of that as it relates to the recommendation to, it's interesting to use this terminology to terminate an agreement that really is superseded by the master plan. So it's a little confusing. It feels a bit procedural. It sounds like that somehow during the evolution of the original deed and covenant that somehow this was missed. Is that a leap of a comment, or how did this get missed?
That's actually a very good question, and I don't know if the answer is that it's been missed. The problem was this document was never memorialized as part of the master plan. It was used as a guide, but it lived essentially in the recorder's office as a recorded document, and it was not front and center in terms of master planning this area. And so it really took shape with the original master plan from back in 1998. It was intended to be a guiding document specifically for that master plan. But as the legal counsel mentioned earlier, master plans are not meant to be cut in stone. It's meant to be an evolving, dynamic document that does change over time.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the time. I have a couple more questions. So bottom line, is there exposure to the residents to actually have an impact in terms of flooding? Is there exposure to the folks that live there? Madam Chair, may I ask that we just have a civil dialogue without disruption? I mean, I'm just trying to, I really
We can take a break. We're about at lunchtime. We can take a break and continue this item. I have asked at the beginning of this meeting for decorum, and that includes being respectful to everyone in this room. If it happens again, we can take a break. Thank you so much. Please go on.
I'd like to go ahead and take a break. I'm just trying to make sure that the citizens are protected, but
We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Exactly, it's 1 o'clock, and I'd like to call the May 9th Board of County Commissioner meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can we please call the roll?
Certainly. For the 1 o'clock session, we have Chair Alexis Hill.
Here.
Vice Chair Jean Herman.
Here.
Mike Clark. Mariluz Garcia. Here. Clara Andriola. County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
And our DA, Mary Canderas. Here. And I'm still your county clerk, so you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wonderful. Okay, for the folks who have just come into the building, who are here for the public hearings, I'm going to let you know where we are on the agenda right now, and I'm going to move you up on the agenda because I know many of you have driven at least an hour to come to this part of the agenda. So we will finish item 5, then we will do our block vote, and then we will go to the public hearing. So thank you while we do our cleanup from before lunch, and now we will continue on with item 5. From my recollection, Commissioner Andriola, you had some questions. Do you want to finish asking those questions?
Thank you very much. If I could, oh, there you are. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I was trying to, really understand on the record in terms of the difference between the Declaration of Covenants and making sure that I understood that the master plan actually superseded those covenants. The company doesn't exist, and you've confirmed that, and that essentially, even when those declarations and covenants and that contract was put into place, and if we were even here in 1998 when I believe that was put into place, if we turn back the clock and we were right in 1998 talking about this, the Washoe County actually could enforce or have additional provisions that would override those existing covenants and declarations as written, even back in 1998. So I just was trying to understand if that is a correct interpretation.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Commissioner. Yes, that is the right interpretation. That covenant did not lock in Washoe County to those standards. What it did is, and I'll rephrase what I mentioned earlier, what it did is it established a guide for adoption of the master plan that was adopted back in 1998.
Okay, and so again, I'm not sure what happened from 1998 to where we're at now, but the reality is that Washoe County, in order to essentially procedurally, is my term, address a contract that doesn't even have any provisions that would even be relevant or prevalent to any project, let alone the entire Lemon Valley as it stands right now. So really, the reason that it's here is for Washoe County to consider, and I'm going to use a term to address that somehow mishap, inadvertently it was missed. So that's why we're here. And where I also wanted to go, if I may, Madam Chair,
yes,
is I was trying to ask if is there any exposure to the residents with the current provisions that are in place with the master plan that would harm the residents with any flooding issues or any of the other items that were in the original covenants?
If you would, in your packet, you have the handbook, and I believe it's on page, let me get it. Yeah, it's on page 14 of the handbook. There are some provisions for flood control. There are essentially six bullets that talk about different policies that would need to be followed. to address that flooding issue. I will say that our standards in the Development Code, specifically Article 416 of the Washoe County Development Code, are far more stringent. There's 18 pages of policies in our current Development Code. So if you want more clarification, I know that Dwayne Smith, the Director of Engineering, is here also. He can address that in more detail. But I would say there's really nothing in these policies that aren't currently addressed with the existing Development Code.
So technically, the original declarations and covenants, which again was a contract put into place in 1998, really has no enforceability anyway.
That's correct.
Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand that there is no enforceability of that. Again, it's procedural, and the master plan supersedes that. So the exposure that any resident would have doesn't exist, is what I'm hearing in terms of flooding. Is that correct?
And again, I don't want to speak for our engineering in terms of the exposure to risk. Whether or not you terminate this, my answer would be, I don't believe there would be any risk to the residents based on a termination of this agreement.
Does the engineer, would you like to answer or add anything to that? Because it seems that there are residents who are questioning that interpretation, so I want to make sure that they're given all the information that's fact-based, that's legal-based, and can be enforceable to protect them. And thank you.
For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering, and through the chair to the commissioner, and I will say a couple of things. First of all, I have also reviewed the agreement that's in question that we're talking through and identified what those concerns are within these bullet points. As Trevor accurately mentioned, we have other guidance documents that are in place today, other requirements for how Washoe County or other municipalities approach flood control, and protections of our residents. And in fact, there's 4 areas of protection. First is our Development Code, Article 416 that Trevor mentioned, which is here, which is, again, a very lengthy document, comprehensive. The second is the federal FEMA flood insurance program and its associated requirements, which are captured within our code and our requirements that we must apply during the review and conditioning of new development. The third is the Truckee Meadows Drainage Manual. It is also captured within code, and it requires additional elements for closed basins. The fourth I would mention is, and is equally important, are the policies that the board has put in place since 2017. Both the City of Reno and Washoe County included new policies to increase volumetric mitigation above and beyond what the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, and what our current codes are. Those were not elements captured in this agreement. The current approach is a much more rigorous and offers more protection for residents when we're reviewing and developing when we're reviewing and developing new projects within the area. I want to be real clear as well. All of these standards, all of these requirements, all of these elements do not guarantee that folks will not be flooded. On an average, 20 to 30% of the claims that FEMA receives are for those areas outside, or those residents outside of FEMA designated high-risk flood zones. But these protections that are included within Washoe County Development Code, FEMA, Truckee Meadows Drainage Manual, and the policies that you've put into place offer a much higher level of requirement and protection. Those are what we are obligated to apply when we're reviewing and developing new projects.
I want to say it's the last question, but I can't guarantee that. So if a project were coming today in the same area, a new project, it's the master plan that would be deferred to, and those provisions, and it would go through that process. So what I'm just going to suggest strongly is that if there's an opportunity to even talk to the Stills that are here and any other resident that has these concerns, if you could, or the appropriate person could sit down and actually show that information, I think it would be really helpful, because it's clear that the master plan supersedes this contract. The contract that's in place is not even enforceable. It was missed somehow, and we're here today because it inadvertently was missed. So that is not a question, but it is a request to at least let the residents be informed with actual facts so that they can be assured that any development, whether it's this or any development, has their best interest in protection and safety in mind. So
we need to respect the decorum of this board, which I know that I didn't go over for everyone, but that includes not speaking up in the audience. So if you want to do that again, we can take another break. So Commissioner Andriola, I think you really said that well. And I want to support Commissioner Herman on any changes to the master plan that you see fit for ensuring that we protect this part of your district. I think that this board would be very supportive of that, but I don't think it's responsible to vote to keep what we now know are unenforceable, non-valid contracts on properties that aren't even in Washoe County, and also for a Washoe County water company that doesn't exist, and the Lemon Valley Land Company that doesn't exist, when we have regional plans that are superseding master plans and other laws that have come into effect. But it does look like we have a public commenter whose comment card we misplaced, and so I want to make sure he comes up. But Vice Chair Herman, I have you signed in. Do you want to speak?
I'll wait until you have the public speaker.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
We did have Ken Hendricks sign in, and the card was misplaced. So Ken Hendricks.
I guess it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, board. Thank you for having me today. My name is Ken Hendricks, for the record. I am a property owner in Lemon Valley. I've heard lots of things thrown out there, and I just want to let the board know that I am a native Nevadan. My wife is a native Nevadan, and we go back four generations on both my father and my mother's side, so to call me a carpetbagger is not accurate. One thing that I would like to bring up is I wanted to just let everybody know how we got here. We bought the property. The document was recorded against our property, against our title, and we actually came to the county for clarification. My lender said, hey, we need clarification on what we're doing here, because this document says one thing and the county code says something else. And so we went to the county for clarification. My lender said, hey, all we need is a letter. We need a letter that says, hey, we can, this document is unapplicable to your property, or that you comply with this document. And when we got to staff wasn't able to come to those conclusions. They go, well, we don't use this in our process, so we don't know what we're supposed to do with it. And Trevor tried a number of times to send a letter out that was saying, hey, we don't use this document for planning any longer. But the reality was we still have a document on title that clouds our title, and I don't know what direction to go. Does this document allow me to go develop according to their the 24-page visioning statement they did? No, it doesn't, because it says I have to go over and I actually have to follow the current master plan and current codes. So the whole issue here was about clarification, and of how we got here. was when we finally went to the DA's office and said, how do we fix this? And she says, well, we can't just fix it for your property. This is a global issue, and this is something that we should have addressed months ago or years ago. And the reality is now we're here. I have a cloud on my title of a document that says I can develop it in a certain way, and the staff says, well, you can't develop it in that way because this is what current code is. And basically, that's why we're here. And so I'm here for questions if anybody has any questions, but the reality is this was not some sneaky thing that came down the road. This is just me asking for clarification. So thank you.
Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent close to 50 years in the real estate business, and I just was brought up to the fact that a deed, once signed, is a pretty solid contract. And it just doesn't seem like a board of county commissioners can just go and it's gone. It just doesn't work that way in my book. But so actually one of the things that I found that I don't have that information here with me, so I'm just going to be talking in plain talk instead of legal talk or anything like that, and I'm not a lawyer, so. But it appeared to me, by looking at the figures in the development code and all that, that there would be more chance of a flood with the current plan than there would have been under that deed with all the agreements in the deed. So what in a court of law what would happen there is only God knows right now, but I hate to have to go to that there, you know, to get this settled. But as far as us just saying, okay, so that the deed is gone, there's, without understanding the worry of the citizens of Lemon Valley, which is, which one makes us get flooded the worst, simply said. And that's where the question is. All right, that's all I have to say.
Okay, I don't see any other commissioners signed in unless...
Oh, can I ask one question?
Of course.
So, can I ask our legal advisor here a question? Yes, okay. So, is that deed legal and valid?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Herman, when you're talking about the deed, are you talking about the agreement that's attached? Are you talking about attachment B, the Declaration of Covenants and Conditions? Yes.
All that combined, yes. That was all part of the deed, right?
I'm not sure, the best way to answer this is this is basically not a legal document anymore because the one party doesn't exist, and the terms have been superseded by the development code, the FEMA code. So at this point, this has no legal effect except for on the gentleman who just talked, who can't get his land developed or can't get the funding for his land. This is really a ministerial task to nullify or terminate this contract, because as you see on attachment A, that's what will be recorded on those landowners' titles so that they can go ahead and develop their land in the manner they see fit. So frankly, I say that this document right now has no legal effect, the covenants and conditions.
Thank you for your opinion.
Okay, with that, I am looking for a motion. I know there was one on the screen, but I see that Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, Madam Chair, based on the information provided at my briefing on February 17th by staff, today's presentation, comments from legal counsel, barriers expressed by landowners, and the notion that a master plan is a dynamic document that is intended to evolve over time, I move to terminate the declaration of covenants and conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Andriola. So that is a motion to terminate. Any comments? Not seeing any comments. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2 from what I heard. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move to block vote. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block for us?
I do.
Okay.
That would be number 6 and number 7.
Great, thank you so much. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on that block vote?
There is. Do you want to read them into the record first?
We'll
or-
read them into the record and then we'll do public comment. Great, Mr. Manager.
Item 6 is a community service recommends to approve the reappointment of Catherine S. Nelson to the Washoe County Planning Commission, representing Commission District 2 to fill a full term beginning on July 1st, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2027, or until such time as Ms. Nelson no longer serves on the Planning Commission or a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first, as outlined by the staff report. Item 7, Community Services recommends to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for Ellens Park Playground Improvement Project rebid to both replace existing playground equipment and to furnish and install additional playground equipment as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Now back to you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. On the block item, which is 6 and 7, first to speak is Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. On item 6, I support Catherine Nelson. This is in my district, my Clark's district. I looked at her resume. She looks just amazing. So I support her appointment. On item number 7, this is about the park. First of all, how many bids were there? I know this has been addressed before a few weeks back. I don't remember that we ever heard how many bids were sent out. I have real questions about the garden shop. Is the overhead on, please? About the overshot bid for almost $500,000. I'm in Double Diamond, HOA. We've got 3 parks, city parks. We pay for the maintenance because the maintenance being done by the city, Parks Department, whoever, was horrible. So we pay for that. But I have to tell you, the landscaping on the 3 parks is horrendous. It certainly didn't match what this park is going to get. And if this park is going to get $500,000, why can't we get $500,000 for each of our 3 parks? Plus, we've got the 4th park down by the junior high school in Wilbur May, and the city has done nothing with that park. So I don't understand how Garden Shop Landscape can be charging almost $500,000, $500,000. This is going to be pretty phenomenal landscaping. Thank you.
Next up is Valerie Fianacca.
Valerie Fianacca for the record. Penny and I don't usually have opposing views, but we do on this one. Mike Clark has frequently brought up the reappointment, the rolling over of appointments. I don't know Miss Catherine Nelson. I didn't look at her resume, but I'd like to see these appointments opened up and more people allowed to apply for appointments. I don't think that they should just be rollover appointments. we wind up with a whole lot of institutionalism with that going on. That's not to say she's not qualified. I would in no way say that. As for the garden shop and nursery, I have personal experience with them. We're kind of in the same business, but not really. But I do have experience with them, and they're a very reputable business. I don't know if their bid is out of line. I don't know how many bids you took, but I will stand here and tell you that they do good work. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I'm assuming this is for 6 and 7. That's the block, right? It's a little bit hard to hear out there. All I will say is that I liked it better when they called people up, say this person and that person. I just think that's a better way to go. But all I will say is on number 6, what happened was, I'm going to correlate this to my HOA. Okay, there's a lady named Kathy there who is architectural. She's on that committee. This is about recommendations, right?
No,
of positions.
recommendation of a particular person, Ms. Weatherly. So if you want to speak to this appointment, you certainly can.
Okay, my speaking to this appointment is, who can we trust? Now, what this other lady did, she talked about me behind my back. She thought she was talking
Ms.
about
Weatherly,
me behind my
you
back.
need to please focus your comments on item 6 or 7.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
There's this thing called leeway and segue and introduction and that kind of stuff. It all fits together. Okay, so can I trust the person who recommended Catherine Nelson? I don't know. I would like to, but can I? As far as number 7 goes, parks. I think what this board has is a really idealistic approach to things. Parks are like for fun and family and all that stuff. Did you know the park by Highland Ranch is like a drug running place? I mean, there's some people that go there for fun.
Can you please bring it back to the rebid for item 7?
It's about a playground, right? I don't really approve of global okays of, how much did we say that was going to be? How many hundreds of thousands of dollars? I don't agree with that, you guys. I see this board going in a direction that's good, and that's questioning what's going on, getting itemization, getting details, and just instead of saying, well, our idealistic said we could just, build this park. Well, is that so the drug runners, because I have seen that firsthand at parks. They're out there running drugs and stuff. One of them tried to attack me, but I was nice to her, so she backed away. I would like this board to consider realistic approaches to things. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. Thanks.
Nicholas St. John.
Nicholas St. John, for the record. I don't know about the person that you're going to be, as they call it, rolling over. And I agree that it would be interesting to see how many other people had put in for it, or if they were taking applications for that job. We know that in government, whenever bureaucracy has a chance to set in, eventually it's the bureaucrats who are running the show and not necessarily our elected officials. So I guess we'll wait and see how that turns out. Otherwise, this idea about the park and $475,000 or $473,000, again, every time I come up here, I question whether those are valid numbers without seeing any of the major details on what it is they're purchasing, playground equipment, those types of things. Last time I talked about pickleball courts that I'd still like you guys to look into if you're going to put them into some of the parks as well, because this city is woefully lacking in courts. And so here's playground equipment. We have hundreds and hundreds of people playing pickleball, and yet I've not heard one discussion about pickleball. In anything, we have 4 courts out at Hidden Valley that really need to be reworked. So, when you're throwing around $473,000, I know that they did what was it, pre-stressed concrete, and I think he put in 8 permanent courts. Of course, they didn't put in lights, so we still have no place to play at night. So, you know, when you're looking at throwing around $500,000 for parks, I'd really appreciate it if you guys would start looking at the fastest growing sport in America with over 4 million people, and there are people who actually retire to communities that have got 30, 40, 50, 100, 150 courts.
Would you please bring it back to the bid, the item 7 for Ellen's Park Playground improvement?
Well, I'm just saying that I'm not sure that that's really good use of money for the playground equipment, considering how many people are out there. Again, without doing a survey, I don't know how many kids are playing on those playgrounds at each of the parks, but I do know what the turnouts are for people playing pickleball and the need for a park and to be able to do that. So again, $473,000 is a lot of money, and I'd love to see you guys put it on something that the citizens, and I know they've asked, they asked Von Hartong a number of times about parks, and so here you guys are putting it into a playground.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. With public comment and a motion by Vice Chair Herman for a block vote of 6 and 7, do I have a second?
I need to make a quick comment.
Okay, with a second by Commissioner Andriola and Commissioner Clark, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record and for full transparency, I personally interviewed Catherine Nelson. I interviewed other people who worked with her. This was not a rubber stamp situation. I think she's got a great reputation, has done an excellent job in the past. So I normally, and I don't want to be talking out of both sides of my mouth, normally I want to see as many people that apply as possible. However, I got good recommendations and a good interview with her, so I recommended her, and then the chair has now recommended her. So I got a chance to interview this lady, and I thought she would do a good job, and based on her track record and based on people who'd worked with her on the Planning Commission, they were happy with her work. So I recommended her. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. With a motion and a second, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. It looks like that motion should pass unanimously. Yes, 5-0. Thank you very much. We are now going to move and open our public hearing. Okay. The next item, item 11, is a public hearing, and I'll have the manager read that in, and I'll talk about what we'll be doing with this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Item 11, public hearing appeal of the Washoe County Director of Planning and Buildings, partial approval of short-term rental administrative review, case number WSTRAR 22-0013, Gupta, which sought a Tier 2 short-term rental administrative review permit for a maximum occupancy of 14 persons at 1447 Tyrrell Drive, Incline Village, Nevada, 89451. The Tier 2 STR permit was approved for a maximum occupancy of 12 persons in accordance with Article 329 short-term rentals and Article 809 administrative review permits of the Washoe County Development Code. The applicant and property owner are Sanjay and Jantika Gupta. The property is located at 1447 Tyrrell Drive, Incline Village, Nevada, 89451. The assessor's parcel number is 126-560-33. The parcel land is 0.001 acres in size with a master plan designation and regulatory zone of Tyrrell Village within the Tahoe area plan. The applicants are Linda L. Smith and Paul E. Smith. The board should consider the record of any additional evidence presented during the public hearing and may confirm reverse, or modify the appealed action based on its interpretation of the required standards in accordance with Washoe County Code 110.809.20, Section E, and Washoe County Code 110.912.20. Virtual public comment is available for this item from Incline Village, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So this is a public hearing and it concerns a land use application. This item will begin with a staff presentation on the procedural history and a summary on the background involved. After that, we may hear from the applicant's representatives as well as any opponents that may have filed an appeal in connection with this matter. Then the public will be allowed to speak under public comment, all of which will conclude the public hearing portion of this item. At that point, I will announce the closure of the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further questions and discussion to the board. When that is done, I will either make a motion myself or ask for a motion of one of you. If there's a second on the motion, I will ask for a brief further discussion among the board, after which I will call for the vote. As in all other items, if a majority of the board votes in favor of the motion, it passes. If not, it fails. If necessary, I will call for a new motion at that time and subsequently until the matter is concluded. When we get to the time for making motions, it's important that we stay focused on the particular issue that has been brought before the board. If it is an appeal of the decision of one of our lower boards, our development code places the burden of persuasion on the person or entity that has filed the appeal. This means that they are responsible for convincing the board that a significant error has occurred when the matter was considered below, and that we need to take action to reverse that error. It's also important to keep in mind that whatever motion is made, it must be based on a standard of review that applies to land use proceedings. The Nevada Supreme Court has identified that standard as substantial evidence. So substantial evidence means specific facts in the record that would support a reasonable person making a particular conclusion. In the staff report, you will note that there are findings that need to be made one way or another. It's preferable that your motion identify which findings cannot be made and point to the specific facts of the record to support your motion. And I will look to our attorney if a case ends up in court and the court is unable to find substantial evidence, then the court will rule that the decision was made arbitrary and capricious and will overturn our decision. And I don't know, Ms. Canderas, do you mind just giving us examples of what evidence could be?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to make sure the microphone was on. The simple way to think of evidence is maybe just think of like a show that you've seen on TV like Law and Order, so it can be witness statements, documents, expert testimony, photos, any of those kind of things that will help the trier of fact, which is the board in this case, determine if there's substantial evidence that supports whatever decision they make. And since the appeal asks the board to overturn a decision of a lower tribunal, the Planning Commission, the person who, the appellant, the person making the motion needs to provide evidence. And so it's not necessarily evidence to say, I don't like it. The Supreme Court is not going to consider that evidence. It would have to be actual, something quantifiable, like I said, something that you'd see in court. This will result in some kind of harm to the harm to the property. So that's basically it. It's kind of common sense. It just sounds very complicated.
Well, thank you for that. So I will let the staff give their staff presentation, and then I'm hoping the applicant will give their presentation. They'll have 10 minutes, and then opponents as well may have 10 minutes. So there's equal time on the board for both. So Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, Trevor Lloyd, Planning Manager with Planning and Building Division. Yeah, before you today is an appeal of a director's approval of a Tier 2 short-term rental. A Tier 2 short-term rental is a short-term rental with occupancy of between 11 and 20 people. The approval was for 12 occupants at this location. Proposed the subject property is located at 1447 Tyrol Drive in the Tyrolean Village community of Incline Village. So on March 7th, the Washoe County approved a Tier 2 short-term rental, which is a request for over 10 occupants. In this matter, the applicants originally requested for 14 occupants. However, Washoe County granted only 12 occupants due to the parking limitations of 4 occupants per parking space. Then on March 15th, Washoe County received an appeal of this Tier 2 STR by Linda and Paul Smith, who own the neighboring property at 1437 Tyrol Drive. The appellants contend that the required parking spaces for the short-term rental do not meet minimum Washoe County parking requirements, as these spaces are not located within the applicant's property boundaries. They also contend that per the HOA's legal counsel, the applicant is allocated only 1 parking space. Now, Washoe County staff based the parking calculations on the number of designated parking spaces allotted to the unit in accordance with Section 319.15B2 of the Washoe County Code. The appellants also argue that the director ignored the letter from the HOA's legal counsel when determining the 3 parking spaces. The appellants were referring to the December 29th, 2022 letter from the Tyrolean Village HOA's attorney. However, according to the follow-up email from this same attorney on January 4th and an attached letter from the Tyrolean Village Association dated January 2nd, 2023, the HOA identifies 3 parking spaces associated with the subject property. All of these correspondence are available in your packets. Now, staff is offering 2 motions. The first motion is if you disagree with the decision of the director and wish to overturn that decision, we offered that motion. The second motion is to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the director. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Okay. If we can have the applicant come up if they choose to present on this. And Madam Clerk, will you please put 10 minutes on the timer?
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. A great opportunity for me to come and present. Is my presentation going to be up there? Okay, great. Yeah. So I want to thank the board members, for their feedback and comments of the Tyrolean Village. I think I received through this process a lot of feedback, so I'm grateful for that. So today I want to basically address some things that we have done to proactively mitigate some of the concerns that were raised. So I'm going to bring that up today. And I'll also...
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry, yeah. And I will also like to, bring up some concerns I have, to the community here. So if you, I need to click next slide. So let's talk about some of the improvements we made. A number of, members of the community at Tyrolean Village said that they're concerned about noise, they're concerned about, essentially bad behavior on part of, guests. So what we've done is we've installed cameras, in all our decks. We have minute sensors that are installed. You can see them over there. And what these cameras and minute sensors can do is they'll record, again, all the cameras are on the exterior of the property. So because of privacy concerns, we should not be putting them inside. But the minute sensors, which are basically, they record noise, they are on the interior of the property. And the idea is that we would be able to essentially see any behavior which is, causing noise or any disruption, and maybe call the residents to come and the renters to come and collect it. So this is again just a concern that was raised by the community members, so we have addressed that. We've also installed like monitored fire alarms, which is a primary alarm, which will allow if there is a fire alarm that gets triggered, it will give a direct signal to the fire department to come and address it. We've also put in escape ladders. We put warning signs on our driveways. The property has high decks, so it's not safe at many places, especially kids. So we've done all of that. We've installed motion sensing track lights. These are all things that we have done proactively to address resident concerns. This is our listing, Airbnb listing. And in our Airbnb listing, there were concerns about pets. So we've said, okay, we are not allowing any pets on the property. there won't be any parties or events. There was concerns being addressed, assessed, hey, you shouldn't have a party in your home. It's disruptive to our neighbors. So we actually, put that in there. And again, we are not allowing any smoking. So these are, again, all things that we have done proactively, from our side to address any concerns, from the community. Now, having said that, I have some concerns that I would like to bring up. And the first concern is about parking. So this is essentially the garage and the driveway we have today. So if you look, in the driveway, we have, you can park 2 cars in the garage, and we have parked 2 cars in the driveway. Now these cars that are there, they're like mid to large size SUVs. They're about 16 feet in length. And even then you can see the yellow line marker, which basically a line that goes from, a snowplow marker to a tree, which is there on the road, because that's basically demarcates the road in some ways. So you can see there's plenty of space to even park 2 vehicles. Now the HOA has granted us 2 parking spots inside the garage and 1 vehicle to be parked sideways. But, from whatever I can see, like even our neighbors, the way they're parking, they all park, head into the driveway. And I have not seen any kind of disruption to the traffic. Just looking at the pictures, you can see, there is going to be no disruption to the traffic. And we've run some measurements, for what the length of the driveway is. And per our measurements, the length of the driveway is about 22.5 feet. I also have a letter from the previous owners who confirmed they lived there in that property for the last 6-7 years. They confirmed that they were parking like 4 vehicles in the property, 2 inside the garage and 2 in the driveway. So again, from our standpoint, at least from my standpoint, we purchased this property about 5 months ago. From at least our standpoint, that's what we were told during the purchase process, that you can park 4 vehicles in the property. So again, it's a bit of a concern for us that we realized that we got approval only for 3, even though the previous owners have confirmed they were parking 4 for a long period of time with no objections from the board members. I have raised these concerns. I provided these measurements to the HOA, and I've done that over the last 4 months. I have not received a single response back saying that what was the basis of them allocating 3? Were there measurements being done? Was there other concerns that they had? There was no evidence provided to me to say that this is the reason we are approving these 3 parking spots. Our own common standards for parking within the Tyrolean Village CCNR say that the common parking spots, which are shared among all the members within the community, they have to meet a standard of 18 feet by 8 feet. So based on our measurements, which I have supplied to the board, and visually you can see, our parking spots outside the home definitely exceed that standard. So that's one concern. So again, from my standpoint, the fact that I'm not getting any kind of response back in terms of any evidence or any data to support their decision is something of a concern for me. In general, what I find is that there is a lot of discussion around how the STRs are abusing the neighborhood. And there are items being told, we've been told as STR owners, we've been told that STRs consume excess water, trash, and sewage. Now, my concern there is when we hear this is that we need to have some data and evidence to support it. We need to have some measurements to support it. And I have not yet seen any measurement from any member which says that based on the measurements we've conducted, even on a small sample size, STRs do actually consume more water. They actually consume more sewage. So far, there has been just anecdotal evidence, pictures, and just verbal commentary saying that they do actually, but there is no data or evidence that at least I have seen. Just a very rough estimate, because STRs usually are occupied only on weekends, that even at a 40% occupancy, an STR would consume the same amount of water, sewage, and trash as a family of 4 living in that home full time. So even a very rough check does not seem to kind of correlate with at least the assertion being made that STRs do consume excess water and trash. And based on all these narratives, which in my opinion are not grounded in evidence, the board is actually implementing some really stringent rules on the STR owners. They, for example, want to ban tier 2 and 3 STRs. They don't want to allow check-ins after 10 p.m. in the night, meaning if a guest is delayed because of snow or traffic, they won't be able to get into the home. No pets will be allowed. They will impose new fees on us. So this is all things being implemented by the Tyrolean Village HOA board on the STR owners. So I cannot help but feel that the STR owners are being targeted in the community. So finally, what I'll say is that at least from my standpoint, we have complied with all the requirements that are in the code for the tier 2 STR. I think the building department has been very diligent. They've gone through each and every concern methodically and addressed it. Those concerns were whether there were permits not available in our home, whether there were bedrooms in there which were not permitted or kitchens were not permitted. They went through every concern, in a methodical and systematic manner, and they have addressed it. We've gone ahead as STR owners, implemented additional items, which was not even required, like cameras and noise sensors and things of that nature. And for the reason that we want to be a good neighbors. We want to listen to them. We want to basically make sure that their lives are not disrupted while allowing us to do what is allowed to us by law. So again, and we are committed to that process. I'm still saying that we are committed to listening to our neighbors. If they have a concern about a renter misbehaving, they can come to us and we'll change the way we are screening basically these renters. So we are committed to working with them. But I still feel that imposing such stringent new rules and regulations on the STR owners, in my opinion, is not justified. So lastly, what I want to say is that I really want to thank the building department, actually. I mean, they've been awesome. I think they've been very meticulous. They've been diligent. They've gone and addressed every requirement or every concern that was raised. In my opinion, they are awesome. I like to specifically call out Ms. Katie Stark. I've worked with her for the last 4 or 5 months. She's been really thorough and she's been very responsive. She was even responding to my messages, even when she was sick. Mm-hmm. So in my opinion, she sets a great standard for, Washoe County. She's a role model. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if we can add 10 minutes for the, oh my gosh, the opponents on the appeal.
Will they put up my PowerPoint?
Let's just see. I want to make sure we have it.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Linda Smith, and I'm appearing before you on behalf of concerned neighbors of Tyrolean Village. Our appeal requests that you revoke a Tier 2 permit, as well as reverse in whole or in part a Tier 1 permit for this particular property. Our presentation is in 4 parts, starting with the character of the community, the impact of short-term rentals, a rationale to revoke and reverse these decisions, and suggested motions for the Board of Commissioners to consider that our legal counsel will present to you. Character of the community. We're a rural forested village, 226 standalone single-family and detached residences. We're on 2,000 square foot parcels. It's not the 43 square feet that are mentioned in the staff report. It's an extreme fire hazard area, snow area with a sensitive land classification. We have small homes built in the 70s and 80s. Many are 1,200 to 1,500 square feet. It's not the mega mansions that everybody thinks about in Incline Village. Everything outside of our parcel footprint is common land owned by the HOA. Our occupants are singles and couples, 80 plus years old, many of us, and many of us have lived in Tyrolean Village for more than 20 years. We bought when the county STRs were not regulated, and we know that changed in April of 2021, which resulted in a rush to convert homes into STRs because now it was sanctioned, and there also was concern that Washoe would cap the number of permits. Character of our community. Roads are narrow, unimproved. There's only one way in or out. This is a photo of the road in front of the subject property. Please note the difficulty of fire and emergency equipment trying to get through this narrow area to the elderly at the end of the street. We have no street lights, no bear boxes, no fences, no walls, and there's no meters, which means that we're centrally charged for water, sewer, and trash. Our utilities consume over 50% of our HOA budget. The federal and state government, starting in 1989, started to buy up lots to reduce the density, but frankly, STRs have reversed the benefits of this government action. Part 2, impact. Currently, there are 31 short-term rentals in our small community with 2 more permits pending. The white rectangles on this map show you where they're located. 81% of the owners are out of state. We have occupancies from anywhere from 4 to 14 at one time in a single unit. Several are unlicensed and operate anyway in defiance of county law. All the other counties bordering Lake Tahoe have put limits on the number of STR permits, which puts pressure on Washoe and particularly on Incline and Crystal Lake, because these are the only places you can convert to mini hotels. Typical STR parking problem. They don't abide by our 15-mile-per-hour speed limits. They don't go the right way on our one-way streets. They don't abide by the noise ordinance. And putting in monitors doesn't help. It only detects after the fact. They don't abide by the ordinance on events such as bachelor parties and weddings, and they don't abide by the occupancy limits on their permits. This is a photo of 2 days' worth of trash from the STR across the street from the subject property. They dump trash on our roads, they endanger our wildlife, their cleaners dump all of their trash into our TVA bins, and they shift the utility cost burden to residential homeowners while putting profits in their own pockets. We've also had problems with unleashed dogs, as well as, did I go too far? Went too far, sorry. There we go. Workforce housing, we know, is a priority of this commission, and it's been almost eliminated in our Tyrolean village. All but one of the homes that sold last year was converted to a short-term renter. And short-term rental owners are now suing our HOA, further burdening us financially. But the worst problem of all is we are being pitted against neighbor because of STRs. Many of us have been subjected to harassment, verbal threats, physical abuse. We've called the hotline numerous times, 68 times. This is higher than any other single community. But there's virtually no enforcement since Steve Oreo left the staff. Further, the STR office released our personal names and resulted in us being personally targeted by these STR owners. The Nevada revised statutes puts limits on the fines that we as an HOA can impose. It's $100 per violation, which means, in effect, it doesn't stop the violation. It has no fiscal impact. So why issue permits if occupancy and parking limits are not being imposed? This is an example of a harassment in which the individual was simply told he was parking the wrong way. He was driving the wrong way on a one-way road. Thank God his wife intervened. So reasons to revoke. This is parking in front of the subject property in February of this year. Tyrolean Village is unique in that our garages and driveways are on common land. This land is not owned by Mr. Gupta. Further, to access this driveway, he must go over an easement referred to as Parcel V. I ask you to see in our appeals document Exhibits 2 and 3. This violates the Washoe County Code, which specifically says no STR parking is allowed within access easements or the public right-of-way. So we're asking you to enforce your own code. Letters that were sent by our property manager or by the attorney were sent prior to realizing that this garage and the driveway don't meet the parking standards of your own code. Further, your code indicates that within the STRs, that they receive parking spaces limited to the number of spaces that are allocated to the unit. It's in bold there. So what we would point out is that since 1968, our CC&Rs and our rules and regulations have allotted 1 parking space per dwelling unit. This is not new, and garages are considered to constitute the guaranteed parking space. So whether a vehicle can fit is not the legal standard in determining allotted parking. So we're asking you to revoke the decision on the Tier 1, to change and modify the Tier 1, the Tier 2, change and modify the Tier 1, because there's only one parking space, and I'm going to ask my attorney to come up and explain the motions we're suggesting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rick Hsu on behalf of the appellants here, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Your staff actually pointed out the evidence in the record. You have a dispute. Is it one allocated space or is it 3 allocated parking spaces? You have that ability to make that decision. So with that in mind, the first motion that I put on there, I just want to frame it in a way that allows you to make evidence based on substantial evidence in the record. And the language I want you to focus on is the express finding at the very end, the express finding that there is only one parking space per residence in the community. Now, this actually creates a little compromise. I'm not going to talk about the second motion, but we'll talk about the first motion, which is to reverse the decision based on the express finding that there is only one parking space. The compromise here is that the applicant can still get an STR Tier 1 based on one parking space, while at the same time, you as the county commission can address these chronic parking problems in this beautiful community known as Tyrolean Village. Now, what is the evidence in the record to show this? Well, your staff already talked about it. You have a letter December 29th, 2022 from legal counsel. And before we do that, we need to start with the actual language in your regulation, which uses the term, the number of spaces allotted to the unit. So in that December 29, 22 letter, she uses the words allocated. And she says the recorded CCNRs for the association allocate only one parking space per unit. In cases where a garage is built, the garage is allocated one parking space. We submitted to you on appeal the actual CCNRs and the rules and regulations which say the same thing. The rules and regulations say owners are entitled to one parking space per resident under the CCNRs, and garages are considered the guaranteed parking space. That's singular. One parking spot allotted, and which is different than the garage. I submit to you that the evidence of the 3 just means how many vehicles you can squeeze into the space. And you get the choice to decide. You get to make a decision based on an express finding that there's only one parking space per residence. That alleviates the parking, that helps alleviate the chronic parking problems in this community. And you have evidence in the record. Again, December 29th letter and the actual language that we submitted on appeal of the rules and regulations in the CCNRs. In conclusion, we ask that you file a motion, or I'm sorry, make a motion to reverse this decision based on this express finding, which is supported in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have quite a bit of public comment. Does the board want to have any discussion before we open it up to public comment? Okay, Madam Clerk.
So we'll start with the folks in Incline Village first. I believe we have Mary Lou Kennedy up first.
At the library?
At the library.
Oh, great.
She's not here.
She's at the library.
She's at the library.
We're waiting for the Zoom connection.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for listening today. I'm here to request that you approve the appeal challenging the STR licensing of the property at 1447 Tyrol in Incline Village. I previously sent a letter with pictures, a copy of a letter that I had sent to Ms. Katie Stark of the Washoe County Planning Commission in December of 2022. My husband and I have been homeowners in Tyrolean Village since January 1997, now 26 years. I was a teacher at Incline Elementary School, and we raised our young son in Incline. The appeal of Tyrolean Village, other than being affordable to an Incline working family, is that it was a small, quiet community which was designed for single-family residences. Since the change in 2019, which now allows STRs in the unincorporated Washoe County area, there has been an explosion of STRs in Incline, including Tyrolean Village. It is destroying the quality of life for residents and taxpayers who choose to make this community their home. Had we not purchased our home in 1997, we would no longer be able to afford to live in Incline. As you know, real estate prices have soared, and along with that, the number of investors, the majority of whom are out of state, have seized the opportunity to purchase properties which allow them to use a property just a small portion of the year, if at all, and take advantage of the sizable income benefits of owning an STR. The result is that there are no longer affordable buying or renting options for local working families. We are asking you to revoke the Tier 2 STR permit approved for 1447 Tyrol and either deny or place a condition on the Tier 1 permit, allowing no more than 4 occupants. Please consider the following points when making your decision on this appeal. Based on the parking requirements outlined in the STR regulations, the 1447 property as an STR should be limited to 1 parking space, guaranteed to homeowners in the TVA, CCNRs, since the garage and driveway are on common area property. 1 space would allow no more than 4 occupants. Tyrolean Village is an HOA in which all homeowners equally share the dues, which cover services such as water, sewage, trash, and road maintenance, allowing STRs with occupancy up to 10 for a Tier 1 permit and up to 14 for a Tier 2 permit places an unfair burden on other resident homeowners, most of whom meet the 2 to 3 person average for Incline Village residents.
Thank you.
That is everybody in Incline Village at the library that would like to speak, and so we'll move it back to chambers. First up, we have Nicholas St. John. You don't want to speak? Okay. Paul Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul Smith, and I live 2 doors north of 1447 Tyrol. This is a brief summary of my submitted testimony. None of my neighbors, nor myself, can expense the financial cost of our appeal today, but the STR owners can write it off because they run a business. All of my neighbors, including myself, have lived peaceably for decades with the 1968 CC&R allotment of 1 parking space per unit. In fact, in 1992, we neighbors agreed to help anyone in the HOA to build a garage by removing parking spaces and coverage in the common area to help neighbors build a garage on common land. Tyrolean Village is the only HOA in the Tahoe Basin that can convert open parking places to garages, and we do it as one neighbor helping another. In contrast, the STR owners demand 2, 3, even 6 spaces and sue the HOA when the spaces are properly denied. 1447 has a garage built on common land under the garage program only because all HOA owners gave up open parking spaces and land coverage for their benefit. The owners of 1447 have given up nothing and instead want to be treated special by having their garage counted as 2 spaces instead of the allotted 1, plus using their driveway as a designated parking spot. This is not the action of a typical TVA owner. Such a selfish claim creates unequal treatment of like HOA owners and insults the current 145 owners, including some STRs, who have only 1 street parking allotted. To make matters worse, the county staff approved a Tier 2 based on this converting common land to parking. Every owner in TVA had to sign off on the receipt of the HOA CC&Rs and rules and regulations when they purchased their property. These CC&Rs have not been changed since 1968 with reference to the parking allocation. For county permitting to be allowed to overrule the HOA governing documents is the act of a dictator, not an elected body that claims to encourage HOAs as a preferred structure for new developments in the county. Please vote to support the appeal and deny the Tier 2 permit for 1447 Tyrol. Then, because we cannot appeal Tier 1 permits, please inform the county permitting staff that when an existing HOA parking allotment is stated in the HOA governing documents, that parking allotment determines the STR occupancy. Thank you for the opportunity to help direct your thinking and actions to the benefit of the communities.
Spot of Trossin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Svata Trossin, and I'm a full-time resident at 1461 Glarus Court at the top of Tyrolean Village since 1998. Glarus Court is a cul-de-sac with 5 residences at the street level, as well as a double garage and a triple garage. 2 additional residences are lower down the side of the mountain, with stairs providing access from the street. Only 3 of these residences are occupied full-time. The rest are second homes. However, one of the street-level residences is currently being rented as an STR, even though it does not have a permit. It is often rented to 2 or 3 families, with children ranging from toddlers to teenagers, as well as pets. This adds 2 to 3 additional cars parked in the court. They are on vacation and are usually excited to get an early start for their activities, hiking, swimming, skiing, etc. So there is noise quite early or quite a while as they pack their cars and equipment for the day. The children with their pets often run and play while waiting for their parents to load the cars. So barking and shouting starts early and continues for quite some time. The peace and quiet we experienced for years has disappeared. I happen to be a night owl, which means that I go to bed at midnight and get up at 8 a.m. This noisy environment early in the morning often awakens me and disturbs my circadian rhythm, particularly annoying at 84 years of age. Rentals are increasing, as is the noise level and length of time before they leave for the day. The peace and quiet that we enjoyed before STRs were allowed is long gone, unfortunately. The owners of this particular STR seldom come up to check the house. This is simply an investment for them and not a second home to enjoy. We purchased our home because we liked the quiet, friendly atmosphere. It was a neighborhood where we could socialize with our neighbors. Never did we imagine that there would be various strangers frequently rotating in and out, disturbing our friendly neighborhood. I'm concerned that the same problems will occur with 12 people renting at 1447 Tyrol, just a few doors away from me, whose request for an STR permit has been submitted. I would respectfully ask you to stop approving additional STRs in Tyrolean Village so that we can restore the peaceful, friendly neighborhood that we experienced when we purchased our homes. Thank you for your time.
Beverly Hughes.
Thank you. My name is Beverly Hughes, and I live 3 doors from 1447 Tyrol. I bought in Tyrolean Village in 1970, and I have lived there since. My current house was built in 1980, and we built a garage within our parcel since we wanted an attached garage. My house is my home and not a profit center. My taxes are high, and my HOA fees are considerable. But I value the peace and quiet we have in Tyrolean Village. Short-term rentals do not respect the absolute quiet we have in the mountains. Simply talking on the deck carries many houses distant. The higher the occupancy, the more noise. Summertime is especially difficult since our windows are open and there is no air conditioning in the mountains. SDR creates inequality between HOA members. The SDR owners are in the neighborhood to make a profit at the expense of the HOA-supplied roads, water, sewer, parking, landscaping, and common areas. I enjoy and value my neighborhood, and the SDR owners look at the HOA as an investment. They have no long-term interest in the property like me, living there for 53 years. The HOA CC&R state that membership in the association shall be limited to unit ownerships. All common areas are for members, i.e. owner use only. We all pay the same monthly dues and benefit equally from the services. The Community Association Institute warns HOAs that they can subject to double taxation should their common areas become open to public use and if a fee is charged. Commissioners should understand that the STR guests will be using the tennis courts, the trails, the streets, the trash areas, and in fact, all common area in a private HOA reserved for members only. However, now that we have SDRs charging rent, same as fees, will the assessor decide that our common areas are now being used by the public for a fee? Will a tennis court be taxed, raising my HOA fee? Please stop dividing homeowners and residents from SDO owners and SDR renters. The SDR owners take from the other members for their profit. The residents create and preserve and enjoy the mountains. It is as simple as that. So I ask that you support the appeal and deny an SDR permit for 1447 Tyrol that would allow a football team plus to occupy the modest 2,500 square foot chalet. Thank you.
Christina Hill.
Hi, thank you for listening to us today. I'm a longtime land use planner in Lake Tahoe. Served on the Washoe County Board of Adjustments for many years, right there. And I'm a full-time resident living in Incline Village for the last 30 years. I respectfully ask that you vote to appeal the staff's decision to allow for short-term rental at 1447 Tyrol based on the following. The parking, as you've heard, is not on site, but in the common area. And please note that the Homeowners Association does not plow the snow from the driveways of the garages. So we don't have Washoe County planning. We have our own private snow removal, and they don't plow your driveway. So there are people that are going to come up to this STR at night, in the nighttime, will have to shovel the driveway in order to park there. And I live in Tyrolean Village and share a walkway with another chalet. And it's a long walkway, and I've gone to the next door neighbor, knocked on the door and asked, could you please help us shovel this walkway? Because it snows a lot there. We still have 10 feet of snow in our yard. And the person answered the door, goes, we don't know how to shovel. And that is the truth. People don't know how to shovel. How are they going to park in that driveway, let alone the garage, if they don't have a shovel in their car? They don't know where the shovel is. They don't know how to shovel. So I don't think that's an option. And they're going to park in the street, and that would be a violation of the permit, which we know is rather unenforceable. I know the owner has said that he's going to have noise and cameras, noise sensors and cameras, but who will be monitoring that? And who will enforce that if it exceeds the noise level or exceeds the parking? Are they going to drive up from wherever they live to tell the homeowners to, they have to shovel the driveway? The HOA has already taken steps to ban Tier 2 SDRs. And they've also taken steps to require that there be a local contact within 10 minutes of the site. Who is that going to be? That hasn't been identified by the owner. They say there's no evidence of excess water or trash. Well, as shown in the photo that was submitted by the appellant, they just
Thank you.
Next speaker is Daniel Zom.
Good afternoon. We are Dan and Donna Zom, and we live at 1483 Tyrol Drive in Klein Village, in Tyrolean Village. We have been residents in Tyrolean Village for 8 years and know the community very well because we walk our dog Sunny, right back there, frequently around the neighborhood. I have a background in commercial real estate, and Donna has been in banking and customer service. Together with all of our other neighbors and property owners, we are the beneficial owners of APN 126-54034, listed by the Washoe County Assessor as common area use only, common area land owned by the HOA. The exhibits you have seen from the appeal today are clearly show that the garage and driveway at 1447 Tyrol Drive are totally located on common land referred to as Parcel V. This parcel is jointly owned by us and our neighbors and is not owned by any one parcel or individual for their exclusive use. Common area land owned collectively by the entire HOA should not be used privately and or for profit-making enterprise to the benefit of the owners over the others. As stated in the appeal, the county code prohibits the use of common land identified as an easement to be used for parking. You are being asked today to just enforce your own laws. We purchased our home in Tyrolean Village because it was a very peaceful, quiet neighborhood zoned for single-family residential use and was not zoned for commercial short-term transient use like a hotel or a motel. It is beyond us why the county permits short-term rentals in our residential neighborhood. Short-term rentals are clearly a commercial profit-making use, which is inconsistent with our single-family residential zoning. They should only be permitted in commercial zones. When we walk through the neighborhood, we see the many problems caused by short-term rental owners that you have heard about today. So we ask that you ensure your staff, your short-term rental staff, have the resources to police and enforce the problems created by these short-term rentals. I would like to bring one other thing up, and that is in Friday's Tahoe Daily Tribune, there's a very interesting article about the Douglas County Commissioners overlooking fire, first responders, safety in their short-term rental program.
Thank you.
Diane Schmink.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Diane Schmenk, 1443 Tyrol Drive. I'm 2 doors away from 1447. On the front end of the STR issue, which should recognize but does not, are those Nevada citizens who have created desirable residential neighborhoods. We have become the unwitting, the unwilling, and very exploited backbone of the STR industry. The vigorous promotion of the STR market by the real estate community has added fuel to the fire. STR investors have been granted preference to monetize and repurpose our residential neighborhoods. Indeed, bias over Nevada citizens who have paid Nevada taxes for decades. We have supported our communities and have brought stability and homegrown value-added benefits to Nevada. STRs are for profit. Adding insult to injury on the back end of the STR issue, it is those same exploited Nevada citizens that are left to endure the in-your-face fallout of our STR concerns. STR noncompliance requests get defensive, and it begs the question of violence, which is the insane and new normal response for any grievance, real or imagined. Our constant reality is an intrusion of entitled strangers into our neighborhood. STR 1447 is requesting occupancy for 12 renters. 12 is more than a football team. This is an immoral request and is disrespectful to the quality of life for all the neighbors. No residential neighborhood should be subjected to a revolving door football team. The Tier 2 permit should be denied. The sanctity of our homes and neighborhoods is being sacrificed on the altar of money and greed from within and without. Thank you.
Next up, we have Doug Flaherty.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Doug Flaherty, Incline Village, Nevada. By the way, I didn't hear the Mr. Gupta's representative identify himself, and you guys didn't ask him to do that, which is very odd. The rest of us have to identify ourselves. Cumulative impacts. Cumulative impacts result from the tyranny of the incremental impact of small decisions when added to other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions, regardless of what agency or person undertakes such other actions. Cumulative impacts result from individually minor but collectively significant actions taking place over a period of time. To allow a Tier 2 SDR, in this case, incrementally adds fire evacuation peril, since we do not have a roadway by roadway fire evacuation capacity evaluation in Incline Village or Tyrol. Incrementally adding public safety issues with regards to parking and noise. Any incremental impact resulting from a Tier 1 to a Tier 2 rental is adding cumulative impact. And where does that stop? It needs to stop here. We need to quit endangering our public, and we need to abide by our own rules, regulations, code sections, instead of incrementally, inch by inch, granting some sort of a special approval, thereby ignoring incremental cumulative impacts. Thank you.
Mary Meeker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Meeker, and I'm a licensed property manager who manages STRs and other various rentals. I am also the treasurer-elect for the Silver State Fair Housing Council here in Nevada. And I just wanted to share today that I recognize the concerns that the neighbors and the people that have lived in Tyrolean Village have. My goal today is just to reassure them that as a property manager, I take very seriously the compliance piece of this. I was disturbed to find out that there might be an STR operating without a permit. Definitely not something that I would condone. In that, I just want to share that My primary focus with guests is to screen them appropriately. We don't allow just anyone in. I do an interview of these guests that will be coming and staying at 1447 Tyrol. In addition to that, I just want to say that regardless of the board's decision on this, whether the Tier 2 application is approved or not, that I am committed to the neighbors and to Mr. and Mrs. Gupta as their property manager to ensure compliance, to work together with the neighbors to make sure that we live and function in a cohesive manner. I also own a property in the Tahoe area and recognize the concerns about the garbage and the things that have been raised here today. My goal is never, ever to create an issue with the neighbors. I want to listen to the neighbors and their concerns and just want to reassure them that as a licensed property manager, I will do my very best to keep things under control at 1447 Tyrol. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. What I've noticed here, and I've been paying a lot of attention, is there seems to be people on one hand that want to make a lot of money, because we have to have money to live, and people that want to live in peace, right? They want to have their old home the way it was. Well, who can blame them for that? But obviously it's, what does the law have to say, right? What I would like to do is hire him. What I would like to do is when I stand up in front of Governor Lombardo and give him his song, his good song, is to say, why don't we dissolve HOAs, because they can be nasty.
Ms. Weatherly, will you please bring it back to
I am, because wasn't this all about an HOA? Wasn't that the majority of the issue was an HOA?
Of a Tier 2 short-term rental.
Okay, which is part of an HOA, part of a community, right? Short-term rentals.
But bring it back to the specific item.
Okay, let's see. So the appeal, I would go with the residents, you guys. I would, because I have seen what Highland Ranch Homeowners Association has done to my neighborhood. It's ugly. So I would say we want to live in a place of peace, obviously, because peace is good. But when you don't have a handle on things, and like maybe you build a football stadium for strangers, maybe there's nobody to hold them accountable. Maybe there's no follow-up. Maybe there's no consideration of the people that are being ruined by these things. And I'm not saying that you're a ruiner, not at all. We need to make money. But, okay, so here's the deal. What does God have to say about this? Is money evil? No. The love of money is the root of all evil. He says we're supposed to watch out for each other. We're not supposed to be HOA, which is hostility, or advocacy, right? We want to have things in place where the good people finally get a chance to be heard. So since my $5,000 hasn't come in yet, and since I don't have my own car, I will be leaving you before the end of the session, which makes me sad, but that's the way it is. So thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe that's everybody in chambers who has signed in. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? So with nobody volunteering, I do have 19 emails that were submitted that will be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, now this is an opportunity for the board to address the applicant or appellant or staff. I have some questions, but I certainly want to allow my fellow board members to ask their questions if they'd like to do it first. Do I see Commissioner Andriola signing in? Okay.
Thank you. I have a legal question. It's a broad question. Do HOAs actually have, can they supersede an STR? If an HOA were to put in restrictions for whatever provisions an STR allows, can an HOA have that legal ability to essentially ban STRs if one wanted to do that and the homeowners wanted to do that? I'm just curious at a high level.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do not know the answer to that off of the top of my head. What I would like to do is, if for legal questions on this, I have DDA Jan Gustafson here, who does the land use. As you guys know, it's a very intricate area of the law. So I'm going to have her come up, and if we have legal questions, maybe we can address them to her, and she may know the answer to that off the top of her head. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jen Gustafson through the record to the Commissioner. Can you hear me? Is it on?
Yes, it's on.
It is on. Okay, there we go. Jen Gustafson for the record through the chair. The short answer is yes. An HOA is a contract. CC&Rs are contracts between the homeowners association and the people who live in that area. And so if an HOA takes steps to say, in our community, we are not going to allow short-term rentals, and individuals are renting out their homes for short-term rentals, then they may be in hot water with their HOA. That is separate from the county regulations. The county regulations, we have county code that have a permitting system for STRs in our community. Simply because an HOA were to ban short-term rentals in their development doesn't actually have to do with county regs. And you can see in our STR code, there's a provision which talks about that. It says essentially, yes, even though you have a short-term rental permit, that doesn't excuse you from complying with your own HOA's regulations. So hopefully that answers that question.
It does, but to flip what you just said at the very end, if you flip that, you could purchase a home and follow all the compliance with an HOA and get an STR, and that wouldn't prevent somebody from getting an STR.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So anyway, I'll defer to that later. I'm going to try and get my arms around that a little bit, but I do have one more question. Specific to this item, Madam Chair, specific to this item, what is the legal interpretation? We heard from the appellant's attorney, and also from the appellant, Ms. Smith, about the word allocated, for a garage, and that strict interpretation of that. And I'm just wondering, allotted versus allocated, yeah. So I'm just wondering how you interpret that. What is the legal interpretation?
Right, I haven't looked into that specifically, but allotted, allocated, designated, these all seem to be sort of interchangeable words. If it's designated or allotted to that particular property, then I think that's the general.
Kind of the spirit of the meaning?
Right.
So there isn't really a differentiation?
I'm not aware of any differentiation between allotted and allocated.
Okay. One more. In terms of common area for an easement from a legal perspective, how is common area defined? So for instance, the garage that was actually built, as my understanding, as presented on common area. But the garage is owned by the owner, but the owner doesn't own the land. Is that the interpretation?
That's my understanding. I think Mr. Lloyd may have more information about that, but my understanding is that, yes, the garage is built and owned by the homeowner, and the garage sits on top of common area, as do all the garages in the Tyrolean Village. That's my understanding.
Unless it's attached to a home or any garage?
I don't have that information.
I mean, it's an important point, I think, because there's a distinction that's been made, and I'm trying to understand that myself. So I just am looking for the clarification of that distinction.
I'll do my best. Now, through the chair, thank you, Madam Commissioner, for your question, and it's a good one. Tyrolean Village is really unique in this regard. Each of the property itself is the residence, right? So if you look at the property boundary, it is the residence, and throughout the years, I believe that the that there has been an allowance for garages to be constructed within the common areas throughout Tyrolean Village. So it's not unique to this one property. You'll find it in a number of situations throughout Tyrolean Village.
But it was counted as part of the STR process in terms of allocated or designated as an additional parking area. Is that correct? Was the interpretation of the process as the STR applicant went through?
Yes, it was. Per the letter that was provided by the Tyrolean Association, they identified the two spaces within the garage as counting towards the overall parking for the STR.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask the appellant's attorney?
Yes, but Trevor, before you go, I have a question on the same issue. So just while you're there, the driveway, is that owned by the applicant or is that common area?
It is common area. Mm-hmm. It is not access easement. It is, according to the recorded documents that we have reviewed, it is part of common area as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Sorry, yes, now you would like to speak to the appellant attorney?
I would just like to ask, thank you so much. So I'd like to ask you the differentiation between those terms because you were, you presented that information with a distinction. So if you would be so helpful to explain what that distinction is, and is it based on a legal interpretation?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Andriola. The words allot come from allotted. That comes from your regulation. There's no other definition interpreting that. That means you have some pretty broad discretion on how you interpret it. We ask that you interpret it as follows, based on the CCNRs and based on the rules and regulations and the letter dated December 29th, 2022. They all say the same thing, which is that the recorded CCNRs allocate, they use the word allocate in the letter, allocate only one parking space per unit. In cases where a garage has been built, the garage is allocated one parking space. That means if you have a garage that you can fit two. What if you can fit three? It's still allocated one parking space. And to me, I would ask that you as the commission, you can make that interpretation and you can decide that allocated, allotted, they're interchangeable and governed by the CCNRs and the rules and regulations that say the exact same thing, one parking space. It's the other letters that you have, the emails that were presented by by staff, to me, those talk about how many spaces, how many vehicles you can fit into that one allocated parking spot. If you have a garage that can fit two, you squeeze two vehicles in it. Under the CCNRs, the way they have been written, as interpreted by the rules and regulations, it's still one space. We ask that you find that way. I don't think there's any risk to you in finding that way because your decision will be supported by substantial evidence in the record. Any other questions?
No, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. I see that Commissioner Clark, were you signed in?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as a lifelong real estate broker in multiple states, 47 years, property manager, 40 years, property manager, and I just want to bring everybody up to speed. The state of Nevada encourages HOAs. And the reason the state of Nevada and many counties encourage HOAs is to prevent what's taking place here today. Most associations you own, they're all different. There's dozens and dozens of HOAs in this county, and they're all different. They all have their different rules and guidelines and CCNRs. Usually the developer, the builder, and their law firm, and they put these together. And anybody who buys a unit in these subdivisions has to get a copy of the CCNRs and agree to that before they finalize their purchase. They have to look at this and they have to understand what they're buying into. One of the things that in this group is kind of helpful versus short-term rentals in other areas who are not members of associations, homeowners associations. This particular homeowners association can act on a lot of things and enforce this and fine people. And I've seen people lose their homes because they didn't comply with HOA rules and regulations. The fines were so high, and the properties were sold. They put liens on them, and they sell the property. So that's some background. Most of these associations, especially if it's a condo type situation like this, you only own the air space from wall to wall, from the inside paint out. Many homeowners associations can maintain the driveways, they maintain the exterior paint, they maintain their exterior landscaping, they maintain the roofs. There's a lot, everyone's different. They're like fingerprints, they're all unique. You have to study before you buy in those associations. And so I just wanted to bring the other members of this body up to what's taking place here. The driveways, the green areas, the swimming pools, the tennis courts, anything that's outside your footprint of your living space is considered common area. As a former assessor, that's how we assess common area. You have your tax bill for your property, and then we have the common area assessed, and then that's divvied up amongst the homeowners there. So that's a little bit of background for everybody to make a determination on what's taking place here. So in this particular case, you know, the best remedy for these folks, the homeowners that live there, is to have a good management company, which is different than a property manager. It's an association manager. Review your CC&Rs. Make sure you get a good lawyer to enforce those CC&Rs, and you don't have situations like this. The wild card that you have is the short-term rental designation by the county. So that's something different here, and that's what we're allowed to rule on. And you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, I'm a capitalist. I believe in private property rights. I think everybody should make as much money as they can make legally. And the other side of that coin is we've got people who live here. This is their home. They don't want to be disturbed. With proper screening and proper fines and deposits and things levied against the bad actors, you can all get along in harmony. So that's just my perspective on what's taking place here. Seems like a lot of talk about this, but you know, it's accurate information that everybody has to understand. There's some lawyers in the room, and I think they'll agree with what I've said so far. And if not, they should say something about it. But you know, that's where we are at this situation. We're trying to have to settle a neighborhood dispute over what's taking place here, and it's putting us in a position that we've got to rule against somebody and for somebody, and quite frankly, we always have to take consideration of the folks who occupy, the people who live in these places and are full-time residents. So we'll vote how we vote, but that's just a little background I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. And here's where I am at this. When I ran originally for office, I wanted to make sure we had common sense rules and regulations on STRs because they were already being proliferated throughout Incline Village and Crystal Bay, and people needed to know what they could and couldn't do. And I know that there's always work to be done on the program, and I plan to bring back to this board looking at caps on STRs for the long term, certainly. And I feel like having a consistent program that is very understandable is the key to success for everyone, so they know what the rules are, they know what they can and can't do, they know when they buy their property what they can and can't do. And of course, this feels incredibly complicated because of this common area issue. And so for me, as someone who originally worked with the staff intensively on this original, the STR rules, I wanted one of many major concerns, but a major concern is parking, because that's when you feel it in a neighborhood that you've got maybe a lot of people around, is you see a ton of cars. So I wanted to ensure that the parking was on site on the property. And so to me, I just don't see how I can move forward with, I would like to grant the appeal and allow for only 8 folks to be in this STR, because there are only 2 parking spots that are on the property, that are owned by the property owner, and the common area is that area that could be 2 spots, could be 1 spot, and I don't think it's consistent. So that's where I'm at today. I feel like we need to really look at Tyrolean Village more closely as a county and see what these common areas are, so it's laid out more clearly, and perhaps, as Commissioner Clark said, the HOA can help us. That's where I would like to go. I think Mr. Gupta, and I don't like the accusations that he's just trying to make money. We don't know what he's trying to do. I feel like many people I speak to that own STRs, they want a piece of Tahoe, and they can't live there full time, they can't afford it, and this is a way that they can do that. So I also don't like those accusations on, what his purpose is for the property, and I feel like he has done a really good job of, adding these motion sensors and wanting to be a good neighbor, and that's the compromise that I see moving forward today. And I just want to make sure for the staff, for the record, have there been any citations on this property or call-in complaints, et cetera?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. To my knowledge, there have been no confirmed violations.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, I see you're signed in again.
Yes, I would like to have the attorney for the appellant back up. I think we need some real clarity here. They're allowed 1 parking spot per unit. Is that correct?
That's what the CCNRs, as modified by the rules and regulations, state. It's us lawyers, we would call that a legal fiction. You have 1 allocated parking spot, even though you can squeeze in 2 or 3 vehicles in that 1 space. I would also like to clarify for Commissioner or Chair Hill that the garage, the 2-car garage, is still on common area. It was a special program that TRPA allowed to accommodate the homeowners. One of the homeowners talked about that. It's still on common area, but you have 1 garage, 2 vehicles in there, and I believe you have the power as the commission to still interpret it and uphold the fact that the HOA, CCNRs, and the rules and regulations, as modified by the rules and regulations, still say 1 allocated parking space, no matter how many cars you can squeeze into the space. That would result in 4, an STR Tier 1 permit, allowing 4, and that would be a much better compromise than having 12.
Sure. But just again, for the record, 1 parking spot, whether it's on common area, there's no other place to park but common area, and you're allowed to park 1 there. They might have over time built some garages, but they don't own the garages. The community owns the garages.
They are assessed on their garage. They are assessed.
I want to find out.
It gets, I'm not sure if it's in the record, it gets a little bit more complicated. The land is owned by the HOA, it's common area. The garages are built, and sometimes there's some, I don't know what you'd call them, there's leases, so to speak, but I don't know on this property, but what I've seen or heard is that there are leases for the garage space that the owners sometimes have. It's not consistent. This is all kind of a hodgepodge deal in this community from years and years ago. But again, I want to still direct this commission to that rules and regulations and the CCNRs of 1 equals 1. I mean, no matter how many you can squeeze in, it's still 1 allocated space.
Sure. And I'm going to check with the assessor. Maybe it's common area for the land, and maybe the improvements are valued to the owner. So that could be happening as well.
That's a good question, Commissioner Clark. I didn't actually look at that up, but the space, I'm sorry, the parcel, I think it's identified as parcel V or Roman numeral 5. It's still identified as common area and taxed that way. I don't think there's any personal property or improvements on there that are taxed separately, but that's a good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm ready to move forward with a motion. I see staff coming up.
Madam Chair, if I may. Kelly
Yes.
Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. I just wanted to provide a little bit of additional context on this, especially when it comes to interpreting the CCNRs or not. Certainly when we were developing the standards related to SDRs, HOAs were a huge piece of that conversation. And there was definitely desire from a lot of folks in the community for Washoe County to enforce what was in the CCNRs and interpret what was in the CCNRs. And part of those conversations and with the district attorney's office and with this board at that time made it very clear that Washoe County would not be interpreting or enforcing those CCNRs. However, as we put in the code that, issuance of a short-term rental permit does not relieve you of the requirement to comply with regulations, any other regulations that may be in place. So I just want to be clear in terms of the conversation about what the CCNRs say about one spot or not. That again, Washoe County at this point is not interpreting what's in the CCNRs when it comes to multi-unit complexes, such as this one. There is a provision in the code that we go by which spaces are designated in a place like Tyrolean Village, which, as Trevor mentioned, is definitely out of the norm. We rely on a letter that is provided by the HOA that identifies how many spaces have been allotted to the unit. So that is what the determination for issuance of the Tier 2 STR was based on, that letter that indicated that there were 3 spots designated to this property. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear and on the record.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you for that last point. I'm going to kind of zoom out, and the two kind of guiding questions that I've been listening to on both sides of the story is, was the process followed and did an error occur? And basically, this predates even your election when the public workshops first started in August of 2019, first reading in February 2021, second reading in March of 2021. I looked at the website, it outlines how you get a permit, the renewals, complaints, the process for payments, inspections, and so forth. And then taking all that information and looking at the owner of the property, was he a good neighbor? Did he follow the process? I believe he did, and in many cases exceeded the expectations. And basically, I think we're here to decide whether or not the process was followed. And if, in my opinion, I believe that our Director of Planning and Building, in granting the 12 versus the 14, was taking the consideration of space in mind and using that letter as the basis for that decision. I mean, I'm in support of that, the Director of Planning and Building's decision.
Yes, and I think that's where I am having, a heartache over this, because I do think that the staff, they made the right decision with the information that they had. I still think there's some difficulty on whether we're allowing people to park on common area, and I as someone like that really was pushing on, making sure these rules were consistent. I still am in favor of reversing the decision, but happy to take a motion if folks, or I can make the motion and we'll see if it carries. Anyone else want to say anything? Commissioner Andriola?
Madam Chair, I am not prepared to make the motion, but I will share the sentiment that I have is that, and it was just confirmed that there wasn't any responsibility, these are my words, to enforce the interpretation of HOAs and CCNRs. And it looks like the CCNR calls for 1 parking spot. I am wondering, on a Tier 1, what are the allocated, I don't know who I asked that, What is the allocation for a tier 1 in terms of number of occupants?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, through the chair. A tier 1 is really based on the number of occupants, and it's 10 or fewer occupants per STR. There's a number of factors that go into determining what that occupancy can be at a tier 1, and one of those factors is parking. We had mentioned. The ratio is 4 occupants for every parking space that is available. There are other factors such as square footage of habitable space of the STR, but in this instance, the issue at hand is certainly the parking. So I hope that answers the question.
It did. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else signed in, so I will make the motion. Reverse the decision of the Washoe County Director of Planning and Building and deny the Tier 2 short-term rental administrative review, case number WSTRA R22-0013 Gupta. This would limit 1447 Tyrell Drive to a maximum occupancy of 10 persons as approved under the Tier 1 STR permit. Do I have a second? All right. If I don't have a second, that motion dies. It seems like the motion dies. So looking for another motion.
Madam Chair, I move to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Director of Planning and Building to partially approve the STR administrative review case number as issued in the staff report for a maximum occupancy of 12 persons.
Do we have a second? Okay, well, those were 2 decisions we could make today. No second on that? Well, that motion dies. So I look to legal counsel. What do we do now?
I think at this point you've put they've given you the 2 recommendations, and I would assume at this point there's no action. Does my co-counsel have any other, I mean, if you don't have the votes, you don't.
Well, and maybe we can just, let's hear an overview on the recommendations again. Perhaps folks just need to be refreshed. Could, I don't know, Mr. Lloyd or the attorney? Or could we put them up on the screen as well?
Jen Gustafson for the record. I was just going to read them for you.
Okay.
So the options that have been presented in your staff report, you've essentially 2 possible motions that have been provided for you. So should the board agree with the Director of Planning and Building's partial approval of Tier 2 short-term rental administrative review case number, then there's the case number there, staff offers the following motion. So one motion could be, based on the record of appeal and the evidence presented at the public hearing, move to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Director of Planning and Building to partially approve short-term rental administrative review case number for a maximum occupancy of 12 persons. So that was the decision that the Director of Planning and Building made. If this board does not agree with the director's decision, then of course your decision is to grant the appeal. And then the motion would be based on the record of appeal and the evidence presented at the public hearing, move to grant the appeal and reverse the decision of the Director of Planning and Building and deny short-term rental administrative review case number. So those are the 2 motions that have been provided for you. And I think that's
Thank you.
Basically.
All right. Well, I know 2 of us know what's going on. No, I'm kidding. But I was just curious, what are you guys feeling?
Can I ask clarification on your original motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
So did you have, you limited it to, did you limit it? We only have these 2 options.
No, I'm only doing
you're following.
I'm following the reverse of to a maximum of 10. Yeah.
So may I ask legal?
Okay.
So the only 2 motions, the only 2 considerations this body can take action on are the 2 that were just presented to us, correct? We can't add any additional conditions with, for instance, number of occupancies still staying within the parameters of a tier, a designated tier for an STR.
I'm hesitant to do that because of the process that this goes through to be approved as far as changing occupancy to something unless it's substantially supported somehow in the record. I think if there's no action today, I would assume that the action stands of the body below you. So if you don't take any action today, it's going to have the effect of affirming the granting of the short-term rental.
Thank you for
too.
that clarification.
So, yeah.
Okay.
And so for additional clarification on the motion that was presented as one of the options that you originally stated, how many residents how many
10.
occupants?
That would be 10 for the tier 1. Or this board doesn't take action, which it sounds like this board isn't going to take any action.
So somehow I missed the 10.
Commissioner Clark is also signed in.
So I'm just going to say that if, I don't know legally if a motion can be put back on the table, but I apologize. I missed the 10, and that's what I was looking for was that number. So I'm just going to make that statement. Thank you.
Could we allow both sides another 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and now that they kind of know what all the discussion's about, to see if they have anything else they'd like to add before we try and do something here? Possible to have them back up? I'm asking.
I mean, do you have a
Mayor?
particular question for them? Because I think
No, I just I would like to see both of them hearing all the proceedings to see if they have any other thoughts that have come to mind in the last hour or however long we've been on this. Thank you.
Okay, well, if the Ms. Smith or Mr. Gupta want to come up for public comment, they can certainly do that. Mr. Gupta is coming up. Yes. And if you'll put 3 minutes on, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Great. Thank you for inviting me back. A couple of comments I do want to make. Tyrolean Village is like a townhome, multi-unit townhome complex. So in a multi-unit townhome complex, like any condo, association, the parking is usually not inside the unit. It is usually out there on common land. So under those circumstances, what you generally do is you go to the HOA and ask, which are the spots are allocated for me, right? I mean, that's a process you will follow. Okay, I allocate spots number 1, 2, and 3. These are your spots, and you will only park. So that's the process you follow. And obviously, when you apply for a permit, you provide that evidence to the building department saying, I got allocated 1, 2, and 3. And based on that, you assess the occupancy for my unit. So it's the same process here, so to speak, in Tyrolean Village. And granted, the garages and the driveways are built on common land. But the building department did go to the HOA and asked them, so how many spots have you allocated for Mr. Gupta? And they came back and said that on the common land, we have the 2-car garage, those 2 spots are allocated, and you can park 1 more vehicle in the driveway. So it is no different, in my opinion, if you were to, have a similar, situation with, let's say, a condo inside a kind of a multi-unit kind of a complex. So it's the same process. So that's the reason, originally I asked for 14, and given that there were only 3 spots that the HOA allocated in that board letter they sent, we reduced the occupancy down to 12, which I'm perfectly fine with, as far as the rules are concerned. So that's number 1. Number 2 is, I know there is a lot of talk around this 1 parking allocation. If you read the CCNR documents originally in Tyrolean Village, it says 1 or more parking spots are allocated for each unit. It doesn't say 1. That 1 parking spot allocation most likely came in as a rule, an R&R amendment, which was not challenged by anyone. So it just went through. But if you look through the original CCNR documents, it says 1 or more units, 1 or more parking spots will be allocated for each unit. So I'm certainly happy to furnish the copy of the CCNR, because in the CCNR, that was mentioned. To me, it's common sense, because if only 1 spot is allocated, let's say for me, and Miss Smith also has one spot allocated for me, then can I park in her garage in the second spot? So to me, it's very confusing, or should I keep my garage open if I park one car so someone else can come and park inside? This whole one, quote unquote, one allocation is very, very confusing in my opinion. And per the CCNR, it should be, one or more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if this can be seen. Maybe I put it that way. First of all, and with all due respect, our CCNRs do not say one or more. Second of all, again, I'm going to read your rule 1110.319.51B2, which specifically says that it's what is allotted to the unit is what should be the number that is used for the short-term rental permit. And our CCNRs clearly say, and our rules and regulations clearly say, one allotted space. I'd like my attorney to clarify.
Thank you once again. I've represented public entities on my career. School districts, cities, counties. I've also been on the State Ethics Commission for 8 years, served in a quasi-judicial capacity. You are today serving in a quasi-judicial capacity, which means you get to interpret your own regulations within the framework of the HOA, CCNRs, and rules and regulations. It's not an error for you not to interpret or consider that at all. And that's what we've been pointing out is it's one allocated. There's a legal fiction that you might be able to squeeze more, but it's one. The rules and regulations modify the language to say one, and you have evidence in the record to reverse this. The bigger question is it going to be based on evidence that there's two spaces because you can fit two cars in the garage, or one based on the HOA, CCNRs, and rules and regulations? You can choose either of them because you're in a quasi-judicial capacity to make that decision, and there is evidence in the record. So it's not necessarily you have only two options. You do have the ability to pick yes, reverse, no, affirm, but you can reverse with an express finding of either one or two. I submit to you one is the better way of doing it, especially if you're concerned about this unique neighborhood where people are parking on common area. The driveways are common area. You have snow problems. You have all kinds of problems. You have the ability in your judicial capacity, quasi-judicial capacity, like you're a judge, to fashion that remedy. And I submit to you, we ask that you reverse it and make the express finding of one based on the CCNRs and rules and regulations. It's the fairest compromise that you can have here. The applicant still can get a STR1 permit, and 4 people can stay there, and it's not going to create that problem that you would have with 12 or 4 people, 2 different families with 3-4 cars coming in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see that we have code enforcement in the room. I just have a question sorry. If you could please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill. My name is Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager over the Code Enforcement Program for Washoe County Planning and Building.
Thank you. If someone is an owner and parks, let's just even say 4 cars on that property, and someone calls in a complaint versus someone is a STR user and calls in a complaint, how do we manage those complaints?
So the Code Enforcement Program would only address complaints related to the STR program that actually regulates parking in this instance. Otherwise, there's no parking regulation whatsoever conducted by the program for just a regular owner that's not operating in an STR. So it's entirely possible that somebody could park multiple vehicles beyond what the CCNR said and that would be entirely an HOA responsibility to enforce.
And if Mr. Gupta and his family were enjoying the property with 4 cars versus an STR with 3 cars, we wouldn't enforce the 4 cars as a county?
Actually not technically correct. So once you are issued an STR permit, the property is then bound by all of those regulations as long as that STR permit is in effect. So even if it was just his own family members, they still would be subject to the STR standards approved under the permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I don't know if any other commissioners have questions or comments on that. If anyone's ready to make a motion?
I guess I'd just like to reaffirm that I believe personally, after reviewing all of the material, that the process was followed by Washoe County staff. And I do not feel comfortable as a body getting into the weeds on different CCNRs and HOAs. I don't feel like that's a good place for us to be making decisions at a policy level. I'm relying on the process that I walked into as a new commissioner. I'm looking at what is in place, what you've helped develop, and as far as I can see, the information provided to me meets the process followed. And that's just where I'm at, and I just wanted to state that again.
Absolutely. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Andriola.
I appreciate Commissioner Garcia's point. I too just walked into this, and one thing is clear, not related to this item, but certainly related to short-term rentals, is there's more work to be done. That I think everyone can agree upon, but I still would like to get clarification. I understand the 2 options, but on the option to approve the appeal and reverse the decision, in terms of is there the ability to actually change the occupancy from the 12 to another number? And is that what you did, Commissioner Hill, in your original motion was 10?
No, I put 10 because that is what a tier 1 goes up to.
Okay.
I think now I think I see what you're asking, and maybe I wasn't clear at first, Commissioner Andriola, so I apologize. So as the adjudicatory body, you can decide what amount of parking there is. The staff has told you that they looked at the letters from the Homeowners Association. They look at the garage, and they decide that there were three spaces, and that's their factual determination. The appellants argue that you should only look at the definition of parking in the HOA document, so that's their interpretation. And I suppose if in this record you go, well, we've got the 1 designated parking space, we have the garage, that's 2. You could make a finding that there's 2 parking spaces, and then that would be a maximum occupancy of 8, because you are fact finding. That's where we got talking about, like, what is the evidence showing you today? So there's evidence for all 3 points of view, and that's where the rubber meets the road. So I can't tell you what to do, but.
No, I genuinely appreciate what you just said, because that is what I was looking in terms of going to 8. And that is exactly what I was trying to ask in terms of that clarification. So if we have the ability to actually interpret what we've been presented with from all parties, and we can put it into a tier 1 with 8, is that within our purview?
I would say yes, and what I would ask is you make the motion to deny the short-term rental permit 2 and make a finding of substantial evidence that there's 2 parking spaces, one that allocated from the Homeowners Association, the other on the garage, assuming that's what the evidence you're relying on, and so that there should be 2 parking spots resulting in 8 people, and it will be a level 1 short-term rental.
Tier 1.
Right. It'll still be a 1.
So you know what I really want to say, don't you? If we didn't have everyone in the room and it was just you and I'll go ahead and second that motion. So I'm not sure if I'm going to make the motion in the proper way, but the spirit of what I'm trying to achieve with this motion is to move to approve the appeal and reverse the decision of the Director of Planning and Building to partially approve the short-term rental administrative review case number WSTRA R22-0013 Gupta for a maximum occupancy of 8 persons.
And I would also add, based on the finding of 2 parking spaces.
Based on the findings that were presented to us, that it is designated as 2 parking spaces for the property.
And I'll second that. Any questions on the motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay. I'm not sure how that all shook out, so let's see. Okay, 4-1. Thank you very much. All right, we will now go, actually, we should take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:30. We are coming back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for May 9th, and we are going now back to item, we're staying on the public hearing, but I'm opening the public hearing on item 12. Mr. Manager, if you could please lead us into that item.
Yes, item 12, public hearing. Appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's approval of special use permit, case number WSUP 23-0003, which is the Prana transmission line in construction of a 5-mile-long, 340 kilovolt generator in line connecting the Prana substation to the Fort Sage substation, which is a utility services use type. The transmission line will run along Rainbow Way from the intersection with Calvetta Way to the existing Fort Sage substation. The special use permit approval also included approval of a request to waive of all landscaping requirements in Article 412 of the Washoe County Development Code, Chapter 110 of the Washoe County Code, and appeal of a request, approval, of a request to vary the maximum height of 35 feet, 35 feet, to allow for attraction up to 150 feet in height. The project meets the standard of project for regional significance because it entails construction of a transmission line that carries 60 kilovolts or more. It will require approval of the regional planning authorities, therefore an approval at the county level would take effect. The project also requires amendments to the regional utility corridor map to identify the location of the new transmission line. The applicant is Ala Peacock, and the applicant for the special use permit is Prana Renewable Energy LLC. The proposed project is in the High Desert Area Plan and has a master plan designation of rural and is within the general rural regulatory course. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record and or appeal and testimony and materials submitted at the board's public hearing. The board may affirm, modify, or reverse the Planning Commission's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just briefly for folks who missed the opening of our last public hearing, I just wanted to go over the rules for today. This item will begin with a staff presentation on procedural history and a summary of the background involved. After that, we may hear from the applicant's representative as well as any appellants or opponents that have filed an appeal in connection with this matter. And then the public will be allowed to speak under public comment, of which will conclude the public hearing portion of this item. For the appellants and the applicant's representatives, they will each have 10 minutes to make their case to the board. At that point, I will announce the closure of the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further questions and discussion amongst the board. When that's done, I will make a motion or ask for a motion from one of our board members. And if there's a second to the motion, I will ask for any brief further discussion around among the board, but then I will call for a vote. And it's very important on this that we, if we're appealing the decision of one of our lower boards, our development code places the burden of persuasion on the person or entity that has filed the appeal, who we'll hear from today. And it's important to keep in mind, whenever a motion is made, it must be based on the standard of review that applies in land use proceedings, so substantial evidence. And our attorney to this board already went over substantial evidence But it's just important for this board to remember that if a case ends up in court and the court is unable to find substantial evidence, the court will rule that decision was made arbitrary and capricious and can overturn our decision. So wanted to go over that. And I think we have a staff person here. We have Ms. Oakley.
Hello, Kat Oakley with the Washoe County Planning Division. The case before you today is a appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to issue and approve special use permit WSUP.
Will you bring the mic a bit closer? Thank you.
23-0003 for the Prana transmission line. The project site is located approximately 5 miles west of Flanagan along a number of parcels. And it is located within existing public and private utility easements. It falls within the High Desert Area Plan and is zoned general rural. And as you can see, this transmission line would run about 5 miles between the Fort Sage substation and a future substation to the north near the Union Pacific tracks. Flanagan, you can see there to the east, and then it is running parallel with the California border, which is nearby. Surrounding parcels in that area are generally private and undeveloped. There are, of course, a few residences within about a mile on either side of the transmission line corridor. The Planning Commission considered 2 requests within this special use permit. First, for the use type of utility services for the 345 kilovolt generation tie line or transmission line. Because the transmission line is over 60 kilovolts, it is considered a project of regional significance. So if the board today upholds the Planning Commission's decision to approve this permit, it would then go on to the Regional Planning Commission for a review of conformance with the regional plan. Included in this application were also requests to vary the maximum height, which in the general rural regulatory zone is 35 feet, and to waive landscaping requirements. The project itself will have elements up to 150 feet tall, specifically down in the vicinity of the Fort Sage substation to facilitate a connection to the open bus in that substation while navigating existing infrastructure. The rest of the line, again, about 5 miles and running along Rainbow Way, would be more in the vicinity of 100 feet tall. As I mentioned before, the line is 345 kilovolts. The reasons listed in the appeal, and you have the full text of that in your packets, are, in summary, risk of wildland fire and fire response, road conditions, public health concerns, and wildlife and scenic resources. I'm very grateful today that a number of people have come to answer any questions you have on their areas of expertise. So we have Dale Way, the Deputy Fire Chief, and Brittany Lemon, the Fire Captain from Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. We have Mark Sullivan, the Land Use Advisor to NV Energy. And then we've got Katie Anderle from the Nevada Department of Wildlife, who is the Western Regional Supervising Habitat Biologist. So they're here to answer questions specific to those topics. I, of course, am also here to answer any questions, and I do want to mention that a memo was distributed to you with a recommended condition should you choose to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to address concerns about the condition of Rainbow Way. I'll just read it so that everybody's aware of it. The condition reads, the applicant shall improve Rainbow Way between Fish Springs Road and APN 074-470-02 at the time of project construction to provide all-weather driving capabilities as described in applicant response number 5 from document named BCC 5923, applicant responses 4/26/2023. The applicant shall maintain the improved roadway as required to meet code requirements for the life of the project. That is, should you wish to use it, should you choose to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. That in mind, there are 2 motions that you can utilize today that are included in the staff report. First, if you agree with the Planning Commission's approval of the SUP, you can move to deny the appeal and affirm their decision. And second, the inverse, of course, if you disagree with their decision, you could move to approve the appeal and reverse that decision. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And back to the attorney, and perhaps this is Ms. Gustafson on standing. just before we have the appellant come up, I wanted to clarify, this board can decide if the appellant has standing today as well as part of this.
That is correct.
And I know that this board has been very lenient on standing, and I look to, and certainly even Commissioner Herman, because this is in your district on this, but I don't know if they're standing because they're, the appellant is 2,000 feet away, and we look at more of a 750 feet radius. But I do want to hear from Commissioner Herman on that, and want to make sure that if you want to hear from the appellant. Okay, you do. Great. So I will ask up the applicant's representatives first. And we will put a 10-minute timer if you'll just wait a second.
Before you start the timer, just
Sure.
a couple of housekeeping items. I have some hard copies I want to hand over. I
Great.
brought 10 copies. And then also, in the presentation, I have a couple of links that don't load up fast enough. And I was wondering if you could, while they're loading, stop the timer.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you
They
for
will
asking.
eat into my 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. And if you'll state your name for the record before you start.
My name is Sean Vimmery. I'm here to represent Prana Energy. Greetings, Madam Chair Hill, Madam Vice Chair Herman, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Andriola, and Commissioner Clark. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Nevada. My license number is 30686. I am also the founder of Prana Energy, the applicant for the transmission line project. My presentation today will be very straightforward. I am an engineer who specializes in constructing safe and sustainable structures for communities and the environment. That's what I've done for almost 20 years. You will see in my presentation today, this project won't be any different. Project location, to provide a better understanding of the project's location for those in the room who may not be familiar with it, this slide will contain the relevant information. The transmission line project is situated in District 5, aka Madam Vice Chair Herman's district. The project is adjacent to California, and the transmission line spans approximately 5.3 miles, connecting to the Fort Sage substation, which is owned by NV Energy. Moving on to the next slide. Commissioners, based on the distance alone, the appellant's residence is approximately 1 mile, and it does not meet the notification requirement of 750 feet for projects of regional significance. Therefore, we strongly believe that the appellant has no standing to appeal the Planning Commission's decision, and distance is a crucial factor here to consider. I'm going to talk a little bit about consistency. I'm going to shift our focus to another important finding in the staff report, which is consistency. As you're aware, the Planning Commission has already found that the Prana transmission line project being presented today is consistent with the high desert area plan. We urge you to consider the location of the appellant's residence in relation to the existing infrastructure and what we're proposing with the project. By doing so, it becomes clear that our project aligns with the existing plan, and the Planning Commission's previous finding of consistency further reinforces this fact. Here's a recent photo of the Honey Lake Valley showcasing its breathtaking beauty. The Reno Alturas transmission line, a significant transmission line for the grid, runs right through the valley and has operated safely in the area for decades. Our proposed transmission line will be located only a few hundred feet away and will operate just as safely in this region. I personally took this photo on one of our hikes with my family. We did find a crop circle for those UFO enthusiasts out there. Commissioners, one of the Planning Commission's crucial findings is that sufficient roadway enhancements have been suggested. In this photo, you can see the Fish Springs Solar Project with Rainbow Way visible in the background. Let's discuss how the Fish Springs Solar Project, which already exists, has given substantial upgrades to Rainbow Way. Today, almost a mile of Rainbow Way has an all-weather surface, making it safe for year-round traffic. This improvement wouldn't have been possible without the Fish Springs Solar Project. Similarly, we aim to enhance Rainbow Way north of Fish Springs Road in a comparable manner. Again, that photo, Fish Springs, I took that last week. This is where I'd like to load a couple of YouTube links, if I could
Pause the timer, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
The video is long. I don't need to go through it for more than 30 seconds. Just, this is the current condition of the Rainbow Way as of last week. I'll let this run for maybe 10 seconds, and then we move on to the second link. This is a very short one, and then the third one, the third link, I'd like you to start it and then go maybe to the last quarter of the video, please, like maybe the last few minutes. There you go. That's pretty good. Here's the improved portion of the Rainbow Way. What you're looking at is an all-weathered surface, trafficable all year long.
I'm sorry, if we'll pause the timer. I have asked for decorum in this room. I'm expecting the same respect that will be given to everyone else in this room. So please do not make me stop the meeting again, or we can take a break. Thank you very much. You can start again. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you for the video. I'm done with the videos. We can move back to the slides. Commissioners, we have provided the appellant with numerous documents and responses, assuming there is standing. Okay, we could have said there's no standing and not respond, but we spent hours responding to every comment concern they had, including references to the International Fire Code to explain how this process works, how the road will be improved. All of these documents have been provided to the board for review. Here's a close-up of the Rainbow Way. Again, I want to emphasize that the approval of this permit will not negatively impact public health, safety, or welfare. It will not harm any surrounding properties or alter the character of the area. District 5 is already doing its part in contributing to the renewable energy generation in Nevada, and our project will only add to that capacity. I'm not going to go through the whole table, but what this shows is ranking of 1 through 10 of various states in terms of solar energy production. Nevada, you can see, he's at 944 megawatts. It's not at the top one, but I'd like to mention this. On a per capita basis, Nevada is actually ranked #1 in the nation. This means that Nevadans are leading the way in transitioning away from fossil fuels towards a sustainable future. In fact, on a per capita basis, Nevada generates more solar energy than the states of California and Arizona combined. This should be something that all Nevadans should be proud of and underscores the importance of projects like the one you have before you today. Commissioners, I want to share with you this slide that shows my professional engineer stamp, and next to it is an excerpt from the Nevada Board of Professional Engineers. It reads, "The purpose of this chapter is to safeguard life, health, and property, and to promote the public welfare by providing for the licensure of qualified and competent professional engineers. I would like to reassure the appellant that the project is in good hands." If you could click the link at the top of that page, please. Commissioners, I would like you to take a look at this map. Okay, it quickly shows you all the large-scale solar projects in Nevada. Just take a look at this. This is what the renewable energy future looks like, and we're trying to help contribute to the renewable energy goals of the state. You can move back to the slide. Sorry. Okay, commissioners, I want to highlight that the Prana transmission line is not just a local project, but a project of regional significance for District 5. I took this photograph back in 2020. I've been going there regularly during one of our family picnics near Rainbow Way when my daughter was about 6 years old. She saw this one particular plant out of hundreds and began watering it. She's almost 9 and she's actually here today. Sasha? Commissioners, our project has also garnered support from the Electrical Workers Union, which represents over 700 families in Northern Nevada. You can find their letter of support included in the package of the documents before you. And my closing comments, I have 2 minutes. Commissioners, appeals are an important part of democratic process, giving all parties a chance to voice their concerns. Despite the appellant, we believe, having no standing in this matter, we took their concerns seriously and we provided detailed responses to each and every one of them, backed by technical studies and documents. I mean, engineers wouldn't do it any other way. While there were some comments made against Prana Energy, we rose above them and remained committed to respectful and professional discourse. Our goal has always been to deliver community-centric and environmentally conscious projects. And Prana transmission line is no exception. We fully support the decision of the Planning Commission and urge you to deny the appeal and uphold their decision. It would be an honor to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, we will have the appellant come up. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Ala Peacock.
Okay.
Okay, is this how it works? Okay, hello, commissioners. I have a small speech for you and a small PowerPoint. Thank you for listening to me. I'm sure that it doesn't matter what I say today, simply because Prana got millions of dollars to spend on this, and I got a piece of paper with some signatures on it. Prana got fancy lawyers backing them up, and I got an iPhone backing me up. But however, I'm still hoping to change your mind and say no to this project. My major concern from the beginning was fire safety, because we live in the middle of nowhere, totally off the grid. According to the National Interagency Fire Center, from 1992 to 2020, federal, state, and local fire services dealt with 32,652 power line ignited wildfires across the country. I divided that number by 28 to find out how many fires happen per year from power lines. It comes to 1,166 fires per year. There is a lot of fires that happen strictly from power lines every year. Transmission lines are a much higher voltage than power lines. In fact, these transmission lines are 345 kilovolts and belong to extremely high voltage level. When I brought up my concerns about fire to Prana, they specifically replied to me and assured me that they have current fire management plan with the nearest fire department, which was Doyle. So here is the picture of what Prana specifically told me. It says, page 8 of the permit application already lists Doyle Fire Department as the nearest fire station and the fire management plan included with the application as attachment G, prepared in consultation with Washoe County Fire Marshal and the Doyle Fire Department, details the equipment, training, and protocols necessary to ensure adequate fire defense during the construction and operation of the project, including water supply. Also, Brent Moore has made exactly the same comment about Doyle Fire Department. He specifically said they also contacted all fire department, it says right there, They contacted all fire departments, the one at the Army Depot, Doyle, Carson City, Bureau of Land Management, Fire Unit, and then there was another volunteer fire department. They contacted all of them. They prepared the fire management plan for the generation tie line. Those fire management plans had been shared and coordinated with all the regional fire marshals. And Mr. Moore thinks that regarding fire, it was mitigated. So in my next picture, I have a letter from Doyle Fire Department, specifically from the Doyle Fire Chief, stating that they have no plans, no sufficient equipment or training to go out to our area. The next picture, I have a letter from the Army Depot, which Brent Moore uses as their source of fire management plan, stating that there is no communication or agreements with this company. So Brent Moore and Sean V. Murray from Prana are two completely different people. Don't you find it odd that both of these people made the same exact typos? Because they called it typos after I called them out on it. Both listing fire departments that they have nothing to do with their project. The fact is that they lied and they got caught. How can we trust any of their promises? If I had more time, I would start checking on everything else. How many more typos would I find? If we can't trust any of their documents, Prana is making a lot of promises that sound too good to be true, and we, the neighbors, know that they will not be able to keep up with their promises because it is impossible. Truckee Meadows Fire Department that they're listing now is too far away, so it doesn't matter what they have to offer because they will not get there in time to save us. Because brush fire burns at 14 miles an hour. By the time any fire department will get there, we will burn, and there is just no chance for us. We have a tight community, and we are scared. Fire is a real threat for us because we have a lot of fires there. So the next picture is, I just want to show you how the Prana says that they will have the control of the dust, but that is impossible because, this is the current McCarthy solar project. And as you can see, completely covered in dust without any dust control. When building their project, they have cleared out all the sagebrush, which is a natural dust control. Sagebrush stops the dust storms and prevents it from turning into dust hurricane like this one. Prana is getting rid of sagebrush for their project, and that will be a huge mistake because nothing will be able to stop the dust. We have uncontrollable amount of dust. 14 miles of road, of dirt road to get to our place. Even if they fix Rainbow Road, we still have 14 miles, that nobody is going to fix. And no amount of water is sufficient enough to control a dust hurricane, which happens all the time, sometimes weekly, sometimes twice a week. It's bad on the dust. So the next picture is, this is a picture of Prana expanding their project already. This is a same mirror project, 5 miles long, that they want to build in California. And so this project is just the beginning of their project. They want to build an identical project in California. People of our valley don't want to be disturbed. They just want peace and quiet. We live in a beautiful valley. It is gorgeous views out there. And little by little, it's just getting turned into industrial field because more and more projects are getting approved. I'm asking commissioners to save the nature. If Prana starts building, the beautiful land will be destroyed forever. Transmission lines will cause permanent damage to wildlife. It will never be the same. This is my beautiful sunsets view from my house, and actually I live 0.7 miles away, and Prana is actually conveniently measured the farthest end of my land, which ends at 1 mile. Actually, I start at 0.7, and my views are directly at the Rainbow Way. So I can see Rainbow Way from my house, and I can also see Matthew Wine's house from my house. He lives on Rainbow Way, and his house is about 12 to 15 feet tall. At Prana's construction, it will be 150 feet tall, so my entire view is going to be covered with, transmission lines that are moved away from. So yes, I am directly affected because I do want to protect my views as well as many other things, but this is just one of them. I'm asking for commissioners to be fair to the residents who will be impacted and suffering every single day from this construction and afterwards. God is watching everything, and yes, I'm bringing God into this. because the meeting starts with pledging allegiance to the flag under God, with liberty and justice for all. So we are asking for our justice. Where is our justice? The government's supposed to be for us, not against us. Please be considerate to the people who live near Rainbow Way and say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will go to public comment unless commissioners have questions or comments. All right, let's go to public comment, Madam Clerk.
We have quite a few, so I will call a couple of names. First one, go to the podium. The second one, queue up and be ready. First up is Jim Linscott, followed by Penny Brock.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm here to speak in favor of the Prana transmission line on both items 12 and 13. I'm born and raised here, been here all my life, used to hunt in that country, still do actually. We go out there and camp and stuff. I actually bought property out there to be close to Rainbow Way because it is a easement for electrical utilities and also other utilities. So those utilities would help us be able to develop our property. So that's why I own property up there. So I think that it's a pretty good project for the highest and best use of that property out there. I think also, you guys are aware of this, it'll also bring in quite a bit of tax revenue to the county, which I've been hearing all day that we really need that. So thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Penny Brock for the record. I have concerns about this project. Where are the transmission lines going to be manufactured? Is American made? My greater concern are the solar panels. The solar panels are largely made in China. This is a huge problem. We want American made. Also, what is going to happen when the solar panels are no longer in use? We know that there's a problem with disposing of the solar panels. I think that's a huge thing that we need to look at as we look at our beautiful Nevada deserts and ask some serious questions for the future, for the state of Nevada, and for the children and the children's children that are to come. Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Valerie Fianacca for the record. I want to point out to everybody that slave labor is used to make those solar panels. I'm sure you're all aware of that. And thank you, Harry Reid, for instigating all that. I also have questions about the solar energy and where it's going to be exported to. Is it going to be used here in Nevada? Is it going to be exported to California for all their electric cars they're mandating by 2030? Are we going to bury all those solar panels in 25 years out in District 5? That beautiful desert? Because where are we going to put them? They're huge. My second question to y'all, and I want you to think about it, is this is a foreign company building a power line that I don't know if it overlooks Herlong Army Depot, but is that a security risk to us all? Do we need to be looking at that? They're going to have to service this power line occasionally. Are there security issues regarding Herlong that we need to be thinking about before we grant a foreign company access to build and maintain power lines that close to a military base in Nevada? Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Brent Moore.
Nicholas St. John again for the record. My concern with this is a lot of the same things that I just heard from Valerie. And I did a study years ago about what the electromagnetic radiation effect was on, in this case it was wheat, but a couple years after I did that study, MIT did a study showing the damaging effects of it for anyone who lives within actually a pretty close range of these power lines. I don't know what the density is out there. I mean, it's a pretty open place, but anyone who lives that's going to be near or under those lines needs to be aware that they're over the years have been increasing cancer risks and especially leukemia. And so that's one of the concerns. The other one that was just brought up was that it is it's in close proximity to one of our bases. And when I was asking the first presenter information about the company, I inquired if they had ties to any kind of foreign companies, which I thought was a reasonable request, at which point I was accused of being racist. And things got fairly heated. And so I think that the fact that triggered something should raise some red flags for all of you. It's not racist to ask if a company is tied to foreign companies, especially considering how much foreign companies are buying land and agriculture and all kinds of things in this country. And when you start putting that in proximity to some of our bases, I think that's a real concern that someone needs to have answered. Thank you.
Brent Moore, followed by Charles Hooper.
Thank you for this opportunity to publicly defend my work as a consultant on this project from the confused, libelous, and disrespectful statements which have been submitted to the public record by Mrs. Alla Peacock and Mr. Sean Vermery. My name is Brent Moore. I am a certified environmental professional with over 40 years of experience in public policy and land use planning, and was the lead consultant for permitting the effort on this project. My staff and I have worked alongside state and local agencies, perform an exhaustive due diligence, including a comprehensive environmental review and in-depth land use and public safety analysis in strict accordance with all applicable laws and policies. This work has been meticulously scrutinized and found to be complete and adequate by the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, and countless number of diligent Washoe County public servants. Unfortunately, Ms. Peacock and Mr. Vermery, neither of whom, to my knowledge, have any expertise in land use or emergency response planning, have called into question the professional rigor of the scores of scientists, technicians, analysts, lawyers, planners, and other experts who worked on this permit by slinging demonstrably false accusations of corruption, lying, errors, omissions, typos, and professional malpractice, including various accusations naming me personally. Although it is admirable that Washoe County allows the public to engage in the uniquely transparent example of direct democracy, the wild speculations and gross mischaracterizations of a pair of ill-informed lay people, completely lacking any fundamental evidence or even a firm grasp of the process in question, should not be allowed to sully the reputation of the Washoe County Planning Commission and the legality of its ruling on this permit. I implore you to defend my reputation and those of Washoe County staff and public officials by dismissing this frivolous appeal and upholding the right of Washoe County property owners to the use of the existing Rainbow Way utility easements and access easements to connect their properties to the grid, as is their prerogative and their right in this great state of Nevada. Thank you.
Charles Hooper, followed by Betty Thiessen.
My name is Charles Hooper, trustee of the Hooper Family Trust and owner of Calneva. I want to thank the Washoe County Board of Commissioners for this opportunity to present our side of this proposal. One thing the appellant, Ms. Peacock, and I have in common is that we both have children It is important that the Commission makes a decision with consideration of the rising generation. We are all God's children, and our children are our heritage. Now, a history of my background. Cal Neva has been in the Hooper family for over 70 years when it was purchased by my father shortly after coming home from World War II. The Hooper family moved to Reno, Nevada in 1963. I attended elementary school, junior high, and high school, graduating from Earl Wooster High School in 1971. I maintained my Nevada residence through my undergraduate education and attended UNR, taking graduate courses before going off to medical school in Pomona, California. I've returned to Washoe County, Nevada, frequently visiting family and friends. My family, consisting of my wife, 4 children, 6 grandchildren, all have an interest in the future of this project. Before my father passed away in 1984, I was given the charge of managing this land with appropriate stewardship for everyone concerned, family, neighbors, and public. All of my family has a love for Washoe County. My firstborn daughter, Sherelle, was born in Reno, Nevada in 1977. This project has benefits to the region, which includes Washoe County, Nevada, and Lassen County, California, potentially bringing clean, renewable energy to thousands of those in Washoe County and state of Nevada. Granting this conditional use permit is consistent in what Washoe County has previously granted with 4 other projects, which include, number 1, the Altura Center type project, a 345 kV transmission line of 160 miles between Alturas and Reno. Number 2, the Tuscarora gas transmission line, which is also on the Cal Neva site and permitted there and crosses Rainbow Ray. Number 3, the Nextera Solar Project. Number 4, the Con Edison Solar Project. In conclusion, the proposed Prana 345 kV transmission line of 5 miles would improve Rainbow Way into an all-weather, which would improve transportation, emergency services. This project will benefit everyone in Washoe County District 5 with future income to local businesses, gas stations, restaurants, local markets, such as Dollar General.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Mike Marrer.
Betty Thiessen, for the record. Well, they say there's so many benefits and all this solar. Well, I have 42 panels on my property not far south of Flanagan. I paid $46,000 for those, and they can't keep up with the power we use because of the clouds, everything. It's not a benefit. It sucks. But what sucks is that they would go into these people's neighborhood and put transmission lines up that are not safe. Why can't they move it farther away from the homes? There's got to be a solution to this, but these people moved out there for a reason, for peace and quiet, for their views, for less dust. Please vote no on this project.
Mike Marrer, followed by Tatiana Kiseleva.
Yes, hello, Commissioners. My name is Mike Maurer. And on this, I don't want to have the solar in our coming through our neighborhoods. It's dangerous, and the solar people have already, Charles Hooper himself, attacked all the Peacock, calling her a Russian squatter because he opposed her, which is just unacceptable. And we're getting threatening letters from Piranha Energy of them threatening to sue her if she doesn't drop her appeals. All the Peacock is not here just representing herself. She's representing our neighborhood. We elected her as our recorder to represent all of us. So for this group of individuals that keep saying she's representing herself. She is not. She's representing all of us. We just want to live in peace without having giant solar grids in our neighborhood. Where we live, we're surrounded by off-road vehicle parks in every direction. It's like a paradise for people that enjoy riding motorcycles and so on. We just want to be left alone, live our lives. Sorry, give me a minute. But our community, we are a rural area and agricultural. That is what we're not registered as an industrial area or industrial zone on permitting. Why these are being allowed into our community, I don't know. Have they changed zoning? Nobody's recommended or said anything to me about it. But I just want to have our valley stay a clean desert where we can live in our homesteads. Most of us are off-gridders, and we live, minimalist. And we just want to be left alone. We don't want giant transmission lines coming through our neighborhood. It's not good for anybody. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Tatiana Kasaleva, followed by Wendy Wickware.
Hi, commissioners. My name is Tatiana. This company broke into my quiet life and life of my neighbors to steal and destroy our peaceful living. We gave a lot of arguments and evidence, but all our evidence and arguments were twisted around and left us powerless, ignored, and unimportant. My family and I received undeserved accusations, humilities of insult, harassment, mental abuse, and discrimination. And I call him liar, not Alapikak. I call you liar. I see real plan of this company is against us and against our will. It want to put dangerous transmission lines. Today they want Rainbow Road, and next year they will want my road squeezed and capture our private road from us without paying $1. Because I already know about their next project in California. This is not the end of these construction plans. Where is guarantee that my road will not be next in their goals? They also want to take our water, which we use for living, to survive in the desert. They will waste this water for nothing. Where is the guarantee? It's enough water underground for this nonsense project and for us. Also, did someone think about rattlesnakes? Right now, the snakes are under control and undisturbed. When construction starts, it will disturbed. Constructions always disturbed all living creatures. The snakes will come over angry on our property, searching for new housing. Nearest help is ours away. I'm worried for safety of my child and grandchild. Also, tell Prana to stop making up fairy tale stories about the fire department. By the time any of the fire department will get into our valley, we will lose everything, even someone's life, because it's old people living there. Also, stop to threaten and intimidate. Me and my family, with their lawyers, we have rights to ask any questions and express our dissatisfactions. Or I will call my gypsy lawyer.
Wendy Wickware, followed by Richard Wickware.
My name is Wendy Wickware. I like to start with my address. I live at 655 Doyle Lane. Piranha tried to say that that is a fake address. The state gave it to me. Trust me, it's not fake. I live there and I am a real person. The dust picture that you saw isn't even half of what happens out there. And that definitely happens almost daily. We've had wells dry up and we don't use that much as we're a small community. The amount of water to control the dust is just non-existent. We have wild deer, wild antelope, wild horses. We have farmers that purchase grazing rights, and we have free-range cows. The roads are not made for commercial vehicles. When the first project was up, we got run off the road multiple times. If you're a wide load semi, you're not gonna make it around Turtle Mountain. It's just not made for it because we are a rural housing community. The dust that was kicked up was blinding. You couldn't see. It is not safe. It's not safe. And I live less than a mile away from where they're going to build it. So I am allowed to appeal it. And it's not safe. Thank you.
Richard Wickware, followed by Tammy Gardner.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Wickware, and I'm against the Piranha transmission line. Like she was saying, we live probably 1,500 feet from where they're trying to put the transmission line in. And then with all the construction, the last solar project, there was so much traffic. They'd put big holes in the road. No one took care of the road. They'd run you off the road, throw trash everywhere. Like, it's not worth it. It's terrible. I know it's easy for everybody else who doesn't live out there, but when you live out there, it's a big difference. We're the ones that have to deal with it. Nobody else does. It's us. Thank you.
Tammy Gardner, followed by Aurora Dancy. Tammy Gardner. Looks like Tammy's not here. Aurora Dancy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Aurora Dancy. I am the daughter of Amy Dancy, who is the owner of 505 Bonanza Lane, and she is closer, as you saw on the photo. Ours is the circular property, and also of Nevada Dancy. I am here to represent them both as they're in too frail of health to come today. They are both oxygen-dependent women, and when all of this dust gets blown up, it's silica dust, and it's the very worst thing that could possibly happen to them with their lungs. The other thing we're really worried about is the fact that there is a waiver for landscaping. So that means they're not going to contour the land to catch the water in the best possible way, which is just adding swales. It doesn't cost anything more. They're not going to plant any seeds in order to feed the wildlife or to combat noxious weeds such as the invasive Russian thistle, the devil burr weeds, also known as, I think, false buttercup, goat heads, and nothing that the animals can eat. And every single time that the road gets graded, sharp rocks are brought back to the surface, which put all of our tires at risk, including the workers' tires. The drivers of the big trucks, they drive too fast, they are road hogs, they are very often rude and try to push us off the road, and they destroy the road. And I understand you can't do anything about this California side with CalDOT, but on the Nevada side, it's just as bad because there's only two ways into that valley. That is through California, through Doyle, and that is through Pyramid Lake. The road through Pyramid Lake, the road is damaged so badly that it's filled with silt bogs and no one can get through. And it takes them months and months and months and months to fix it. And unless you are intending to actually pave that road, I don't understand how all of this can work. I know we're on unincorporated and therefore maybe aren't considered as important, but we are. That's going to be my land someday. I have to work in town now, but that is going to be my land, and I want to be able to enjoy it without the buzzing of electrical noises, without it being destroyed by these stupid towers. Thank you.
Matt Vine, followed by Rhett McBride.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Vine, and I do live within 750 feet of these transmission lines. That map that they pulled up of where it's going to be, I live within that blue dot, and this will inevitably ruin my future and everything that I've worked for today. I've worked in the industrial solar field for about 10 years now, so I'm familiar with how these projects run and function and what they do to communities. I guess I bought my property hoping to live the American dream, to be able to have my own, build, bring my family out, and have a safe future. Now I feel like that's being infringed on from this project. Last project that came through, I'm still fixing my truck. I spent about $15,000 fixing my truck from the negligence that they had. They promised to fix the roads. When they finished their project, they got out of there and they left it a mess. We're the ones that have to pick up those pieces. It's like we're being sold a timeshare dream with how they're presenting it to us. I know they're going to promise all these beautiful things, but in the long run, we're the ones paying the price for it. Being within 750 feet of it, I'm afraid to build it for my daughter. I'm afraid to be able to continue that future, knowing inevitably there's going to be enough solar projects out there that's going to ruin what I have planned for today. And even on the side of that, Nevada Energy hasn't even purchased the solar that's being created from this McCarthy project. They built it, and we send that power to Southern California if we do even have the opportunity to sell it. We build this because we want the profit for it. We don't build this because we have the practicality for Nevadans for it. Even on the side of that, it's like, you know, we have such little cell phone reception anyways, and when these lines come through, our emergency lines are gonna go off. We aren't gonna have cell phone service. Even our Starlink probably will not work. That's how I conduct my business. That's how I have my emergency contacts accessible. You know, they aren't gonna come over and help us with that. Even with these lines talking about running it in a commercial area and bringing us power, you can't convert that with distribution boxes and run power to the residents over there. It's an impractical thought and it will never happen. I guarantee you that. But it's a beautiful idea. I wish that that was an opportunity that we were able to benefit from by having this big solar over there. Unfortunately, it's undeveloped land in a home-style road that we prefer left that way. Having a nice graveled road sounds beautiful and dreamy, but it's also almost a lawless place in Nevada where even sheriffs won't come and help. So it opens up a freeway for thieves to be able to come and pillage our properties. It opens up the accessible route for them to come and do wrong to us and them to just escape and us not be able to do anything about it. There are a lot of things off of paper that we will have to suffer the consequences from, but it sounds beautiful to Nevadans getting energy. So thank you for your time. Take that into consideration, please. Thank you.
Rhett McBride, followed by Curtis Brown.
My name is Rhett McBride. I live on Rainbow Way. Probably about, I think it's 4,000 feet from the intersection of Fish Springs and Rainbow Way. I've been underneath the power lines before that are the same style that they talk about, and the noise that they make is impressive. That's kind of my biggest concern. The second one is I went through their planning document, their application submission, and all of the phone numbers for fire planning returned something that wouldn't respond to that area, and then the 2775 numbers that were actually in Nevada, one of them was for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and then the other one was for the BLM office in Carson City, I believe. So there wasn't even anything there that was like hey, if you're on the site and you start a fire, oops, I'm an employee, that sort of a thing. Their numbers listed don't have any fire departments that would actually show up. I looked around, and the closest fire department is at the end of Red Rock, that's in Nevada. There is one in Doyle, but they said, no, that's not our area. That's 40 minutes away. It's a volunteer fire department. The other one that is actually, looks like it's a manned location, a non-volunteer fire department, is south of Cold Springs. And that's an hour and 40 minutes on a good day in a big truck. It takes me about an hour and a half to commute to work. So, well, one way. I work down here in Reno and live up there. I bought the parcel that I'm on, assuming that it was a residential area, and it doesn't look like that's how it's being treated. It looks like it's being treated as, oh, hey, we'll develop this whole valley as an industrial complex. And then to go on to what Matthew was trying to say is, oh, well, it's going to supply power to the area. Well, no, it's not. You can't pull from 345,000 volts down to 120 volts or whatever it is that goes into a house. 220, I don't know. I'm not an electrician. And those poles being the 150-foot height, I understand that they say that it's only going to be right there at the substation, but as it currently stands, that says, hey, you can build it 150-foot tall all the way out the road. There's not, oh, well, it's just going to be right here. It's the entire project is approved for 150-foot tall towers. I understand that there is, no, I'm out of time.
Curtis Brown, followed by Douglas McDonald.
Thank you, Commissioners, for being here. I have no financial interest in this project whatsoever. Just as a note, the people that live in these rural areas, they ought to consider looking at the rims at Silver Saver plans. It's under $100. Get that helicopter out there, take care of you in case you had a snake bite or one of your children got sick or a car accident or some type of industrial accident out there. I have no financial interest with rims either, but I just thought I'd let you know that. I'm in favor of the Prada project. I think that solar power is one way that we need to go about this. I think getting away from fossil fuels is important. We've all been listening for this for a long time about do this. We have to do these places. They have to go someplace. My family actually started the trading post in Cedarville. The last name was Bonner back then. I live in Washoe County. I've lived here for 65 years, except when I was out of state training, came back, worked in Washoe County for over 30 years in a profession here. So I think that it would be important for we as people that live in Washoe County to look at these projects. I think it's very important for us. Some people did mention some of the concerns about cancer and things like that. And I certainly have concerns about all those types of things. But if you look at NIH, EPA, American Cancer Society, they talk about EMF problems, including power lines. As far as cancer goes, they say it's indeterminate. There's been some studies out there that have said, we think it's cancer causing, but we don't know. But when they try to reproduce those studies, it doesn't show that there is risk specifically for power line transmissions, just so that you know that. You guys can all go out there and Google NIH, National Institute of Health, the EPA, we know what that is, and the American Cancer Society. Thank you for your time.
Douglas McDonald, followed by Rika Nanduri.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Douglas McDonald, and I'm a project engineer. I'm here today in support of the Prana Transmission Line project, and I am here to specifically address dust generation during construction. The Prana Transmission Line project will apply for and obtain a dust control permit from Washoe County Health District Air Quality Management Division. As designers and engineers of the project, we see the local community members as partners in delivering a successful project. For example, did you know that any community member can call the Air Quality Management Division at Washoe County 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to report a dust control violation? When anyone calls the number 775-784-7200, the very first thing they will hear is, "To file a complaint, please press 1." Did you also know that the owner and operator of the source engaging in dust-generating activities shall not allow visible fugitive dust emissions for a cumulative period of no more than 5 minutes in any hour? The owner and/or operator must complete a daily dust control log, which should be kept on the project site with the active dust control permit. Required signage, as described in the dust control permit sign requirements form, should be posted prior to the commencement of work and near the main entrance to the project, where it can be easily observed by the public and the Air Quality Management Division. The Piranha Transmission Line project will adhere to all dust control permit requirements during construction if the control officer determines that an approved dust control permit has been followed, yet fugitive dust emissions from any given fugitive dust source still exceed the standards. Then the control officer will issue a written notice to the owner and/or operator of such source explaining such determination. The owner and/or operator of such source shall make written revisions to the dust control permit. These revisions shall be made in consultation with the control officer and be submitted within 3 working days of receipt of the control officer's written notice. In summary, I would like to mention the Washoe County Air Quality Management Division number one more time. The number is 775-784-7200, and press the number 1 to file a complaint. I humbly request the commissioners to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and approve the project. Thank you.
Reconvening, followed by Anna Redova.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Reconvening, and I'm a civil engineer. I'm here today in support of the Piranha Transmission Line project. Specifically, I'm here to address the Rainbow Road construction into an all-weather road. I understand the appellant's concern. I'm a mother too. In fact, my children are here today. Commissioners, Piranha Transmission Line has to adhere to Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District requirements, which in turn need to follow Washoe County Fire Code 60, which in turn follow the 2018 International Fire Code. Specifically, Piranha project has to adhere to International Fire Code 503.2.3. I understand the appellant is concerned about Piranha Transmission Line damaging the Rainbow Way. I'm a civil engineer and I've worked on numerous projects. Rainbow Way will be developed. I've personally been to the Rainbow Way, and I can tell a big difference between Rainbow Way that has been improved by Fish Spring Solar Project and the Rainbow Way that has not been improved. If anything, this project will give the appellant a trafficable Rainbow Way road. You have been provided with photos and videos of the Rainbow Way as it exists today. There should be no ambiguity whatsoever around the fact that the Piranha Transmission Line project will improve the Rainbow Way Rainbow Way portion north of the Fish Springs Road, which is the main path to the appellant's residence. Preliminary engineering design plans have been provided in the technical documents and also responses to the appellant's concerns. As engineers and designers, it is our responsibility to provide a road that meets the requirements of Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District so they can do their job in case of emergency. Piranha Energy is not in the business of fighting fires, but fire safety is everybody's responsibility. So we will do our part as project builders and leave firefighting to the highly capable team of firefighters at Truckee Meadows Fire District. Before the start of the construction process, we will determine the required depth of the base material. Each lift will be compacted by working a single drum width strip until it is fully compact. Then moving over to the next strip, repeating the process and working the way across the lift until the entire area has been compacted. All of this will be clearly spelled out in the project specifications, and the specifications can be provided to the appellant in due course of time when they are ready. I humbly request the commissioners to affirm the decision of Planning Committee and approve the project. Thank you.
Ina Radova, followed by Mike Kasikowski.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ina Radova, and I'm a civil engineer. I am here today in support of the Prana Transmission Line project. I am here to specifically address the fire safety concerns raised by the appellant. The National Electrical Safety Code, issued by American National Standards Institute, contains safety for the installation and maintenance of transmission lines. Because overhead transmission lines are constructed over open areas where it is not possible to isolate them from the general public by fencing, it is very important that certain safety rules be observed in the construction and maintenance of those lines. Prana transmission lines will be constructed in accordance with NESC unless the regulations of Nevada are more stringent than those of the NESC. The code specifies clearances, grades of construction, design loadings for conductors and supporting structures, strength requirements, and special requirements for power circuits. The code also specifies the general geographic areas in which the design of transmission lines shall be based on light, medium, or heavy loading conditions. However, when designing a particular transmission line, local weather and climatic conditions will also be taken into account, as local conditions may indicate the use of heavier loading conditions than those prescribed by the NESC for the general area. Many states and municipalities have special rules regarding electrical constructions. However, most states recognize the NESC as the standard for transmission lines. Prana transmission line will be designed and constructed by qualified and licensed engineers. It is important to note that the proposed Prana transmission line is only a few hundred feet of the Alturas to Reno transmission line, which was constructed in the late 1990s and continues to operate safely in the area. Transmission line engineering design has made significant advancements since the 90s, and engineers continue to develop safer designs for communities and the environment. I humbly request the committee to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and approve the project. Thank you for your time.
Mike Kasikowski, followed by Chelsea Shears.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Mike Kosikowski, and I am a certified inspector of construction materials specializing in soil, concrete, and steel. I stand here before you to express my support for the Prana transmission line project. As someone who has spent several years overseeing large construction projects, I have personally verified the quality of foundations, concrete, rebar, and soil compaction. I have certifications from the International Code Council, American Concrete Institute, and the International Fire Stop Council. Commissioners, I am here to emphasize the rigorousness of the materials testing and inspections that are employed on projects such as the Prana transmission line. After licensed professional engineers prepare, sign, and stamp the engineering drawings, inspectors like myself receive copies of the plans and specifications. It is then our responsibility to verify the work of the contractors. We conduct daily field reports to document everything from road base compaction to foundation concrete testing throughout the construction period. Those reports are then reviewed by a licensed professional engineer and the local jurisdiction. I understand that the appellant has expressed concerns regarding road base materials and wind loading on transmission poles. In regards to road base, I have spent countless hours checking compaction to ensure that it is properly compacted, and I can confidently assure the appellant that any qualified field inspector can perform the same. As for wind loading on transmission poles, engineers design the poles with safety factors in mind, and the construction of foundations is heavily scrutinized, tested, and documented. My sincere request to the commissioners is to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and grant approval for the project. Thank you.
Chelsea Shears, followed by Maya Vimuri.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Shears, and I'm a Projects Administrator. I'm here today in support of the Prana Transmission Line project. I am here to specifically address the concerns raised around EMF radiation from transmission lines. The applicant's concern about EMF is noted, and I wish to inform the applicant that electric and magnetic fields, or EMF, are part of our everyday lives and are present around appliances, electronics, power lines, and electric wiring. EMF is produced through both natural and man-made means. The Earth is the largest single source of static magnetic fields. The human heart and brain produce a magnetic field as well. Only 100 feet away from overhead transmission lines, the EMF, measured in milligauss units, is less than 15 milligauss units. To put things into perspective, the applicant's residence is approximately 1 mile from Prana transmission line. At that distance, the EMF from Prana transmission line is not even detectable. It is like standing hundreds of feet away from a microwave and being worried about the EMF. I invite the applicant to visit the website nvenergy.com /safety to really understand EMF. There are also other reputable sources online about EMF that the applicant should consider researching. In a peer-reviewed journal article from 2019 published in Environmental Research, volume 171, pages 530 to 535, the study concludes, and I quote, "In models examining an interaction between distance and magnetic field exposure, we found that neither close proximity to high voltage lines alone nor exposure to high calculated fields alone were associated with childhood leukemia risk. It is also somewhat puzzling that the applicant is concerned about EMF risk from a new transmission line when a mega transmission line already exists in the area going in the same direction as the Prana transmission line with only a few hundred feet separating the two. That transmission line is the Alturas-Reno transmission line, which connects to the Fort Sage substation, just like the Prana transmission line. Finally, I respectfully request the commissioners to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and approve this project. Thank you.
Maya Vimuri, followed by James Bentham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maya, and I'm 13 years old, currently in 8th grade. I'm here today in support of the Prana Transmission Line project and wrote a poem for this occasion. As the generations fade and the world decays, our soil will thin and the planet it cries. When the adults don't act and ignore the facts, we, the children, feel hacked. We, the children, feel attacked. The drills continue to be bashed into the ground, summoning resources to worsen the wound. Stop breathing life out of my planet for gains. Stop stealing blood from my planet's veins. We do not own the planet, as it may seem, as it is a living being and wants to scream. Green with lush forests and rainfall, bright with the rays of the sun that could save us all. We can harness the sun, our bright light, and stop what could be an endless night. Our planet can give no more. Our planet wants to be restored. With the power of the sun gifted to our earth, there is a promise that lurks for every birth. All children of God should enjoy their lives without fossil fuels leading to their demise. We must think now, and we must think quick. And I speak for my generation, and my words are thick with passion and love like the Brahmin. I will make this world a better place for my children. I humbly request the commissioners to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and approve the project. Thank you.
James Bentham, followed by Darla Lee.
Good afternoon, James M. Bentham, for the record. I'd like my statements put in the permanent record. Thank you. I agree with the points that Penny Brock, Valerie Fianaka have made. And I do believe that there's a possible serious issue with this location, the company, and the nearby military installation. And I was impressed by the presentation, but I have a few questions that I didn't feel were answered. Will American-made products and equipment be used in this project? Also, the life of the panels, how long will that be? What will be the process of disposing of them and then returning the land to its original appearance? It was brought up that there are 4 major lines that have been applied for and built already. I would think that there would be some locations near these existing lines that could have been used. Why was this location chosen? I know that there's a line up to Virginia City, and there are some restrictions around that line. Property owners can't build under them or close to them. And I think that property values have been decreased. The issue of the roadway, the dust, other issues have been brought up. How much would it cost to pave this road? And answer the questions. How much would it cost to build this line when existing lines could have already been used in a maybe more rural area that wouldn't affect as many people? I know some states are looking at the competition with other nations and restricting their use. In Florida, Governor DeSantis has passed a bill that would counter the influence of different nations buying land, operating in the state of Florida. These are important issues. Until they're resolved, I would ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Darla Lee, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good afternoon, Darla Lee for the record. I'm not an expert, but I've heard a lot of experts talking today. I've also heard some very genuine comments from people that actually live in this area. So I can only say that I think that the commissioners should be giving more credence to the people who actually live there rather than a project that is going to make some people a great deal of money. And for me, I think it comes down to the question of that the young lady Maya brought up and her great concern with fossil fuels. And I understand that this is being taught to our young people, the evil of fossil fuels, that we have hundreds and hundreds of years that we can supply energy, low-cost energy, and then we have on the other side the tremendous push from so many experts about the just the wonderfulness of all of these renewable energy. Well, I would contest that these renewable energy sources, such as solar and windmills, have a definite downside, and that it is behooves us as just common sense to look at some of these downsides for these huge solar panel farms that are going into very pristine areas of especially Nevada. And sadly, if we are not, as Nevadans, garnering the so-called benefits of this renewable energy, and it's going to California instead, then maybe that should be a consideration. I feel like I have lost a lot of trust over the last 3 years in the opinions of the experts. So I think that I would listen to the people that actually live there, and their concerns would hold a lot more water. So you might consider that in the final decision for this. Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Stuart Hanty.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Roger Edwards, for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County, avid hunter in my younger days. I've been up there many, many times. That's a beautiful area. But I also served 8 years on the Planning Commission right here from 2008 to 2016. And I was one of the guys that approved many of the solar farms up there in the middle of nowhere. And some of the earlier power line tracks that went through. And, you know, we have a lot of property in Washoe County that is only inhabited by jackrabbits and maybe an antelope once in a while. And this is the best use, and believe me, I'm not a renewable energy guy at all. I believe renewables are fanciful at best and harmful at worst. But this is one of the best uses of real estate in Washoe County that we could ever have. And I was on the commission that approved much of the solar farms that are in there right now. And I believe this project should be approved. I was tired in the Planning Commission of having the Board of County Commissioners overturn my decisions because I had all the details in hand and you guys don't. So I strongly suggest that you approve the Planning Commission's actions. Thank you.
Stuart Hanty, followed by Danny Cleos.
Afternoon, Stuart Hanty for the record. I've spoken here a few times. You know, I've been listening to a lot of the comments here from specifically more likely the residents that live in Doyle, California, in that area. I've lived in this state for 49 years, 48 of that here in northern Nevada. I've driven through that area thousands of times. People live there for the peace and tranquility and the serenity of that area. And when do we sacrifice that for greed? I'll take it a step further. As a former law enforcement officer, people's health and safety is paramount, and it should always be. When do you sacrifice that for the almighty dollar? I'll answer that question right now. You don't. But maybe one more thing before I leave here, before you consider your vote this afternoon. Why don't you ask the former residents of Paradise, California, how they feel about power lines going through their community?
Danny Cleos, followed by Val White.
Danny Cleos for the record. People move to rural Nevada for a reason. They don't want to see solar panels. They don't want to see the windmills. Because once those run out, guess where they go? In the ground, and they don't dissolve. Pretty cool, huh? Real nice. They're going to build or dig big old holes next to where they have it and drop them. You can look it up. They do it all the time. Most of the solar panels nowadays comes from China or Japan. That's really good because they're leading in air pollution with all their coal. You know, if somebody wants to do something about environmental, maybe you should go after the Middle East. Maybe you should go after China. We have the lowest pollution rate in the United States of anywhere in the world. So all this BS about that stuff is just what it is. Listen to the scientists. Now, Lemon Valley used to be rural. That's why we moved there in 1973. Now it's a freaking mess.
Please keep it back to item 12.
You leave my Constitution right alone. This is what commissioners do on a regular basis. The last ones that were in here did the same thing.
I'd love to hear your opinions on the appeal of the Planning Commission.
Well, this
for
is
the special
rural.
use permit.
This has to do with the power.
Great, bring it back to that.
Now, am I going to get my 1 minute back because you're interrupting me? Am I? Because you interrupt me? Because you interrupt me, I lost a minute. Well, I guess we have to go to the state about this again. Anyways, rural areas. We moved there because we don't want anything else but rural areas. You guys destroy it with all this stuff. Solar farms, wind farms, doesn't matter. You guys ruin it. Why don't you pick a nowhere land where nobody's at, which Nevada has a lot of it, and start building stuff there? Or, I got a better suggestion. Why don't you build it in your backyards and see how you like it?
Val White.
I have some questions and comments. The electricity that these power lines are going, and these solar cells are going to generate, is that electricity actually going to benefit Nevadans? Or is it just going to be sold to California or who knows where through all the transmission lines across the country? Nevadans will be paying the price for having those structures built. It seems like we should benefit from it in some way. Prana is going to make millions or billions of dollars from this project. It's customary for housing developers to provide parks or other quality of life improvements as part of their development approval. What is Prana giving to that community? Seems like they're getting something for nothing. That company could be asked, the community could be asked what they need or want, and Prana should be supplying it. I know the first thing they want is not to have Prana build anything, but if it does get approved, Prana should be giving them something, whether it's new roads, water collection, dust easement, whatever. I have the other questions. Do you know who this electricity is going to be sold to? Is there anything in the contract for development, construction that's indicating? That's important. Where's that electricity going? Has any research been done on the affiliations that Prana has with other foreign entities and countries? Are they partnering with them? Is Prana making money to share with another foreign entity? Were the engineers and other experts who appeared to speak today, are they receiving remuneration for their appearance and their comments? I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of back scratching going on. if this project is approved. And last, I'm sad and dismayed that the young person was so fully indoctrinated in green ideology. She needs to demonstrate some critical thinking skills and perhaps do a research project becoming a proponent of fossil fuel usage. That way she will get an understanding of both sides of the issues, not just indoctrination. And last, I'm waiting for this board to actually support Nevadans, not big business, not foreign companies, not California, not a false green narrative. Try supporting Nevadans.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in chambers, but I do have 13 emails that were submitted that will be placed on the record.
Thank you. Even though this is a project of regional significance, I certainly want to hand it over to the Vice Chair to start the comments.
I think it's on, yeah. This project has stirred up people in California. It has stirred up people here, I think. And it has made people not really trust this company. When they did the original application for the solar farm and with this, they said that they had fire protection all sewed up, and I'd like to hear from the chief down there about that.
Dale Way, Deputy Fire Chief, Truckee Meadows Fire.
Okay, shall I ask you some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me if Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District gave the okay to this project for fire protection?
The supplemental use application was forwarded to us from Washoe County for approval and for comments and to move forward in the process, yes.
Okay, so that means that you will supply fire protection?
TMFPD does provide fire protection to that area through a contract with Washoe County. They are not necessarily in that region part of Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, but we do provide service to that area via contract through Washoe County.
Okay, I'm not sure I got the whole thing, but that's okay.
What that means, Commissioner, is on the tax rolls, if you look at the tax rolls. Most everybody within the TMFPD, there is a line item for Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. The residents of that area do not have a line item providing the tax revenue to Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District.
Because there was some concern in California, and you probably are aware of it, from Hurlong and the Army Depot, and also from Doyle Volunteer Fire. They were shocked to hear that they were supposed to, provide fire protection for this company. So I've been listening to a whole bunch of this from California for the last 2 or 3 months. So that's why I'm asking these questions, and I thank you for answering. And you probably wish you were home. I know. All right. Thank you for coming up and answering those questions. Maybe some of the other board members might have a question out there.
Any questions for TM Fire from board members? Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I just have a straightforward question. If there was a fire to occur in the area that we're just talking about, where the transmission line, who would respond?
Truckee Meadows Fire Rescue.
And the approximate response time? Approximate?
Depending on where it is, probably 45 minutes.
Okay. And
please, I'm asking for respectful decorum.
I'm going to go on a break if this keeps on happening. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we will go on a break. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to convene the meeting of the County Commissioners. We are on a public hearing, item 12, and Commissioner Andriola was in the middle of asking questions to TM Fire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the break as well. I appreciate it. I think we all do. So thank you so much for your patience. You were kind enough to answer the question about the response time. You had mentioned 45 minutes, and that would be for any fire, not just the item that's here before us, but any fire that warrants a call would be 45-minute response time, approximately.
Gail Wade, Deputy Fire Chief, Truckee Meadows Fire. Just to clarify that, that's to the area, not to a specific residence. That would be the earliest, I estimate, that we could get to that area. Somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour and 15 minutes, depending on where the property was, where the fire was.
And I too have lived in remote areas and enjoyed that opportunity and knew that that was an issue in terms of response. I also think it's interesting that one of the main causes of any fire is in the home, usually in kitchens or other things, but that's just a comment. Are you aware of any fires that have occurred? I think this is outside your jurisdiction, so I'm just asking. With the Alturas transmission line that's only a few hundred feet away, are you aware?
I am not aware.
Okay, I realized it was outside your jurisdiction, but I thought I'd ask anyway. I really appreciate the waiting, but again, thank you for the break. That's all I have for this very moment, but I'd like to reserve the opportunity to ask additional questions.
Of course.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman, you were asking questions or making a statement. Are you? Okay. Any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I heard a comment and it just kind of made me start thinking. Val White spoke about when developers build a subdivision, many times they donate a park or do something to help the area, to help the citizens that are going to be there. I just was wondering if, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Mr. Vimuri, I was wondering if your company had offered to do anything for the folks out in the area, you know, community center, a park, buy them a fire truck, build them a fire station, scholarships, do something to kind of, you know, I don't want to say bribe them into liking what you're going to do, but I mean, if it's going to happen, is there any benefit that might happen from your company to help this community? Scholarship, something to help the community out there. I know they want the rural lifestyle. I live in the rural country. I want the rural lifestyle. I get that, but is there something you could do to help this community? What do they need out there that your company might be able to help them with? Again, not as a bribe, but you know, just as a goodwill gesture. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Sean Vimuri, founder of Prana Energy. We have not received any such request from the appellant or the community members. I've always believed that if you don't ask, there's zero chance of getting it. And we have not received any such requests. We're open to that discussion with the appellant and the community members, definitely.
Sure. So if you had a town hall meeting with the folks, talk to them, see if there's something that they need out there that can make their life better. You know, is there any you'd be willing to talk to them and about some kind of help that way?
The appellant raised some really good concerns around roads. We've answered that. Water, we've answered that with the actual map showing where the fire hydrant is. Fire safety, we've answered that. But we have not left any of their concerns unanswered. And if as part of that comments, we have received, things that you've just mentioned, we would have definitely responded to that. But as of now, we have not received any such requests. It was all comments around fire safety, and access, road access, and we've answered those. So one of them being 4.3 miles almost of paving Rainbow Way. So yeah, open to such a town hall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola?
I actually was going to address that category of, any construction project has challenges, whether it's transmission line or any construction project. Some of the concerns of the residents in terms of the dust, there is a dust plan, but also the disruption of the roads and, trucks flying and, creates safety issues. Sharp rocks that was brought up in terms of even the residents having to drive through that was where I wanted to go in terms of addressing the residents and assuring them not just verbally, but having a response plan, because the reality is that your intentions are you're stating that you truly care, and no one's doubting that. But the reality is that you have to, not just talk, but walk the talk. And so I just think that if I were living out there, and as I mentioned, I've lived in very rural areas and had construction, and there's no one to call, and you're having to deal with this, the expense of having, tires going out, or your vehicle maintenance costs increase. I just think there needs to be some type of plan that actually gives the residents a way to be made whole when those kinds of things happen that are of no fault of their own and of no fault intentionally of the construction project. It's just the reality of a construction project. That's what happens. And so I realize that we have clarity on what we can do, but I also really would like to get your commitment on the record to actually address these issues. I think the part about the disruption of various plants, it's just going to happen. You are going to go through that many times in planning projects. There is requirements for, controlling and mitigating, safety issues with various different methods. And I think it just might be, for me, important that you actually commit to that. I appreciate Commissioner Clark's point about scholarships, and I always think that that's a wonderful added, whether it's other developments that build a park or whatever it might be. But I'm really wanting to have commitment of the residents and not have this cost be put onto them of no fault of their own. And so I'd like to get your commitment on doing that. And if someone's vehicle is damaged, those are things, those are realities that can happen. And so I don't know if you've had that happen in other projects and what you might have already put into place, and I'll certainly defer to you right now and maybe explain what maybe you might think would be a viable solution to remedy anything that falls within the construction project that actually impacts the residents themselves. And again, I'm not talking about just, the truck is dirty. I'm talking about truly the cost to a resident having to buy new tires or having damage to their vehicle. So I'll give the floor to you now. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola, thank you. You've echoed the appellant's concerns really well. It pains me to hear the experience they had when the solar project was being built back in 2021 and 2020. We were not involved with it. Just for the record, Fish Spring Solar Project, we were not involved at all. And also, just for the record, I went there multiple times after it was built. Just the infrastructure is top notch. Okay, the contractor did a phenomenal job of the end product. I don't know how they got there. And also, okay. I'm going to get to that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you taking the time to come up with a viable solution. Thank you, sir, for helping. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to keep going. So the end product is great, but it pains me to hear the experience they had. And I, as an engineer, my responsibility doesn't stop after the design is done. It continues through the construction. We have to hold the contractor accountable. I'll give you an example. When I work on roadway projects, the neighbors, and business owners, small business owners, sometimes their driveway is blocked or whatnot. They have concerns. Other companies give them a number saying, here's our public relations officer, call them. And the person is not even at the job site. We flipped that equation on our project and we said, we have boots on the ground people who you can approach. And if you have any concerns during construction, you can approach any of them. First thing they will do is get you to a safe location first, and then have a conversation, and then direct you to the person who has boots on the ground knowledge about the project. You will not be directed to some 1-800 number on our projects. It doesn't happen, because I've been there and I know how public relations is outsourced by contractors or companies. We don't. And I can commit to that. I can commit to boots on the ground, issues resolved in their community. You just need to approach them. Now, somebody driving fast, that is a violation of the safety plan right there. And the site superintendent, the foreman, they will shut down that behavior immediately. I know them, because small contractors don't do these projects. Large companies do. And also the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, which represents 800 Northern Nevada families, they have workers there. They're part of the community, and they have families, children going to schools. And so their safety is also paramount. So during construction, the community members should be given an open channel of communication to anybody they see in a safety vest. In fact, some of them are here with a safety vest. Just approach them, and you will find the right person with the knowledge on the boots on the ground. I want to touch on the vegetation. You bring up a great point. Landscaping came up. I put up a photo of Fish Springs. Just look what's happening underneath the panels. The vegetation is thriving. It has been just few years. It's thriving. But also along the transmission line, the reason we wanted the landscaping requirement waived was not to save money, not to save money at all. Look at the nature. It will revive and be in sync with what's happening around it. You don't tinker with it. Because it's not the character of the area for you to put some landscaping that belongs in your front yard. No, let the nature do its thing. Pay attention to the fire safety, number one. But then landscaping, you need to watch what the nature does. It will bounce back right underneath the transmission lines and actually look visually really good. That's why we asked. There was no financial motive behind asking for landscaping requirements to be waived. Yeah.
What if a vehicle is damaged? Is there a remedy solution? I mean, certainly having boots on the ground, having the IBEW, help with the project, and having Nevadans build, projects is greatly appreciated in keeping Northern Nevada workers working. But I'm still going to go to the point of just wondering how, if my vehicle was damaged of no fault of my own by rocks or what have you, how is that going to get resolved?
Yeah, sure. So we do have a roadway management plan that we will share with the appellant. It's also part of the 900-page document. But if, say, your vehicle's damaged from a flying rock that belongs to the contractor, report it immediately. Absolutely report it. Because, number one, they were either driving too fast or the road was not surfaced and maintained correctly for the duration of the project. Or there was probably a weather incident where a portion of the road was damaged and the contractor couldn't get to it. Whatever it is, it begins with reporting. I urge the appellant and the community members to make use of the IBEW and the foremen and all the construction workers there. Approach them safely, obviously, because they're working, and put a near miss. Hey, this is what happened. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. Where is the energy going in terms of when the project's finished? Where will that go?
I don't know where the energy is going, and the reason being, not because I'm trying to hide anything. I'm going to tell you how NV Energy works.
Okay.
Fort Sage substation is owned by NV Energy, and that's where we're interconnecting. NV Energy has a goal to reach, which is the renewable energy goal that they want to get to. But then they also have a way to wheel the power. This is the word, wheel the power to California. But they charge wheeling. Wheeling charges can be $3 a megawatt hour, whatever it may be. I don't know. But wheeling charges are there. So when the project is close to NTP, as we call it, notice to proceed, NV Energy will have an opportunity to either purchase the power or wheel the power. And I have to tell you, in the map I showed you of all the large solar projects, if you look closely, Southern Nevada has a lot more projects than Northern Nevada. Why is that? Because there's a jam up there in the Northern Nevada. The power is not flowing, right? Well, GreenLink is a project that NV Energy aspirational project to connect Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada. And Arizona joined CalISO. Eventually, all of these Western states will be one big giant connected renewable energy grid. So there are multiple mechanisms in which power is shared and bartered and credits and resource adequacies, all these that are there. So right now, we have zero commitments for our power. There is no off-taker. Again, I can go on the record. There is no off-taker for our power.
I appreciate that. I would just like to share that I thought Mr. Edwards' comments were spot on, being that I was on the Planning Commission. That is where you truly dive into every detail, insurance, safety and compliance, and I really want to, thank everybody for, participating. But I do think that you've answered a lot of the questions that I had, and that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Commissioner Andriola, I do want you to know that Mark Sullivan is here from NV Energy if you want more specifics. You're good. Okay. Commissioner Clark, you've signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Managing the grid and where the power is going to go, who knows? It goes where it goes. I mean, who needs it? Where does it be shipped? How do we make a profit? That's what this is all about, right? You're not doing this because you feel like it. You got nothing else to do. So this is a business opportunity. Nevada Energy is a business owned by Warren Buffett. He likes to make money. God bless him. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm thinking about this and again, wherever the power goes is where it goes. If it goes to California, that's where it goes. It's just going to go there. But, how do the local folks, I'd like to see what the financial impact is for Washoe County. I'd like to see what the financial impact is for the state of Nevada. And I'd like to see if there's any way that there could be almost some kind of royalty shared with the local folks out there. There's a way to, everybody gets a little taste of something, and then it goes down a lot easier. And just a thought, I'd like to know how much what the financial impact is for the county. And even if your company didn't do something to help the folks, maybe the county should earmark a certain amount of the money that the county receives to make sure that the folks out there get better services across the line, whatever they're looking for. So if we're taking in some money here and it's coming out of their backyard, we should put something on their front porch for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may cause a little outbreak if I say this, but I wanted to ask this gentleman a question.
Go ahead.
If you were a citizen in this area and you knew that most of the people in the area were really not happy with you, and maybe they don't feel they can trust you. I mean, looking at it as if you were one of them. And if you offered them a fire station there, or a substantial amount of money that would go towards a fire station there, would you feel like, well, maybe they're not quite so bad as I thought? Do you think that that's the way you would feel? Because I think maybe they would feel that way.
I don't think they're.
I know it's a hard question.
I don't think they're bad at all. I think
No, but it was the other way, yeah. I'm saying now you're speaking as the company representative.
Yes.
So what would you feel was your duty to do?
My duty first is to design and build the safest project possible. Holding the highest standard for building it safely. And then during construction, ensuring that there's no inconveniences to them.
I know, but above and beyond that,
Yeah. So
I was an electrical contractor at one point in my life.
beyond that, are you asking
And I
me?
know that we gave something to the people if they were not happy with what we were doing. Having good relationships with the people that you are going to be building a project in the middle of their heaven. Somewhere, somebody's got to give something. I just suggesting it. I mean, it's been suggested before, but
I think Commissioner
the
Clark,
things that they would need would be a fire station.
Commissioner Clark brought up a really good point, you know, a discussion, a town hall. You know, I'm very happy to engage in that town hall meeting. Like I said, we have not been asked anything by the community. They have written, the appellant has written dozens of pages with concerns, and none of them alluded to what you're mentioning. And like I said, if you don't ask, there's zero chance of getting it.
I don't think it's their job to ask you, to be honest with you.
I just want to understand where the community members are coming from, you know, what are their concerns beyond what they have already mentioned, you know, what do they want? I have not heard from them. You know, the appellant also has my email address. I've not heard it. So if you mention fire station, I can touch on that as an example if you like.
That's what I was hoping that you might say, that you would present that possibility.
Yeah.
I'm sure your company is very large and very, very wealthy, and or maybe not real wealthy, but I'm saying that I know what construction of something like what you're building brings in. And I'm feeling that maybe we owe those people something.
District Attorney Canderas, did you want to say anything?
I just want to caution along this line a little bit. It's one thing to kind of get into conditions of
if you decide you're not going to uphold the appeal. But if we're getting into talking about a fire station or very significant capital projects, that should probably be agendized, and we should comply with the open meeting law that way. I don't think, it's hard for us to really have an intelligent discussion about that without costs. I know it's been done before, where in development agreements, but that's a little bit different than what we're here to do today.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner or Vice Chair Herman.
Just a suggestion.
Okay, all right. Well, any other commissioners have comments? I will tell you, I am ready to move forward with a motion, and I am happy to do the motion because I agree with the Planning Commission's decision, and I think all of the findings can be made. Any other commissioner comments? I'm happy to do the motion then. I move to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Planning Commission to approve WSUP 230003 Prana transmission line. The denial of the appeal and affirmance of the Planning Commission's decision is based upon the ability to make the findings required by Washoe County Code. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Seconds. So that is a motion to deny the appeal, a motion and a second. Any comments by the board members? Seeing none.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. We were given a sheet with
yes, the additional condition.
Conditions, if you agreed.
Yes, and please please add the additional condition that Kat Oakley planner gave to us during the meeting on the improvements roadway as required. And Commissioner Andriola, do you agree with that? Thank you. Okay. With the motion and the second, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, 4-1. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now go to item 13. Mr. Manager.
Item 13, public hearings, subject to a finding of conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan by the Regional Planning Authorities to approve a resolution initiating an amendment to the 2019 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan Map 3, regional utility corridors and sites to include a 345 kilovolt substation on 18 acres, plus or minus 8 acres, approximately 5 miles west of Flanagan, near the intersection of Rainbow Way and the Calvetta Way, WSUP 22-0637 Prana Solar, and a 5 mile long 345 kilovolt transmission line between the new substation and the Fort Sage substation along Rainbow Way, WSUP 23-003 Prana transmission line.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So, does the board wish to get a presentation on this, seeing as we've just had quite a robust discussion on this item, and this is essentially to initiate an amendment to the regional plan per our last decision? I'm looking to the board, and I'm not saying that we necessarily need that, so I'm going to go to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Okay, first up we have Nicholas St. John, followed by Betty Thiessen. Is Nicholas here? No. Betty Thiessen?
Okay, I'm Betty Thiessen for the record. I'm not sure what this involves. I thought you would have staff explaining it.
Ms. Thiessen, you need to address the issue. This is a
Okay.
public hearing on conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan.
Okay, I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aya Peacock, followed by Tatiana Kiesleva. See, it looks like they left. Mike Marr. Wendy Wickware. Wendy Wickware. Wendy Wickware and Richard Wickware. Okay. Looks like that's all that there is in the room.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, it looks like.
Okay.
Okay, come on
Come
up.
on down.
Penny Brock, this is a follow-up to number 12, I assume, as far as so I've got some additional comments about that. Because it's part of 12, it's a transmission line. The electricity is going to be sold. We don't really know where, possibly California, so that's a real concern. And it looks like if it's going to be sold to California, the people of Nevada should get some kind of a royalty. That's what they call it in the oil industry, is they get royalties. I don't know how we in Washoe County are going to benefit. But then I was thinking, well, I know that Washoe County has a sustainability department now, and that is part of the green agenda. Washoe County was signed on to the Paris Climate Accord. So
this is, please bring your comments back to the resolution to initiate an amendment to the 2019 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan.
So this is about the substations. So it looks like possibly they want to bring additional electricity into Washoe County because they want to go mandate electric vehicles for Washoe County. And I'm against that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like there's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I look to the board if there's any discussion or if someone is ready to make a motion. Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
I move to adopt the resolution to initiate an amendment to the 2019 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan Map 3, regional utility corridors and sites to include a 345 kV substation on plus or minus 8 acres, approximately 5 miles west of Flanagan, near the intersection of Rainbow Way and Calveda Way, WSUP 22-0037, Piranha Solar, and a 5-mile-long 345 kV transmission line between the new substation and the Fort Sage substation along Rainbow Way, WSUP 23-0003, Piranha transmission line.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second.
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, with a motion to amend the regional plan and approve this resolution, and a second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now move to item 14.
Madam Chair, item 14 is the first reading of an ordinance, and I believe the clerk will take care of that.
Okay. This will be bill number 1892. An ordinance amending ordinance number 1000 in order to change the boundaries of District Number 24 groundwater remediation and providing other matters relating thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that. Do we need to, does the board need a staff presentation on this item? I think we're pretty familiar with what this item is. Great. I see we have two public commenters, Madam Clerk.
Penny Brock? Penny?
I apologize, I was looking for the agenda. It's right there. So what I would like to say about this one, I looked at the map. It is out in the county. I lived out in the county, up Melrose Highway for a number of years. We had the purest well in the whole county. Then the county came in and took that well. And what they did in order to get federal funds, they put, in essence, kind of toxic chemicals in it. So our well was no longer the purest well in the county. So my concern, when I looked at the map, it looks like these are for rural areas. And I have issues. It said there's some kind of concern about CPC or something being in the well water. Is there really? Or is it just another way to get federal dollars? Thank you.
Nicholas St. John signed in, but I don't see him here.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, and we have the ordinance number of 1892. Is someone ready to hold a first reading and read that into the record?
Madam Chair, I move to hold the first reading of an ordinance, Bill number 1892, number 1, amending ordinance number 1000, in order to change the boundaries of district number 24, number 2, providing for a notice of a public hearing, number 3, setting a public hearing for the second reading and possible adoption on June 13th, and hold the first reading of an ordinance, number 1, imposing a fee on the parcels of land, number 2, provide notice for public hearing, and number 3, setting a public hearing as outlined in item number 14.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That is just a first reading, so we will not be taking a vote.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Was that in the form of an introduction?
Yes, in the form of introduction. That's on me.
Thank you.
I also used the wrong language. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You're keeping us on the straight and narrow over there. Thank you. With that, we're going to close the public hearings and bring it back to items.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That was part 1.
Oh, part 1.
The second part, there's 2 parts to this first reading. So this, if I may.
Yes.
Read the second part.
Please,
will be
please.
Bill
Thank
number
you.
1893, an ordinance imposing a fee on the parcels of land in Washoe County, Nevada, District Number 24.
Thank you.
Groundwater remediation to pay the cost of developing and carrying out a plan for remediation and prescribing other matters relating thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And do we need to read that as well, introduce that into the record?
Somebody just needs to introduce it, please.
Okay, and that's Bill 1893
Yes,
for
ma'am.
folks.
Madam Clerk, I apologize. I lumped it all together the first time, so let me be clear. This is the second part. I'd like to introduce Bill number 1893, imposing the fee on the parcels of land. Number 2, provide notice of public hearing. And number 3, setting a public hearing for June 13th as outlined in item number 14.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and thank you, Madam Clerk. It's getting late, so I really need the help at this point. So we are now going to close the public hearing, and we are going to bring it back to item 8. Mr. Manager.
And Madam Chair, items 8 and 9 are also first readings, so we will turn that over to the clerk.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, give me a sec here. Item 8 will be Bill number 1894. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110, Development Code, within Article 302, Allowed Uses, Article 304, Use Classification Systems, Article 406, Building Replacement Standards, and Article 902, Definitions, to provide clarity on single-family accessory uses, allow child care, family daycare use type within the general rural and neighborhood commercial regulatory zones, allow large family daycare use type with an administrative permit instead of special use permit in the neighborhood commercial regulatory zone, allow personal services use type in the industrial and public and semi-public facilities regulatory zone, include information technology services within the definition of administrative offices use type, include contractor's office with or without an equipment yard as an example of the construction, sales, and services use type, create a definition for security fence, and provide standards for allowing security fencing in parcels of land that do not have an established main use, allow for tall specialty fencing for uses such as ballparks and sports fields, place communication facilities, and the civic rather than commercial use table, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I don't necessarily think this board needs a presentation on this, but I will just thank staff because staff has done an amazing job of listening to the direction of this board and making childcare easier. And that is one portion of this. And with Mother's Day, as Commissioner Garcia pointed out, coming up, that's just an added bonus. So thank you very much for that. I'm looking for someone to help us introduce Bill number 1894.
Madam Chair, there is public comment.
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. America was founded on free enterprise. My concern, and capitalism, my concern has been that government at every level has wanted to impose more and more regulation on free enterprise. Now, if this is to make daycare easier, that would be awesome. But my concern is I couldn't tell from reading it if it was going to impose more regulation on those that want to take care of the children. I would oppose more regulation. I think that staff needs to go through the regulations and maybe bring forward to remove some of the regulations on our small businesses and we the people. So that's what I wanted to bring forward is if this is imposing more regulation on daycare facilities and so on, I think that's a huge problem. Thank you.
The other two that have signed in have left, so Madam Chair, that is all the public comment.
Great, thank you so much. Now I'm looking for an introduction.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
I move to introduce Bill 1894 and set the public hearing and second reading of the ordinance for possible adoption during the County Commission meeting of June 13th, 2023.
Thank you. All right, now we will move to item number 9, Mr. Manager. Oh, wait, this is clerk. Thank you.
This is another first reading.
Okay.
This is Bill number 1895, an ordinance amending Chapter 70 of the Washoe County Code by adding new sections prohibiting participation in illegal sideshows, street racing, and other exhibitions of speed. Declaring illegal sideshows, street racing, and other exhibitions of speed to be public nuisances, providing for summary abatement of such nuisances that constitute an imminent danger by appropriate measures, including confiscating the vehicles involved, and providing other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you very much. And I guess I'll toss it over to the DA Canderas if folks have questions or are looking for a presentation. Does the board need a presentation? Looking to the board.
I can spare you of my sideshow story. Okay. I wrote it all out this morning. I was going to tell you a whole story about it, but I won't. I'll take any questions if you have.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
I've got a question about, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question about confiscated vehicles. What's going to be, what's the outcome of those? How does the county deal with confiscated autos? Do the commissioners get to pick out the nice ones for ourselves, or how does that work? Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, what the ordinance provides is that up to 3 law enforcement officers or emergency responders, code officials, you have to have 3 of them declare the vehicle to be a public nuisance. So think of like, I don't know, a car going around doing donuts in a blocked off intersection, so they're gonna have to fill out those statements. Then they could summarily treat it as a nuisance. They'll take the car, store it, the person will get a notice, then they have to go prove that they own the car, pay the storage and towing fees. So it's because of the sideshow. Maybe I'll have to tell you my sideshow story. The sideshows can be very dangerous. When I was sort of involved, I was a witness to one. Like all these cars just tear into a 4-way intersection, they block it, then one guy's doing donuts and they're filming it. And the idea is to be able to stop that immediately, and that's where confiscation would come in. I think it would be rare, because what you also see is they scatter. As soon as they're done scatter, it's on social media, posted, they go someplace else. So this is just a way to try and enforce the sideshow ordinance and also keep the public safe.
So just to clarify my thinking, 3 law enforcement or public safety, 3 people have to see it. And then is a better word impounding versus confiscation?
I think that would be, I like impounding. I don't know for sure why confiscation was used other than
Because
maybe.
confiscation sounds like you're keeping it. But if an impound, you're just hauling it to a storage yard and they'll go pay their fine and storage fees and get it back. So I think the word impounding probably needs to replace the word confiscation. Thank you.
I have no, I mean, that's up to the board. I think that's fine. I like the word too.
Okay, Vice Chair Herman.
If I would have known this was coming before us, before it got written up, I would have had us include the 4-wheel drive exciting shows that they give at Lemon Valley.
Well, maybe we can do it another one, another ordinance.
There we go.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments? Not seeing any. And public comment, Madam Clerk.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. I was so happy to see this on the agenda. Why? I live in District 2, and we have a huge problem on Wilbur May Parkway and Veterans Parkway with street racing. And we, the homeowners out there, don't know what to do about it. Why? Because law enforcement is virtually not there. It doesn't matter if you have a break-in, if you have damage to your car and you report it, no one ever shows up. So I would ask, if this is going to be passed, that there be law enforcement involved. It's one thing to get on the books, but we want the enforcement of it. So I would ask, if you pass this, please send law enforcement out to Veterans Parkway and Wilbur May Parkway. Guess what? You can issue tickets and get some tax money. Thank you.
The other 2 speakers have left. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. With that, I am looking for introduction.
Madam Chair, I move to initiate Bill number 1875 and conduct a first reading of the proposed ordinance on May 9th and the second reading at a public hearing for possible adoption on May 23rd.
Thank you, Commissioner Madam Garcia. Chair, just a little clarification.
Yes.
1895?
My apologies. 1895.
Does that include the changing of the word confiscating to impounding for the second reading?
Yes, ma'am, to include impounding instead of confiscating.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Oh, no need. We're just going to read it in when it comes, and you're ready. Okay, with that. Now we're going to item 10. Mr. Manager, I don't know if Ms. Matievich is still around, but.
She is not, Madam Chair.
Okay.
But she did send me notes to share
Okay,
with the commission.
good.
So today, there is one item we wanted to bring forward based on our review of the most recent week's activity. It's AB 175, which pertains to the members of a board of trustees for a school district. This item has been amended, and it has completely eliminated Washoe County as eligible for this. So it's only pertaining to Clark County, which would mean that we recommend the board retract your previous support since it's no longer really relevant for our county.
Okay. Any comments by commissioners on that? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to retract it. It's almost like the issue we had before us earlier, that it's the contract is no longer, the deed is no longer viable because the entity is no longer viable. So why even talk about it?
I think that Ms. Matievich really respects the direction of this board. Even if it doesn't pertain to Washoe, I think she wants to make sure that she's following our direction. So that is why she really was adamant that we give her new direction on this so she wouldn't have to go out in opposition on this item. But I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Fair enough. I think she's doing an excellent job down in Carson City on our behalf, and anything that makes her happy makes me happy.
That's how I feel. Is that in a form of emotion? No, wait, we need to go to public comment. Any other commissioners have comments? Not seeing any. All right, Madam Clerk.
Penny Brock?
Penny Brock for the record. I've been rather disappointed that some of the bills that have been in the legislature have not been brought forward to our county commissioners because they really do impact our county. As you know, many of us are concerned about election integrity. And one bill that has failed to be mentioned to you is our governor's bill on election reform. Just for your knowledge, SB 405. Governor Joe Lombardo, it's his flagship bill supporting clean elections, and yet that was not brought forward to you. So another problem is there's a bill to give voter ID a hearing, and the Democrat chairman has refused to bring that forward for a hearing. The other matter is I went to this website to try to look what bills were posted from your person that's doing it, and it would not open up. So I just thought I would bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka?
Valerie Fianaka for the record. AB 175 doesn't pertain to us yet, but there is a population threshold where it may pertain to us if it's brought into law. As you all know, 3 unelected appointments you would be making to our school board if we hit that threshold of enrollment in Washoe County, further removing government from the people. This could allow a quorum of 5 to include the 3 unelected officials that you've appointed to the school board and only 2 of the elected school board members to meet and vote on things that affect us and our kids with only 2 elected officials there. That's a what-if scenario that really scares me a lot. I'm not saying I don't trust your all's judgment. Some of you I trust. It promotes further distrust in our government, and fewer people will participate in our elections. And what's the point of that? I mean, most of our school board members were appointed by other school board members now, and then they got reelected. We only have 2 that were really elected raw, and now we could have less of a voice. So I would oppose this if it comes before us and our schools grow. It's going to be us. So keep that in mind. I wouldn't support this under any way, shape, or form. I'm opposed to it all around. Unfortunately, it's going to pass. I'm pretty sure it's going to pass. Hopefully our governor will veto it, and we should all ask him to veto this if it comes upon his desk. Thank you.
Val White?
I'm speaking against AB 175. I'm sad to say that so many of the bills that have been presented this legislature are against the people, against the people's voice. And AB 175 is a prime example. By making additional appointments to the school board, you are reducing the people's voice. And what you are doing is allowing present board members and yourselves with political agendas to stack the board. Just like in DC, they want to add more Supreme Court judges to make it easier for them to get their way politically. That's what's happening here with the school board. And I would strongly oppose it if it does come to affect Washoe County. As an educator, you know, I used to teach the Constitution and the rights we had. And it's just so sad to see what's happening now, especially with people like you who are just tossing them in the garbage. Disgusting.
That's all the.
So we have a staff member who's looking for direction on AB 175. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to withdraw our position of support for AB 175 to not supporting AB 175.
Second.
I think we were against AB 175.
We were.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. We were against AB 175, so we would be changing if we wanted to. And this is for comment. I just want to be clear. If the motion stands, the motion stands, but we would be changing to neutral, yes, because it doesn't affect us.
That is the request.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So I move, I'll rescind my original motion.
Thank you.
It's 6:26, so I'm going to do
Yeah.
procedure. Okay. I'm going to rescind my original motion, and I'd like to have an opportunity to make a motion.
Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
So I move to take a position of neutral on AB 175.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. So we are now, the motion on the table is to be neutral on AB 175. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, and 5-0. Thank you. All right, now we are going to item 15. Mr. Manager.
Item 15, excuse me. All right, there it is. Item 15 is public comment. Comment heard under the item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
So a lot of these people have left, but I need to call because I'm not sure of some of these. Carlos Archuleta.
I think they will work.
Finally. Madam Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Carlos Archuleta. I live at 7095 Estates Road across the street from the Golden Mesa project in Golden Valley. I came before you before, and when the joint city council and county commissioners, when there was talk of changing the wetlands drainage. My concern then and now is the effect of the change of water level, which has an effect on my septic system and well. Since they raised the level of elevation and built 2 holding ponds, the water seeps across the road to my property and affecting my septic system. I had my septic system tested, pumped out, and he said the water was coming in faster than he could pump it out. He said the rise of the water level and the 2 holding ponds across the street was affecting my leach field. He's been my septic maintenance man for over 40 years. He suggested I called Mr. Moss, which I did, from Reno, the project coordinator for Public Works. He responded in a day, met with me at my house with Scott Burge, Cole, the builders, general manager, and John Tupa, the A&K superintendent. After looking at the problem and looking to see what could be done, he said, alongside the house, my ditch, he agreed the drainage was causing the problem. So I called the county because he said, City of Reno, it's not their problem, it's your problem. So I called the county at 1-775-328-2040, left 3 messages 3 different days. All I got was a recording and said, leave a message, we'll get back to you in 24 hours. It's been a week, still no answer. And I got a recorder too. Also, who's going to take care of the mosquitoes in the pond when they're going to get created? Because there are going to be mosquitoes. This has changed my way of life, and there's no going back. I look forward to hear from you for an agreeable resolution to solve this problem. My number is 1-775-870-9379. When I came to you when this was first done, I warned you it would not work. These so-called professionals said it would. Well, now I'm looking for a solution.
Terry Brooks.
Hello, it's me, Terry Brooks again. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, and since then my thoughts on homelessness have continued to grow. I've heard there are about 1,690 homeless people in Washoe County this year, which is about 84 more than there were last year. But there are fewer of them out on the street and more of them in homeless shelters, because Washoe County has been providing more and more homeless shelters. I've learned that in cases of homelessness, there are several factors involved, all of which need to be examined for this problem to ever be solved. One of those factors is real estate, the values and prices of which have soared to the price of which many buyers or renters cannot afford. When so many people do their best but cannot afford room or board, that's a major factor here that needs to be explored. There are those who for a long time could afford to pay rent. That is, until they found themselves in a state of unemployment. Then they find themselves choosing between a place to stay or food to eat. And that's how many of them wind up homeless and on the street. And another factor preventing employment might be a lack of access to transportation. Another factor could be the lack of access to education. Or if someone is too ill to work and lacks access to health care, that's another burden that is too heavy for anyone to bear. There are so many people with a physical or mental disability, and there are also a lot of people with a severe sense of insecurity. All of these and other factors I plan to explore, and as I learn about each one, I'll probably discover even more. I will look into each of these issues, and as I take one step at a time, I will reflect on each of them and then write about them in a rhyme. I want to thank you all for letting me speak here again today and for listening again to what I've had to say. Oh, and also, I wish I could write a poem and read it like Maya could, but I'm afraid that what I write isn't quite as good. Thank you.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock, please enter my remarks and my handouts in the record. Thank you. Oh, that's how it's done, because I want this to be caught on video. Nevada Secretary of State champions mail-in ballots despite criticism, by Terry Russell, April 14th, KOLO. Public Interest Legal Foundation is not a fan of mail-in voting. In their literature, they say it causes chaos and allows the U.S. Postal Service to run our elections. Their findings on Nevada mail-in elections in 2022 came as no surprise to political science professor Ed Locken. He said, "You are working with really distorted information. You are starting from a position of wanting to find problems, and you are amplifying and distorting of what you find as data and painting it in such a way where you can be destructive." The foundation's claims 1.2 million ballots were sent out to voters statewide in Nevada and not returned to officials. Nevada's Secretary of State office believes the number is much lower than that. That's because some voters have chosen not to vote, they've chosen to vote in person. In Nevada, they bring their unmarked mail-in ballots with them or sign an affidavit stating they have not mailed that ballot. And some voters, the Secretary of State says, may have chosen not to vote at all, which is their right. Other numbers released by the foundation, nearly 96,000 ballots were returned or undeliverable. This, the Secretary of State's office says, reflects Nevada's transitory nature. They say 15% of the voter rolls were updated with new residential or mailing addresses in a 2-year period. As is obvious, as a state, we move around a lot, says Locken. The foundation points out that Senator Catherine Cortez Masto retained her post by less than 8,000 votes last year against Adam Laxalt. Secretary Aguilar's office says this number shows the system is working. Locken adds, register offices called voters to let them know what they had to do to cure their ballot. Missing the signature, says Locken, is an example of that. The foundation claims $2 million or more in tax dollars is spent on bad ballots or ballots that were never returned. Locken counters by saying the solution may be for Nevada to go the way of Oregon or Colorado. Mail-in balloting for all elections, he says, would save on early and same-day voting. So this goes counter to what the Public Interest Legal Foundation had to say. Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka. Me again. As you're all aware, this is Mental Health Awareness Month, and it's special to me for reasons you all may be aware of. Once again, I would like to ask you all to appoint a token conservative voice to the library board. It's the reason I came here in the first place. Didn't have much reason to come here before, but here I am. My commissioner, District 4, I understand you're having a soiree with the governor and a select Republican women's group invitees at the governor's mansion. It's not your fault that the optics on this event are horrid. I would hope and pray that you would try and fix this by holding a town hall with your District 4 constituents, learning about them and their concerns. If you don't care about being elected in the future, please feel free to ignore my advice. Elections have consequences. I always advise people who come into the GOP office that the school board and the county commission are the two most important offices that they should pay attention to, and they all think I'm nuts. They think national offices and state offices are much more important, but I don't believe that. They have much more, you have much more control over our daily lives than do national officers. Seems counterintuitive to most people, but it's very true. We've witnessed this recently. Our legislature is actively trying to pass laws to diminish our voice even more than what we've witnessed in this last two commission meetings, and most certainly at school board meetings. When governments fear the people, there's liberty. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny. Are we witnessing tyranny? I say not in my lifetime. And I'd like to remind all of you that the Ethics Commission meets May 17th. Doug Flaherty.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I understand the County Manager's Office is creating an emergency management plan under FEMA funding as we speak. It is self-evident that Washoe County is well aware that the Lake Tahoe Basin and associated street and highway routes are dangerously capacity deficient, meaning they're over capacity when it comes to a safe, workable, and adequate wildfire evacuation. As part of any emergency plan, Washoe County must provide a workable public health and safety wildfire and winter weather mass evacuation evaluation. This based on scientific, data-driven, roadway by roadway evacuation capacity evaluation, and must include accurate intersection data traffic studies in order to analyze the cumulative safety impacts during mass evacuation. Secondly, we all know why there's going to be a moratorium placed on STRs, not that they're bad for the environment, that would not be a reason, but only so a certain commissioner can introduce and flood Incline Village with accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units present an adverse cumulative environmental effect on the Tahoe Basin and Incline Village. Now I'm going to shift gears and go to Doug Flaherty as a resident of Incline Village, not representing TahoeCleanAir.org. Last meeting and the meeting today, there were several violations of the Nevada open meeting law and significant purposeful attempts to violate our First Amendment rights. We all know it. Unfortunately, I've got to take 5 days to write complaints to the Attorney General under the open meeting law. The meetings, starting with the removal of public comment at the beginning of the meeting, basically the meetings are being run by someone who's acting more like a 7th grade dictator. Subjectively deciding what comes out of a person's mouth up here, practicing their First Amendment rights, is, in that person's opinion, not addressing an agenda. That's subjective, arbitrary, capricious, wrong. I don't know why you guys allow this to happen up here. You're going to be here at every meeting this late.
Keith Hanley.
Keith Hanley, for the record. It seems as though our law enforcement agency has become as corrupt as our government. So, voices can't get out that need to be heard. People are being persecuted instead of prosecuted.
into court to prove my innocence, and all my attorneys are railroading me. They even sent me Nathaniel, there's a lot of pattern and practice to this. This is a very familiar theme with everybody that I've talked to in the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. So you were literally shot? Yeah. And this happened over what?
So I testified against a couple officers in another county, and they threatened me in court for some of the stuff that I said. 14 days after trial, they came and gunned me down, but they passed jurisdiction lines because I came out here to Washoe to try to get more legal help because that county wasn't helping me, and then they got me in between Carson and Washoe.
So you weren't shot in Washoe County. Where did this take place?
Okay, the trial took place in Carson, but I got shot in Washoe County, but then they moved me to Reno jail after the hospital, after I survived everything that happened in the hospital.
Are you?
Okay, I could play these all day. There's a large number of them. Too many people are being persecuted, not prosecuted. Things are out of hand.
Stuart Hanty.
Stuart Hanty for the record. I'm not going away, folks. What you just heard is a man who's been illegally detained in Washoe County Jail because he's speaking out against cops. Ladies and gentlemen, cops involved in a sex trafficking ring here in this city, in this county, which all of you now have been put on notice. We're involving cops. We're involving the Rail City Casino, the Ramada Inn, I believe it's changed names now, the Holiday Inn downtown, and the Cares Homeless Shelter on 4th Street. By the way, there's a homeless shelter at the jail. Besides the fact that Darren Balaam is running a bail bonds out of the jail now. How crazy is this? I was a cop for 30 years. I shake my head. And you people up here are being apprised of this and told about this, about the inhumane conditions that I personally experienced at the Washoe County Jail. And what are you doing about it? Why aren't you investigating this by bringing an investigatory agency, an unbiased and prejudiced one, out of this area? Because the corruption in this town stinks. I've lived here 48 years, going on 49. I can't wait to get the heck out of here. I'm sick of it. I've got an illegal monitor on my leg that's causing me health issues. There's a violation of the United States Supreme Court ruling, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. That's from the DA's office, Ms. Canderas. I'm done. And if I have to come up here every single time and speak out against the illegal prosecution and persecution of people in this county and what's taking place in your jail that's being funded, District Attorney's Office funded, Washoe County Jail funded, judges' salaries funded. We'll just get the feds in here. We'll do a RICO violation. But all of you people are going to be brought into it. Is that what you want? Do you? Think about that for just a second. Is that what you want? I'll take the next 10 seconds here just to look at you all. There's reprehensible conduct. Do something today.
Susan Van Ness.
I was not going to speak, except I just had a very long conversation with Mr. Moore and the property owner, a very good conversation. I did not know that the Piranha gentleman that was here, who you just okayed a permit to, is now turning that permit over in the next 2 days because he's cash strapped. And that permit is going to a company in Singapore. Many of us have been investigating this. Did you just issue a permit to whom? Did you issue a permit to Piranha? Did you already know this? You did, right? You knew that you were issuing a permit not to Piranha, but to a company in Singapore. That came out of the mouth of Mr. Moore outside and the property owner who owns the property. I'm shocked. Why did we have the Piranha person up here if the permit is going to be transferred in 1 to 2 days to a company in Singapore? You're all looking at me. Did you know this? He said every one of you did. Okay, I'm getting a no. I believe Mr. Moore. Did you know? I'm getting one no. Look, you guys are representing the citizens. He told me where to research it. I'll bring in the papers. Mr. Piranha, the gentleman that owns Piranha, is cash strapped right now. We just issued a permit to a company in Singapore. And so you're all looking at me like, he said every one of you knew. I have it on video. I'm just getting this blank stare. I am a citizen here, would like to know. You are representing me. So are you just going to stare at me, or are you going to say, no, I didn't know? Mike Clark said no. Did you know, Gene? Suspected? Why did we have the Piranha guy here? What is going on here? Are you not informed? Or did we just issue a permit that is going to be transferred to a company in Singapore? I don't know what else to say. I got it right here.
Danny Cleus.
I know, you caught off guard, just like the rest of us. We just got stabbed in the back again. By people who knowledgeably knew. They sold out again.
That's not mine.
Okay.
I'm shocked. I don't know what to ask them. They look at me like they're clueless.
Danny Cleus for the record. The pump is missing from Arkansas and Lemon. The water's backing up. The water's backing up into our streets on Idaho. What is this county going to do about it, Mr. Brown? Pretty soon the mosquitoes are going to come. Where's the abatement at? Haven't heard anything about when that's coming. It's ridiculous what you guys do to the valleys. You treat us like scum, you always have. And it's retarded. Another thing, you guys need to start doing your research, because if you're relying on your staff, that's no bueno. Dwayne forgot to mention that they already have a project approved for the property that you just dismissed his paper with. He approved it without stormwater runoff, without sewer, without streets, without retention. And let me tell you something else. If their retention ponds, their stormwater works so well, how come that lake is full? How come that lake is coming up on the school? How come that lake is coming up into the park? How come it's backing back up our ditches? Somebody needs to be fired. And I said this when I met Eric Brown before he became the Washoe County Manager. Now I can add another one. Kevin Dix, he needs to go. Dwayne Smith needs to go.
Please address your comments to the board.
I am telling you who needs to go. Dave Solero needs to go. And if you don't like how I address the county, the government, refer back to the law. You shouldn't even be there where you're at. You know what? I identify as a new county chair. You're fired.
James Bentham. James Bentham.
James M. Bentham for the record. Good evening. I want to address a possible solution for the Lemon Valley Lake. First of all, is this water drinkable? or is there hazardous waste in it? But what needs to happen is that we need to bring it up that a sanitation plant will be installed to process the water, make it drinkable. And then the drinkable water could be piped to other areas in Washoe County that need it. This problem's been going on for many years. It's now time to look at the problem, deal with it. Also, the areas in Washoe County that need water would be able to receive some. Next item, public comments. I'd like this issue brought up before the board and discussed, and return public comments to the beginning of these meetings. Nicholas St. John would like the issue with the metal detector brought up. It's been in place for, I think, several years now. I would like that brought up and discussed whether it needs to continue or not. Is there identifiable reason that it's still in use? This could be easily brought up and discussed. You could bring in law enforcement, citizens. So these are the major comments that I have today. Sanitation plant in Lemon Valley. That would definitely work to solve the problems. Pipe the water throughout the area. Public comments brought up and discussed. Metal detector brought up and discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Val White.
I'd just like to remind citizens to follow operationsunlight.org to find out about all the corruption and incompetence within our county government, and also educationcrusade.org to follow the same corruption and incompetence in our school district. The present county manager is bad for Washoe County. I don't approve of his unilateral political power grabs. I don't approve of his unfair distribution of raises. I don't approve of his ethics violations regarding his wife's DUI.
Please address the board as a whole and do not do personal attacks.
He's the county manager. He works for the county. I'm talking to the county board. Resign, county manager. Next, homeless encampments are all over town. Citizens were told that the homeless tent would solve the problem. Big surprise. It hasn't. It should also be no surprise that the homeless numbers are increasing, but that's the goal of the homeless industrial complex. It's job security. The homeless workers created demand for resources by increasing the numbers of homeless. Basic supply and demand. Providing more and more services that many of the homeless don't want and reject. Next, I'm calling for the library director's resignation. He has increased, believe it or not, the number of drag queen story hours across the county. He's doubling down in support of male, mentally ill, sexual deviants who relish dancing lewdly in front of toddlers. Scott is rebranding the sex deviant story hour. He's calling it Rainbow Family Story Hour. It's still lipstick on a pig. I just want to be plain. Anyone who supports deviants, who subject toddlers to sexual abuse in libraries, is himself or herself a sexual deviant. Maybe those people who support the deviants' abuse of toddlers should get a license plate holder that lets everyone know what you believe about deviancy for toddlers. The board needs to remove the library director if he doesn't submit his resignation. The board needs to fire the county manager for incompetence. $41 million in missing COVID money should be sufficient cause. If they don't leave now, it's going to get more and more difficult to land a new job. Best to head out of town now.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in chambers, but I do have an email to place on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, thank you all for another great meeting, and with that, we are, oh wait, no, I'm sorry. We are going to go to Commissioner comments. I was so excited. We now will go to item 16, Mr. Manager.
Item 16 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just want to go on the record. Public comments started at 6:30 p.m. You know, I sat here most of the day. I looked and I was watching around the audience, and I saw Mr. Archuleta. I didn't know him. Trying to figure out what faction he's with, what's he here for, what's it all about, just trying to, what's his story? And God, I feel so bad for this poor man. He sat here all day long to tell about his septic system. You know, a house without a septic system is like a house, it has no value. You can't live in a house without proper sewage there. You can't live in a house without a proper well. You need water in a house. You need electricity. You need a toilet, and you need a septic system that works. And this poor man, apparently, I'm just believing what he had to say, on the surface, sounds like his house is absolutely devalued because of holding ponds put in there that he told them he's not even a hydrologist, but he's a man of he's been around. He knows water runs downhill. He understands water's wet, and now he's got a situation where he's got an issue with his septic system. We need to reach out and help that man. I don't know who's got his contact information. I hope the clerk does, but we need to figure out how to help Mr. Archuleta. His house is ruined, it sounds like, if he's correct in his story to us. That's outrageous. The county needs to figure out a way how to help this man. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have commission comments? Commissioner Andriola.
Madam Chair, I had brought up earlier in the meeting, but I believe this is the appropriate agenda item, that I would like to look at bringing to the board, or let me rephrase this. I would like to have an accountability of the funds that are distributed by commissioners to nonprofits, to have some type of reporting of how they use that money, so that there is an accountability of the funds that are dispersed to them, that they can submit a report of how they disperse them, and to certify that, you know, their representation is true and accurate. So I don't know the procedure of that particular request, but I think that the county manager may be able to help on the policy end of that. And then if that is an opportunity for that to be the only thing, that would be great. But if it does have to come to the board for approval, I would, you know, certainly, you know, encourage that. I just think that when you are, and the organizations, I'm not picking on any organization, there's a lot of great organizations that do wonderful things. But I do think that when the county is actually supporting that organization, that there's an obligation for the organization to report how those funds were used. So I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's a better way, I think, to to do that. I think that if we didn't have those donations, we could use that money for emergencies like Mr. Archuleta, or anything that needs to get done. It just, to me, I look at it as a way for people to say, well, okay, just as for instance, I've never had any complaints about any of the people I've donated to. And this is the first time that anybody ever complained about one of my donations. It was $2,500. It was a fairly worthy cause. They do good work. But I don't like people telling me I shouldn't have sent money, donated the county's money, because they are taxpayers' funds. And we're responsible for taxpayers' funds, so that would be a simpler way to do it. We don't spend any money. We have the money to use for paying our bills and staying out of debt. And anything we can save is money saved is money earned.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman, and I think we'll be having that discussion when we have our budget talks, so we don't probably need to get into it here, but Commissioner
Thank you.
Clark, I saw you sign in. Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Because Commissioner Herman was looking at me because I brought it up, so I feel obligated to respond. I had no idea, to be honest with you. I hate to do the I'm new, but I'm new. I had no idea that there were that was a process in place. And again, I'm not here to discredit or critique. I just feel like when you're giving out any type of money that is based on taxpayer dollars, there's an obligation to be accountable for it. So I look forward to the discussion. It sounds like it is going to be an item that we can discuss, and I certainly appreciate that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam
Clark.
Chair. First of all, I want to support Commissioner Garcia. She had passion for the folks that she decided to give her discretionary funds to. So be that as it may, good for that, and I hope the folks do good work with that. That being said, I think to Commissioner Andriola's point and Commissioner Herman's point, the county has no money. The county only has taxpayers' funds. So I'm surprised. I've got some discretionary funds. I haven't decided where they're going to go. But to Commissioner Androli's point, everything should be accounted for in the future. Everything. There should be an accounting and understand that if we're going to donate money to anybody I'm going to donate money to, I want to see some results. I want to see some accountability, and I think that that should have been in place a long time ago, and we should have that on the agenda. Thank you.
Point of order on that. And it's been a long day, so I get it. But I just want to kind of discourage three people from talking about the same issue, because it starts getting into that deliberation where a majority of the board may be talking about something that's not agendized. So I'm just pointing that out. So like I said, I know it's been a long day. So it sounds like it's going to be on the agenda or dealt with at budget.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements for us?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, do I have anyone else signed in? No. With that, thank you for a wonderful meeting. We are adjourned.